Oh. Not good. Hello, Jordan. Ah, what happened? Why are you going to the doctor's? What's happening at the doctor's today? Let's play some upskill until people gather in. There's a few topics that I'm very frustrated about and I want to talk about. It's embarrassing. I don't want to get into it. Oh, okay. I had a few embarrassing visits to the doctor myself. Apart from that, how are you? Jordan, did you discover me through President Sunday or through someone else? It's a weird thing to ask, but I don't seem to remember. I'm so tired of people playing Defense for Genocide. President Sunday. We're going to be discussing people playing genocide denialism game. There's a certain Warhammer 40k content creator that apparently is pretty good at that, and it's frustrating. Look, it's Verso. Or at least the painted version.
to the sky.
Isn't this cool that we can fly now? Don't you think this is cool? What do you think? We have discovered new cool things. And now we can just explore the map. Without any restriction. Isn't this very cute? Wow. There's a whole unexplored piece of map. It's not a Cat 5 Genocide, but it's Cat 1. Which one? Oh. Like, I don't know. I feel like I want to tackle the whole Canadian thing. Especially since it seems like Mr. Lance from the Surfs has dropped the ball on it hard. You know? I'm writing about the project related to Ukraine. I'm writing to people that I'm working with. Where is everyone? That is a good question. Where is everyone? I wish more people joined, but you know, I cannot control who joins and who doesn't join the stream, you know? Are we chilling today after Ogre fight? No, we're not chilling. We're gonna talk about genocide and genocide denial. Also, we're gonna continue Sekiro today just to punish me.
Nice.
We're gonna be doing news. I'm going to try to do fundraising. It's gonna be a thing. We especially are not going to be chilling. I'm going to be talking about the genocide denialism. I'm going to be talking about how people like to push the term cultural genocide in order to soften the crime being committed. In fact, in order to remove the atrocity from the category of crime altogether, because I'm not sure if many people are aware of this. There is no such thing as a crime of cultural genocide. So when people say, oh, this thing is not a genocide, this is a cultural genocide, they try to minimize the thing. And I hate it, and I will push against it. For example, the kidnapping of children is not a cultural genocide, it's just a genocide. The UN Genocide Convention does not distinguish between a genocide and a cultural genocide. There's no such thing as a cultural genocide within the UN Convention of Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. It specifies the moving of children from one group to the other as just a genocide. Very explicitly.
Let us stay there.
Yeah. And I'm tired of people trying to minimize what is happening by employing the term cultural genocide. We're going to talk about it in the context of the whole Canadian boarding schools for Indigenous children, which I've seen a lot. I've seen some prominent content creators trying to minimize that, while actually admitting that it's a genocide, which is disgusting. Enough is enough. And yes, we'll probably revisit that horrible debate from a few years ago between Lauren Southern, Counterpoints, Lance from the Surfs, and I have no clue who the other person was.
Careful, my elbow.
This is my favorite battle music, by the way. This track is my favorite battle music in the game.
Let's spill some ink.
Raido came to me. Let's listen for a bit and appreciate this great battle music. How do you like the battle music? This is my favorite one in the game. Bushu! Let me see. Maybe I should debate Mr. Counterpoints on this. Maybe that's my road to fame, debating counterpoints about genocide. Wooshoo! Wooshoo! Mushi mushi! Mushi mushi!
Chrome is flowing.
Amazing music. I condemned transphobia a long time ago, but sure, thanks, Jordan. Wait, what do you mean by the transphobia comment? Also,
I've lived through worse.
Let's dance. I'm not giving up.
I never give up, mister. Hold on.
Can't leave us yet.
We're restarting. See, this is us killing, failing at parrying in one game, only to fail in the other game.
Shout my out.
Okay. Woo!
On me.
Get ready.
Not looking
Chronos flow.
Let's carve a path. Got this.
Ready to power.
We did pretty well, actually, with this. We only missed one hit.
Careful, my elf.
My L.
I can do it. Still need your help.
The enemies must have quite the backstories to be that angry. We already discovered the backstory of the enemies. The enemies were created by the sister of Mael in the real world outside of the canvas in order to assist the not painted Renoir against his wife. If you have not been following the story, all this sounds like gibberish. I realize. But yes. I realize how all this sounds if you have not been following this playthrough of mine.
Brace yourselves.
We are restarting. Expedition has failed.
Let's dance.
Figures that my favorite music has
Try it.
Let's dance.
Let's push forward.
difficult fight for my favorite battle team. Yeah, look at that. We did it.
Brace yourselves.
Okay.
You're not okay. Gustav Amage. For Gustav. Oh yeah, we must do some camping.
Feeling better.
Okay, we'll restart again. I'm doing the parry too early, far too early. Because I'm too impatient, again. I'm an impatient person, as you've learned from my Sekiro playthrough. Wait, hold on. Fido is chewing on something. Hello, fake Alico Parker. No, we're not sending in the reserve team. Fido. What? Fido. What? Where's Fido? Hi, Doc. Okay, welcome. Hello, fake Alec Carl Parker. Why did you only say Lucy and nothing else? I'll restart. ContraPoints didn't know that he's a part of the internet left community or something. Or what? To me. It's obviously crystal clear that internet leftists are stupid. Overreactionary. I mean... Counterpoints is just... We're gonna get to him today, okay? We're definitely getting to him today. Fido! 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 Fake Alec Kyle Parker, tell me something more than just Lucy! And listen to my favorite battle theme in the game. Hold on. Fido! Busiu! Spokój się. Oh, I spoke Polish. Who understood? Huh? Who understood what I said? Okay, we're gonna have to do our best here. This monster has a lot of HP.
Let's dance.
Let's dance! Okay, right off the bat failure. I keep doing the parry too soon.
Grenade, watch out. Ready.
Okay, I was not ready to parry. We restart again. There you go. That's my answer to the question on whether or not we are chilling.
Watch out.
Too early.
Okay.
Ready to work.
Bring it on.
Too early.
Okay.
Oh my god, this will take me a while to learn, won't it? In the meantime, how is everyone? How are you, Fake Alec Kyle Parker? How are you, Vladimir? How are you, Jordan? How are you, Emily S?
Coming.
There we go.
I'm ready. Brace yourself.
I cannot say I'm the best, but I'm also not the worst. I'm not in the best state, but I'm not in the worst state, which is pretty okay.
Let's carve a path.
What is he fighting? Let me check, okay? QS doing something good for once. Halloween Cube. Did you kill God? No, I am doing a side battle which has my favorite battle team, but it's difficult. It's very difficult. This monster has a ton of HP and a lot of strong attacks. I'm not denting him. I'm doing a sucky job at parrying and, you know, the usual Lucy experience. But it's okay, we have a lot to talk about today, I feel like. About genocide. Your favorite topic. You know, you watch me for two things. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and for genocide. Oh, you want a video about parasocial relationships? I have been linked a video about Mr. Girl criticizing Ukrainian Anna. There you go. That's gonna be a super... I feel like this is gonna give you all the parasociality that you need. Mr. Girl discussing Ukrainian Anna.
Okay.
Coming. Cut him down.
Doesn't that sound fun?
Let's dance.
Incoming.
Anja. Augusta.
Brilliant light.
Here we go again. Time to end this.
Wow, you never told me what you thought. I'm very disappointed by the fact that you did not tell me what you thought about what I want to show you.
Time to strike.
Okay.
Hurts.
Thanks.
Incoming.
I messed up again, so I have to, you know, do it again until I stop messing up. The trigger sounds like some uninherently weird lolly enjoyer. Yes, you have... You either just know the person already or you have guessed correctly. Wushu? I'm guessing you already knew about this person.
Take cover.
Just try it. Brilliant.
Finesse and grace.
Finesse and grace may lock your embrace.
A precise strike.
The sex lachey. Boom.
Danger. Take cover. Careful, Mael.
Mael.
The dance
Be
begins.
careful, Mael.
Augusta.
No, you have not. Stop lying to me, Verso.
You need it. Incoming.
I'm ready.
Just try it. Watch out, Mael.
No, I didn't. My guru teacher Vosh already explained to me everything I needed to know about loving little girls. Oh my gosh. Has your guru Vosh explained to you why only weak people fall for fascism and you must become strong? Has he explained that to you? Hmm?
Time to strike. Incoming.
On me.
I don't cheat. I don't cheat in life. That's why I lose. No. I'm gonna have to learn. I will learn. Okay, we will stop in a moment and we'll do some politics because I feel like, you know. Who? What the hell was that?
Ready to parry.
Danger! Careful, Verso. I'll do it.
On guard.
Also, relations seem to have higher availability. I've heard most you do commentaries are extroverted. I cheat in most games.
You're outmatched.
Let's dance.
Careful, my ally.
Oh,
On me.
there we go. Mister. We've done it. I heard most YouTube commentators are extroverted. Why not? So, there you go. I'm your...
That hurts.
I've got this.
Ready to parry.
Oh my god.
Watch out, my elk.
Boom. Oh, let's see what the chat is saying.
Just try.
I'm ready.
I've also heard that an analysis of comment text indicates mental illness law, and all depressed people should come to Lucy's stream and get inspiration. Wow, really? Well, there will be a lot of people, so, you know. That would be nice. That would make my audience big. A big audience for Lucy.
Feel the storm.
Bushu?
I got this.
Brace yourself.
Okay.
Alright.
Born once more. Watch out, my L.
Oh my god. My goodness. No, we're not sending in the reserve team. We are, in fact, restarting until I get it right. Kaido? Uy.
Watch out, my L. Do that. Careful.
Kaido. Wow.
Danger!
Oh my god, I keep doing it too early. Okay, we might as well let him kill me. Fajdo! Zostaw książki, fajdo! My goodness.
Take cover!
Careful. Just
En garde!
Walk murals. Woof woof. No, he was already walked.
Flames! Rain! Let's dance!
Ah, man, inconsistency in parrying. It is a tough fight though. Okay, I will get it eventually.
Careful, Mael. Ready to evade.
I can do it!
Damn, I have made the entirety of Wick's server angry. Oh.
I'll do it. Careful.
Not looking good.
Yeah, I'm having fun. uh,
On me.
I say so.
On guard.
I think I've had enough. Let's concentrate on the fight.
Flames. Rain.
I'll manage.
Ready to parry.
All right.
Careful now.
Ready to parry.
How is everybody doing? The chat seems to be very inactive right now.
Watch out!
Finesse and grace. Hidden step.
Watch out, my L.
Let the ink flow.
Let the ink flow. Lightning dance.
Lightning dance.
Lost it, Jeff.
No, that's powerful.
That's better.
Danger.
Watch out, my L.
Let's spill some ink. A precise strike on me.
Well, I keep screwing this one.
On me.
Well. My god. Okay, we'll try 2 more times and then we'll get into the topics a bit. I want to see how much longer they will.
Careful now.
So dodge.
Ready to evade.
Okay.
How? Obscure. Okay, baby boy. Baby boy, you.
Let's dance. Ready to. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not ready to parry. Okay, turn on Sekiro. No, it's time for me to die here, okay? I've suffered in Sekiro, and now I have to suffer in here for a bit.
Incoming. Watch out, my L.
Careful.
Why is this game so hard? It's a difficult enemy. The overall game is not that difficult.
Chroma is flowing.
Chroma is flowing. Alright, we did it.
Incoming.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, that was bait.
Anja.
I wish I could. Also consider supporting your favorite. Oh, I have to do some. I have to try to do some advertising to get people into the stream. Ah. Viking dance.
Time to strike.
Careful, my ult.
Oh my god, I keep making the same mistake. I cannot believe it. Okay, we'll try one more time and then we get into the topics, okay? I swear to you. Okay, also I have to promote. I have to promote on President Sunday, I guess. Alright. I have to be more patient.
I'll do it.
I have to learn patience. Sekiro will teach me patience, don't worry. If Sekiro will not teach me patience, nothing will. I have to go to the toilet.
Ready to strike. Got this.
Okay.
Careful, my elf.
Let's carve a path.
Ready to parry.
Danger!
Watch out, my elf.
On me.
Sorry, I said I'm doing my best, but things are not well. I was checking what my best friend was telling me, but he said nothing.
Ready to strike.
Ready to parry.
I feel like there are at least two people that I want to have a word with, you know? Does that make sense? Phoenix Flame. Oh wow, that is actually a very good. Look at how my air looks. So how is everybody now that I'm not muted? How are you all doing? How are you? I will do my best to provide super content for you today. I'm not super okay, but I'm not horrible. Does that mean something?
Escape.
That was very weak.
Sharpened. For good stuff.
Careful, my elf.
Mael? We are getting his HP more and more down. Which is good, right?
Would have lived. Good stuff.
Parry it.
I'm ready. Careful, myself.
I dodged it. I was sure.
I'm ready. You can't leave us yet.
Look at that. I parried. Oh, that was bait. I'm checking on that health bar and made his way at least close to the middle. Closer to the middle, okay? I wouldn't say close, I would say closer. That mother quacker is in the water. How is that not his weakness?
On me. Finesse and grace.
Finesse and grace, the right at the west. Gustav's homage.
For Gustav.
And once again, I've made the same mistake that I've done time and time again. I parried too fast. I parried too fast. I parried too fast.
Okay.
This is what happens when I play games. Oh, I thought I had this perfectly, but no. Last hit me. Of course.
Blaze. Brave. Let's dance.
Danger!
Get ready.
I've reacted on instinct. Okay.
Time to strike.
On me.
Alright. I'm not making that mistake again, please.
Careful, my love.
The dance begins.
Yeah? Yeah, that... This monster has a lot of HP, yes.
For Gustav.
Careful, my elbow. Let us stay. We've got work to do.
On me.
Oh my god. It's like Pavlov's thing. Again, the same mistake. How many times can I make the same mistake? How many times before I learn? Okay, how many? How many times? can I not learn? The Curiosity streamer. Try twice, true. Oh, I think I got out. Did I? Yeah, I got out. Where is the monster? Oh, this is the monster. By the way, let's go to camp. Why can't I go to camp here? There you go. I like camping. Do you like camping? We're gonna defeat that monster. I swear on my honor as
Who's going to upgrade our Pictos now?
I can do it.
Ooh, look at that. Magnificent beast. Mael. Upgrade weapons. Well, actually, not sure if I've done enough battles to learn it permanently.
So, how are you going to win back their trust?
You're really enjoying this, aren't you?
Can't rely on good hair and charm anymore. So, what's the plan?
Can't rely on good charm. Oh boy. This has been screenshotted. Can't rely on good hair and charm anymore. Nice. I like it. Can't rely on good hair and charm anymore.
Well, at least everyone's still talking to you. That's a start.
It spent some time, Monoko. Spent some time.
Everything okay?
How does it feel? Reaching one's goal after so many years. At the end of the day, I'm just a gestural. I always support you, but still.
Will a jewel make you feel better? Yeah. The implication here is I'm just a gestural. I will support you, but you want to erase me from existence. That is the implication here. I'm helping you erase me as your gestural friend. That's the...
Will a duel help you feel better?
Not today. I know I shouldn't grow attached to humans. They are ephemeral creatures. They come and go. And when they go, they never come back. Yet, I share their sadness. I share their joy.
Because Verso knew what you were like outside the canvas, and I know what you're like inside here. You are the most loyal friend, and certainly not just a gestural.
When I left you 10 years ago, I convinced myself that it was for the grandest sake. But really, I could no longer watch the death of expedition after expedition.
Yeah, I know.
Yet here I am with you again. Am I loyal because that's who I am? Or because Verso painted me that way?
You've kicked my ass enough times to know that's just who you are.
You've kicked my ass enough times to know that it's just who you are.
That is very true.
Now don't get too arrogant.
Sometimes I wish things could go back to how they were before. When we could play with Claire, Aline, and Renoir. It felt like nothing bad could happen to any of us.
Good times never last.
Yeah.
Bad times seem to have made themselves comfortable, though.
Well, it's up to us to make sure they go away. Want to go hunt some Nevrons? We are absolutely not ready to take on Negative.
That would warm my heart.
Then let's go get cut in half.
Momoko is touched by Verso's willingness to endure bodily harm to raise his spirits. And Verso knows Morocco would do the same for him. It's only level 5 now? Oh wow, that's a low level. Let's talk to Amael.
Mael,
I'm getting quite tired of people telling me to go home. So please, no more.
fine. As you wish.
They're counting on me. I won't abandon them. And I refuse to abandon you.
I will not abandon you, Verso.
I found the letter
What?
from Alicia. I need to see her. I want to talk to her and understand
Understand what?
why Maman...
What? Kept her scars? No. Don't go messing with her head. She doesn't need that, and she doesn't owe you any answers.
She's the one who kept coming to me. I think she wants to see me.
Just leave her be. Please.
Vaso, you're not doing her any favors. You already destroyed her world. Maybe I can help her. She doesn't owe me, but maybe I owe her.
I'm back. Wait, what happened to Mael? So Mael is oh my god, you missed the whole ending of our Act 2 when it was revealed that this is a painted world. Mael is actually Alicia, the daughter of real Renoir, and the real Verso from the outside world died, and his mom went to his childhood canvas to sort of recreate her family in a painted way, and it's a whole mess.
And let's not talk about what you owe her. Don't you want to see her too?
What is he barking at? Why is she doing the gommage? She's not doing the gommage, actually. So she went to the world to spend time with her imaginary family, and her husband, not painted, her husband, real Renoir, came into the painting as well to get her out, and that caused the calamity event in the world inside of the painting. And they were fighting because she wanted to stay and he wanted to get her out, and she trapped him beneath the monolith, and he was draining her of her power in turn. She was getting weaker and weaker, and she was losing her power to maintain creation within the painting. And so the numbers were not her lowering the lifespan, it was a warning to people that she's losing her power to maintain their existence and that they will disappear soon. She was trying to maintain their existence, and her husband was trying to erase everything. That's basically it. Interest was not the villain or kind of a grieving woman that wanted to be inside the painting because she couldn't you know, withstand the death for her son, so she chose to be inside of his canvas to be with him, even if he was just a painted version, which is the one that is here, the painted version of Verso with his memories. And wait, I'll go to Fido. He's barking at something. How's the new job? Probably cool. Also, your white grader ain't. I cannot believe you'd do this to me. I cannot believe you'd be white. Wow. Are you seeing this, Incub? Are you seeing this? What's happening here? Well, my job is to tell you how annoyed I am with genocide denial. Look, above, Greater Rain is white. And let's not talk about what you owe her. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, of course. She doesn't want to see me, though. Not after everything.
Then she can throw us out and we'll leave her alone. Is that a yes? Great. Where is she?
If I had to guess, there is a place she loves. At the top of the mountain. Near the monolith. With the third axon.
Oh, that axon. I guess we're climbing.
I know. That's a side dungeon. I missed a lot of the stream. I had to help my roommate with her cosplay. With their cosplay. Ah, okay. This is a gorgeous game. My god, I love this game. It is such a great game. Ah. No, you had never recommended me. You know? I need to get some people... Wait, Incub, have you found me through President Sunday? Or no? I don't know. I keep forgetting how people found me. Oh, you found me on your own without any help? Oh wow.
It's strange watching her.
Mael.
She has the power to remake our world. She's a paintress, but also our Mael.
Yeah. She's our Mael.
Interesting. Well, I am glad that you stuck around, that you found my streams worthwhile watching, that you saw something in it that is worthwhile.
You said you traveled with other expeditions.
Yeah. Some.
Did you ever travel with the 46?
46. No, why?
Oh, nothing. I thought maybe.
What is it? Lune?
My parents, they,
Huh. Happy accident, yeah. I am a bit of a painter myself. Paintress, if you will. My mother also paints, and my grandmother painted as well.
They were Expedition 46. I didn't travel with them, but I have come across their trail.
You have?
Yeah. On Siren's Island.
Oh,
I can show you,
really?
but don't expect too much, yeah? Come on, it's not far. Especially now that Eskia can fly.
No. No, we can't afford detours right now.
Well, now you give us reason to be worried. Wait, me? How so? I don't understand.
Well, if you change your mind, you can go anytime. It's not far. On the outskirts of Siren's Island.
Thank you.
These are side dungeons that we could explore now before going to the last boss. Paintress, what tell us that you want to raise half of chat one day? Oh, we're in the real world, I think. We're in the real world.
I don't usually get this nervous, but I'm nervous.
I'm also nervous. Or maybe your evil husband will do it, like Destiny, you mean? You mean Destiny? Destiny cannot paint for crap, so you won't. I think. Destiny plays the piano like Verso. Anything. That's what Verso plays, the piano. Uh, um, all right. Destiny's Renoir confirmed. True. Who are our kids?
Yeah, I can see that.
It's not that I didn't care before. I cared about the mission, but now?
Now it's personal.
I've slept with this woman. As Verso, that
You
is.
used to be a farmer. Is that why you use a scythe?
I guess, yeah. Once a farmer, always a farmer.
We hit that. I don't know the name of Destiny's son, but he's Verso. True. We've hit that as
Is a
Verso.
double-headed scythe very useful on a farm, though?
Double the efficiency. You should see how quickly I can harvest crops.
I'll bet.
I wonder if that's actually even remotely true. Was before all the mess and expedition.
I used to love the Gardens of Lumiere. It must look quite different now.
Probably a lot more variety than back then. The outdoor
Apologies,
brought
I have to
loads
pick
of new plants from the surrounding islands.
Yeah, very Eastern European to be a farmer and an alcoholic, actually. Probably a lot more variety. I wonder if people actually use double-sided sides. Hello, Philippe August. Sorry, I've just noticed the Twitch. Oh, you've just wrote now.
That's actually how I met Pierre. I asked his team for honey petal samples. He brought me a bouquet of them and 15 boxes of plant cuttings.
I would
Smart
think
man.
so, yeah.
If you want to romance a farmer, live plants are probably better than dead flowers.
Dead flowers are nice too.
You don't talk about your husband much. Sorry.
It's okay. It's just... It still hurts that he's gone.
Yeah. And we truly love someone, then it hurts when they're gone. It does.
Neither of us were perfect, but we were perfect for each other.
Yeah.
What happened to him? You don't have to talk about it.
He died in an accident on one of the islands near Lumiere. His body washed away.
I'm... sorry.
I was prepared for his gommage, but not for him to die in an accident.
By the way, Gustav, the former protagonist, lost his arm in an accident. That's why he had the mechanical arm.
We were supposed to have 5 more years together. It's okay. I've learned to be grateful for the time we did have, instead of angry at the time we lost.
That's a good way to look at it. You were lucky to have found each other. Not everyone has that.
No, not everyone has that indeed. Something fell on him. Something roof tiles fell on him. I think it's explained in some side dialogue.
Yeah, I am. Very lucky.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Yeah, the tattoo is really nice. Mood. Don't sleep forever. Though she doesn't show it, Versa knows that she appreciates the support. Versa and Ciel understand each other. Oh, we have level 5. Mm-hmm. I guess I'll have to do some more.
Well,
I'm getting
fine.
accounting.
Wait, I can spend some more time? Okay. Oh, no, there's no... Oh! So we can only continue the conversation once we did the... Okay, I understand. I get it. You might as well write in the journal, right? Reiterate. Be more, you know. If you just slept, then we would not have you here. Oh wow, what the hell? Look at that. It's a monster. So I'm not that special. Well, you're special to me. You're quite special to me.
A storm is coming.
Ready to carry.
Whoa, look at that. Harry. Let me check this. Hmm. Yes, there you go. Painted power. We have learned painted power. So we can remove it. I'm not a flatterer. I'm not really a big flatterer. Okay, let's get something else. Maybe this. Ah, painted power is cheap. Wow. Okay, painted power is cheap. Ah, I do like peanut butter. Hey, let's give everybody painted power now. Everybody needs painted power. Do you know what painted power does, by the way? You want me to tell you what painted power does? Yes! Oh my god. Everybody needs this as well. Why didn't I have this on? What the hell? Wow. I cannot believe this. Cannot believe this nonsense. Oh, she has 18. Man, I need to get my stuff in order. Alright, done it. We could try again that fight now. Let's try the fight again.
Okay.
Watch out.
I'd love to eat something tasty, by the way.
I've got this.
Careful, my elf.
Now,
How do you like that?
I'm not giving up.
Meet there. Cool, huh? Now we're getting it. Now we're getting it. Oh my god.
Ready to evade. Brace yourself.
I know. Too much help. But I'll do my best. For honor.
Blades sharpened. Flames rain on me.
I won't waste this.
I hope I can do my best. Thank you! Tap Slacker for the $15. I have not seen you here in a while. What brings you to the stream? Are you here for the indigenous genocide discussion? If you are, then you've donated $15, so I will definitely... I can get to it right now. Thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver. You'll help me fund the what do you call it, projects regarding Ukraine, my journalisms in Ukraine, in the war. Thank you. I am really grateful to you. Thank you, Staff Slacker. So yeah, if you want me to get to the topic, then just say the word. And I will alt-tab this.
Ready to parry.
Yeah, we shouldn't try to parry. This is why. Okay, this is why we should not try to parry. I can parry this. This is slow and nice.
maximum damage.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Time to strike.
Danger! Brace yourself. Let's push forward.
Oh, I have to feed Fido. One moment, okay? Is it okay if I feed Fido? Let's go, let's go. Okay, I feed Fido now, okay? No, it's a lot of money. Alright, I'm back. Fido is eating. Everything is good in the world. I'm so glad he can eat some nice food. This is my favorite battle music in this game, by the way. Have I mentioned that? Angya! Yeah, it goes super hard.
Let us stay now.
On me. On guard.
What's mais? We're definitely doing better in the damage department now. I feel like we can beat him now. If I don't screw up.
Ready to
Lightning dance.
Lightning dance!
Oh my god, look at that damage. Look at that damage. Beautiful, beautiful damage. Ah, I love it. I love to see it.
Careful now.
I hate to see that, okay? I cannot believe. Yes! Oh my god. I got a chance.
on me.
Look, I'm gonna do something incredible now. Look at that. Look at what's about to happen. Observe, okay? Look at this. Phoenix Flame. There you go. We are back. We are so back. I thought it was game over, but we are so back. Oh my god. We are so back. Oh my gosh, I'm so proud. Even Fido came here to check out what's happening. Oh my god. Two hits instead of one. New move.
Careful, my elbow.
Okay, this is quite a difficult opponent, okay? This is a difficult enemy.
Push forward. Careful, my elbow.
That mother quacker started doing more hits on his attacks. I've noticed. Oh my god. Are you seeing this? This mother quacker got more aggressive. This might be an actual difficult fight. I don't know how much more his attack pattern will change as we go forward, but you know what? I'm learning slowly. I'm learning faster in this game than I'm learning in Sekiro, that's for sure. That is a fact, okay? Nobody can tell me that I'm not learning faster in this game than I'm learning in Sekiro. Shadows Die Twice. Or whatever. Also, I have a meeting with my lawyer tomorrow. That is sad. I don't like meeting my lawyer. Because I get depressed when I do. My lawyer depresses me. Gustav so much. We are getting to the halfway mark.
Time to strike.
Ready to parry.
Yeah, we're not parrying this, okay?
Careful, my L.
It's gonna be 3 hits now. Oh no, it's just 2 like before. Yep. I started making the same mistake that I've been doing before, but on the second hit. Oh my god. You know what? We're trying again. We're gonna try. Is that okay if I try again? Is that okay?
Let's dance.
Am I forgiven
Ready
for wanting to
parry.
try again?
Bring it on.
I'll get it. Don't worry.
I'm ready.
Brace yourself.
Just tell me if you want me to go to the topics, okay? I want the chat to be a little bit, you know, tuned in. Or as Xanderho would say, lock in. Support your favorite leftist content creator. Because, I don't know,
Flames. Brave.
A storm is
it
coming.
seems like being left-wing is just associated with... I don't even know what. I've heard so much nonsense about the left wing recently that
Lightning dance.
Ready to strike.
whenever you're ready, Lucy, we're locked in. Okay, let's do this. After this fight, whatever happens in this,
Time to strike.
whatever happens now, we will move on.
For me.
Ah, I'm so bad at dodging that last hit. Now we're finally getting it.
Fire is flowing.
We're finally getting it. Let's see.
Ready to parry.
Watch out.
Okay, he's burning, so it should be fine. Alright, we did it. As long as we're all alive, healthy, and can keep attacking, the fight is on.
My turn.
And we have created a setup in which I can continue attacking, heal when I attack, and drain his HP. So if I don't screw up the big attack, then I feel like we have a pretty good chance of beating him.
The dance begins.
That's true. And by big attack, I mean this one. If I don't screw up the timing on this one, we are at home.
Ready to parry.
Everything else I can just try to avoid to the best of my ability. As you can see, I falter, but look at this. Now I can just heal and do the Gustav. Which means, if all goes well, he should go down.
Okay.
Lightning dance.
Watch out, my Al.
Oh yeah, that's good damage. Did you see that? That's good damage.
Time to strike.
Oh yeah, we're getting some good damage in now. And as long as I don't screw this up, we are at home. Okay? If you want to cover Canadian genocide, of First Nation, may I recommend you to look into the Starlight Tour in Sarkarsevan. Link me all that you have, and we will look over it.
Incoming.
Now's our chance. Careful, Maya.
Yes! As long as I don't screw up this, I have a chance to win.
Parry it!
I'll try. You know what? No, I will not be parrying it.
Watch out.
Lightning dance.
Alright.
Time to hit big. With the stuff.
Careful, my elf.
Cut him down. Careful now.
Let's push forward.
Finesse and grace. Let's dance.
Rita, careful. Just try.
Rude, watch out.
Take cover.
That was a risk that I took.
Shot. With the stuff.
The elements dance. A brilliant light.
Let's finish this. Don't die.
On me.
Alright. Finesse and grace. Accept my embrace. Rain of fire, huh?
Danger.
That was dangerous.
Stay low.
Cut him down. Incoming. Watch out.
Fuck. He's dealing more damage now. He's dealing more damage.
I won't waste this.
You can't escape.
Watch out.
Careful, Mael.
The dance begins. With the step.
Danger!
I knew he would do a third strike sooner or later. I knew it. I knew it would upgrade into a third strike. Oh my god, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. This is brutal. Oh my god, this is a tough boss. This is a tough enemy. In my opinion. Oh my god. Are you seeing this? Ah.
That's better.
Careful, Mael.
We are so far.
Bring it on.
Oh my god. His damage increases.
Merci.
Yes. Oh my god. Okay, time to get into the topics, I guess. We'll try next time. That is a tough boss, okay? That is not an easy enemy. I'll do some retweaking, I think. Let me check something real quick. I think I can do some tweaking to damage. Luna still has some Lumina points. Okay, Mal has... That is good. That is good. Dodger. Everybody should have Dodger. Alright. We'll finish the game for now. And we'll get into this stuff. Let's start with what you sent me, actually. Let's start it off. Or... do you want me to start with the Genocide, or do you want me to start with Slop? What would you like? Slop versus Genocide. Okay. Well, we could start with that, but I still leave you with the choice of what you want from me. As a content creatrix. Content creatrix sounds so funny. Content creatrix. My goodness. Oh, let's get into it. Good job, almost halfway though. Yeah, thank you. I think we'll be able to beat him next time. His attack patterns change as he loses HP, this monster, so... And the damage itself is bigger. Let's do the research. I feel like we could do Slop because it's short. I feel like Slop is short. Do you know who Mr. Girl is? Yeah, that one. That person. Wait, where's the Discord? There we go. Because he felt he had the need to discuss Ukrainian Anna on his thing, so I guess let's get into this. Yeah, that's right. Mr. Girl. There we go. Ukrainian Anna's role. Mr. Girl Origins. What the hell? 6 months ago. Right, he's still online after he was banned almost everywhere, and yet he still retains his presence like a cockroach of sort. Ukrainian Anna is the Ukrainian version of Notori died. Hard to disagree. So many people commenting on this crap. All right, let's go.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
I responded to you on Twitter maybe a week ago, I think, in response to you talking about Ukrainian Anna.
Oh,
I
yeah.
made a tweet, and then in the hotline afterwards, I think you actually somewhat.
Let me see. Ukrainian Anna. No, I don't. And again, very weird nickname. Yeah.
Vaguely talked about exactly what I had tweeted at you, which is to say that she's in a cult. How harshly can we be on her for her having been in a cult and her if she's leaving now? Yeah. Do you have
I have no clue what cult they're referring to, actually. I have no clue what cult Ukrainian Anna is in. I am eager to learn and listen.
any updated thoughts on this, or did you read my my tweet at you, and did you have thoughts on that? Yeah,
I'm remembering it now. So yeah, I definitely read it. I understand that she may have been in the cult and she has financial reasons to do so. And
If you... What? That makes no sense. What cult? I can guess. I'm guessing the cult is DGG. The financial reason is DGG supports her activism. That's it. But that makes no sense, okay? How is she in the cult? How is... Like, I don't like DGG, but how is DGG a cult? And also, this feels very much like a thumbnail pic to me. I'm gonna actually... Let's go. This is the thumbnail pic. I'm gonna send it to fake Alec Cal Parker. Future reference. Like, I'm not a big fan of DGG, but I would not describe it as a cult.
maybe more than others. But she explicitly mocked the idea of the report when I announced it, or when Destiny announced it. She mocked it. I think when it...
Okay, she mocked the report. That doesn't mean that she's in a cult. That's nonsense. So if that's the argumentation for her being in a cult, then many people have mocked your report. President Sunday has mocked your report, and I don't think President Sunday is in a DGG cult. So...
came out, maybe she didn't talk about it when it came out, but she's clearly been mocking of the idea of Destiny being abusive. And then even in November, she was tweeting, running cover for him and telling people to fuck off and calling them crazy for wanting her to
comment on it. Yeah.
comment on it
Yeah.
and
Yeah, because it's not her duty to comment on it. It's like just because there are people in that community that choose to donate for Ukrainian cause, it doesn't mean that she has a duty to comment on Steven's sexual improper behavior. And also she did comment on it eventually. But I believe that there are people that have the right to just not comment on it.
speak out against him. And then when she finally does issue a statement, she's still trying to get away unscathed, as though she had no idea any of this would happen.
Yeah, she does, actually. She actually really does, in my opinion.
And it just comes off like, I didn't do anything wrong, please keep giving me money.
Yeah, because she didn't do anything wrong, and people are not giving her money, okay? This is another thing that I have to point out. It's not please keep giving me money. She's getting money for the Ukrainian armed forces, okay? She's not the person getting the money. So this already is a very dishonest framing of what's going on. Please continue giving me money. The money is not for her, okay? Let's be at least honest about the description of what's going on. She's an activist that fundraises money to support the Ukrainian armed forces against the Russian invasion. Please continue giving me money. What a framing.
And I understand that, but like, you have to take some responsibility for this. And people need
For
to...
what? What's Anna's responsibility? What is Anna's responsibility exactly? Please describe what Anastasia's responsibility in this. I realized that this is 6 months old, but I still felt like this is nonsensical enough that I felt like,
to know.
Responsibility? What's Anna's responsibility for? Anna's not responsible for Steven. That's nonsense.
That when you see an abuse allegation and you jump in to dunk on the victims or alleged victims, even if the allegation is bullshit, you should not be doing that because you don't really know. You don't.
What victims has Anastasia dunked on?
You never. Sex is so private, and these kinds of allegations about like behavior.
Sex is so private, says Mr. Girl.
Private or emotional abuse, like, you don't know. You really don't know what people are like in private. Like, I was saying this to Shaylin, where like, I don't understand these character support statements that people make. I was watching
Shaylin.
Quiet on the Set, this HBO documentary about child sexual abuse. And
Of course you were watching a documentary on child sexual abuse.
Drake Bell accuses Brian Peck of molesting him, and he gets arrested and he goes to court. And then James Marsden wrote this like effusively positive letter supporting Brian Peck, being like, well, and apparently it was a theme through all the letters of like, if he did do anything, it was because of extreme temptation. Like, he's not normally like, he would never actually do this.
Yeah, he's basically trying to claim that Anastasia has some personal responsibility for Steven, for Destiny.
And I was like talking to Shaylin, I was like, if like 5 kids came forward and said that you molested them, I would 100% believe them. No question. Because like, there's no, and like, I trust Shaylin more than anyone, but it doesn't.
Unrelated, totally. I mean, they probably have to be like independently, like not related
I
to.
have no clue how this connects to Anastasia. I'm hoping to see this connection made for me. Okay, because that sounds like bullshit to me.
To each other or something.
No, if five people,
Mhm.
if she had like she was babysitting 5 kids, they all said she molested them, I would believe them.
I'd probably, if it were my girlfriend, I'd ask to hear what happened.
Oh no, I would
I'd
ask
hear
you
her
what
side.
happened. But my
Okay,
default would be I would never go out in
Yeah,
public
yeah.
and say, I have known Shaylin for 5 years and she's amazing. I've seen her with kids and she's always been respectful and caring and she's just the most honest. And it could be anyone. It could be anyone. And if you don't think it could be anyone and you're like, it couldn't be Destiny. Destiny would are you fucking kidding me? It could be anyone. If 5 kids come forward, 5 victims come forward about your mother, your father, your priest, your dentist, your best friend, it doesn't matter. They're probably telling the truth. And so, like, I just don't get, and I want to put that out there, like, don't throw yourself in front of this, especially to appease the cult. Don't do that. Don't do this for
the cult?
donations. Don't do this for.
You say throw yourself in front of this. Do you mean the trying to get out unscathed, or do you mean?
No. I mean Ukrainian.
Oh, I guess this person's not very smart.
Ukrainian Anna making this tweet of being like making fun of the idea of writing a report about Destiny's abusive.
Oh, so it's all about her mocking his whole report. That basically, I guess, President Sunday is in a cult, since he also mocked the idea of his report because how mishandled and horrible it was. Remember the whole conversation President Sunday had with him about it? Yeah. Because President Sunday also is in a DGG cult. Doesn't even get donations for it. How naive.
The behavior. Just like, why?
Oh, yes. A few years ago, yeah.
Yeah, and then the same thing in November. Like, don't be telling people to fuck up. Like, you don't know what happened, and you don't know how this is going to reflect on you, and you don't know what you're doing to victims. Like, it's just wrong. It's just so immoral. So, even if
Mr. Girl's gonna preach about morality to us today.
She's doing it because she's in a cult. She's still responsible for her actions. She's still a public figure, and she's making these statements publicly. So the same thing with Erudite. Like, I feel bad for them. It's not that I don't feel bad for her. It's just that
Anastasia is not quite the same as not so Erudite.
My response is like, this is bullshit. You knew better.
Erudite's a lot closer to it than Ukrainian Anna is.
But all this you have enough public information to know that he is abusive. And so the only response, which I've not seen from any of the orbiters, I've seen it from tons of DGGers, not from any orbiter, that to me the only appropriate response here is I condemn this behavior. I am cutting ties with Destiny, and I think I have some reflecting to do about other victims that have spoken out that I did not take seriously.
I think
that is definitely what Anastasia should be doing, to the tune of getting bombed every single day. Yes, that is so out of touch with reality that I don't even know what to say. Yes. As Anastasia's friends get slaughtered, as the buildings around her crumble from all the cabs, drones, and what have you, she should be reflecting on her responsibility towards Stephen. That is exactly what should be going on. That's her priority in life.
Bill kind of said this to some degree. I mean,
he did. I think he said that's true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He has said this.
Yeah.
That's his nickname. His name's J-Star.
J-Star. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think that might be a Destinyism. I think that's how he says it.
No. His name is really J-Star. No, his name is J-Star.
His name is J-Stock. That's like his actual literal.
Yeah, when people call him Gisticle, it's like a nickname.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
But yes, J-Stock has done exactly that. He was like, I unequivocally condemn this, and there's shit I overlooked. I need to take a look in the mirror and understand my own participation in this. You're right. That is in my mind, has been the ideal, ethical, courageous response.
Mhm.
Wow, so courageous.
Other than him, I don't. Actually, Kelly Jean probably.
So courageous.
I don't know what she has. I haven't seen her like tweet something out, but clearly she's.
Ouch.
I don't know. You have to fucking cut ties with him and call him a piece of shit and like.
You can distance yourself, but that's the extent of what Anna can do if she so chooses.
However that's done, I just think that needs to be like the gist of the statement, and not like, oh, I didn't know I wasn't part of anything. How could I have known? Please give me.
I mean, that is true. It's not inaccurate. I'm sorry to say. Her only interaction with Steven is about her. She goes on many shows. She goes on many public spaces. She talks about Ukraine exclusively. She talks about her volunteer work exclusively. Okay? That is all she does. She has no responsibility towards Steven.
More money.
And the whole framing of please keep giving me more money is just dishonest.
Terrible.
Something I want to add with Ukrainian Anna is I think well, you say she should know, or these people should know, the public information was out there enough. I kind of agree with this, but I think something I added in there is, in your
I don't agree, actually. I think Anastasia has more important things than dinging up Destiny's information. I think she has more pressing matters, actually.
One of the claims of your article is that Destiny is extremely competent at narrative control. Like, he exercises extreme narrative control. Mm-hmm. And I think if you are too harsh in your moral judgments towards...
Yeah, nobody cares about Mr. Girl's moral judgment. I'm just gonna put it out there. Nobody cares. Mr. Girl is the least, or rather, the last person whose moral judgment anybody should be taking into consideration. Ever.
Exiting members. I think you're hit with this dilemma of, is his narrative control... If his narrative control is so powerful, then of course they could never actually evaluate that evidence accurately. If we're expecting that they could evaluate the evidence with an open mind, then his narrative control is actually so weak that any DGGer could have just gone in and read the article and come to the right conclusion, which would be contrary almost to one of the theses of the article. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I have to say that Anastasia was extra close and has extra responsibility. Mm-hmm.
I don't buy this.
Mm-hmm.
These people are adults. When you find out that people people you've talked to, people you've interacted with, both perpetrator and victim, people you've gotten in fights with, are accusing each other of sex crimes that they have likely committed, and if you care about fundraising for those soldiers, you need to talk to a PR person or a lawyer who is not affiliated with this situation in any way, and have them help you come up with a clear, cogent response. If you can't afford a lawyer, you need to ask ChatGPT, because
a lawyer, what a laugh.
GPT is pretty good at spitting out normie takes. It's pretty good at helping you orient yourself. What is it? What would somebody do in this situation?
Yeah, that's brilliant advice. Go to ChatGPT.
To be fair, though, normies really don't use ChatGPT.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I wish.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a big fan of Mr. Girl either. I've never been a big fan of Mr. Girl. I was especially appalled way back when everybody was so fascinated by him. He's so authentic. He's so fresh. No, he's not. He's very dishonest, very slimy. That is what he is. He is by no means
I agree with what you're
authentic.
saying.
I'm just
The narrative control. Who are they and why are they controlling the narrative? So basically, Destiny is the narrative controller. Mm. Hold on. I'll never let go of my grudge of anyone who found him fascinating at any moment. What's Lucy doing? I'm arguing why forced assimilation of children is actually an act of genocide under the Genocide Convention, which I should be doing here on stream. Like, I don't know, it's just I really like, I find him slimy from the very beginning. I've never found him interesting. I've never found him to be very authentic. I found him to be the opposite of authentic, actually.
saying that
LGBT here, but
you if you're a public figure at all, you know that these resources are available to you, and if money is involved and possible criminal behavior is involved, like because of some of the statements these people are making, they might be criminally liable.
Mm. Hmm.
They might be civilly liable, especially somebody like Dan.
Dan, yeah. Dan could be. Erudite could be.
Yeah, Dan and Erudite
Yeah.
may have involved
Yeah.
themselves
I'm
in
thinking
this in a
about
way.
Ukrainian. I feel like those two are definitely much.
Again, Ukrainian
Yeah,
and
Anastasia is not the same as, by no stretch is Anastasia the same as Dan or Not So Erudite. Okay? Trying to normal people as normies is a very internet thing. I've never found any of those cave dwellers IRL. This guy is brain rotting.
if you really believe that she has people whose lives are depending on her ability to fundraise, because I read that statement, I know she didn't ask a lawyer to help her write it, but she should have. I know she didn't ask a PR
Thank you for the $5, fake Alec Parker.
person. So again, being in a cult is not an excuse for once you're exiting the cult.
Yeah, Anastasia was never in a cult. That is a bullshit statement, and I would like to see it justified in any way.
And making these public statements, and
You can say she is, was, or whatever in a cult, but it's just nonsense. Fundraising through a group does not mean that you are somehow in some cult. Mr. Girl says that Ukrainian Anna was in the Destiny cult and is personally responsible for his sexual misconduct.
I
Hmm.
understand that if you're in a cult, you think that you'd think the
Hmm.
cult is the whole world, and I know I said that earlier, but cult or no, you once you're saying, okay, I'm being responsible now I'm speaking with a clear head, I have the information available to me and in front of me, and I know what I'm going to do, and this is my hyper responsible statement because I'm
Sure.
clearing things up.
So I'm going to grant Ukrainian is
once
not
you're in that
on
mode,
this level, yeah.
once you're in that,
Yeah, I don't think she's really responsible at all for Steven. There's a lot of dead air. Is something happening? Yes. I'm arguing with people. I'm busy arguing with people. What a brave hero fighting the Destiny's Code on his own. Clap, clap. True. Mr. Gill is the real victim. I know, because Anastasia mocked his report.
That mode, I am going to hold you fully responsible for anything that you say. That's why when Erudite does an interview with Turkey Tom, I'm not clipping it and treating it as her official statement. But once she says, okay, a statement on where things are at, then
I know.
then
Cuties.
how responsible or how hard I'm going to go on her is like goes up to 100 and like no 0.
So I think
Softening.
again, I do want to say I think Kyla and Dan are different cases. I think this kind of treatment of Ukrainian, I think where it gets me is it's not even that it's unempathetic on a person-person level. I think it's unstrategic. I think I think our goal is to reduce this kind of abuse. And I think so. For example,
that's not my goal.
Okay. Or to get justice against Destiny or something.
No.
Yeah, okay, then you can frame what your goal is. I'll go with that. You frame what your goal is. I don't want to tell you what your goal is.
I think it's just clarity of just to call things as they are and tell the truth. And that's it. I don't really have downstream predictions or goals about what
you're saying that your goal for you is to tell the truth. Or you're saying your goal is for them to tell the truth. Sorry. Your goal is for you to
expose
speak
the truth
to power. Okay.
Yeah. And so when Ukrainian Anna, I feel, is lying about what she knew and what she thought, or about what she should have known.
How do you know she lied? How do you know she lied about what she knew or thought? What's this mind reading? Mr. Gill is a guy about any abuse. He takes part in it. True.
Or should have thought, when she's painting this picture of herself as participating in this reasonably, that people should take away the message, oh, okay, so if you're in a group and one person is enormously powerful in that group.
Anastasia is not in a group. She just happens to interact with the group as far as fundraising. It's not the same as being part of the group. Okay? It's nonsensical.
and everyone else it basically kowtows to them all the time, no matter what, and is afraid of challenging them even on the smallest things because they'll be banned and humiliated if they do. And then a bunch of people say that person is abusive, including sexually abusive. It is totally appropriate behavior to publicly mock the people trying to stand up to the tyrant and shit on them. And then that's the framing that she's presenting.
Yeah,
she's
I totally agree that she's been terribly irresponsible and also
she's not acknowledging
abusive.
that.
She's
I believe she did in her statement. We're spending too much time arguing. Okay, listen, I'm on edgy humor, appreciating myself. So when Steven is saying some describe crap when doing debates or constructing the hypothetical, this is not serious. Yeah, but we're talking about his actual sexual misconduct crimes. Yes.
I agree with that.
So regardless of, even if I knew it was going to make the world end, if I tweeted this out, fuck that. She
So
knew.
I had the same conversation with Smith, and he took essentially your position. And I think where I ended up differing is, I guess I come at this as the perspective of a teacher, is that I see Ukrainiana do this, and I see, pounding her over her moral mistakes here, which she certainly made, as being counterproductive. I think you could. So, for example, she said a whole lot of terrible things about you, about the article or whatever. What if there was a future where, in this moment of recalibration, she decided, actually, maybe I should read that article, and then afterwards, she's I know that she didn't. I guess what I'm saying is that,
well, yeah, if that changes,
approach.
If that happened, that would make her do that?
Yeah. What if the writer of the article, being a total asshole to her on Twitter, it runs with the narrative? Essentially, there's this narrative.
I don't think I'm being an asshole at all. I don't think it's being an asshole to say, "Are you fucking kidding me? What your statement you're issuing contradicts your past public statements about this issue. You're framing yourself as though you have been blindsided by this, but you were told, and you intentionally undermined the victims. And by not acknowledging that, you're still undermining the victims. There's a victim in that article who got her nudes leaked. And what am I saying to that? What am I saying to that person who probably is watching all this unfold if I come out and say, oh, well, now it's a teachable moment. No, you don't get to downplay that. You knew, you were told, and you ignored it. And my role is not to be your teacher here. And I think it's fine if that is your approach, but that's not the role I'm playing in this situation.
If your goal is to expose the truth, well, I guess this touches on, I guess this was a common criticism with your article, is that the mode that it was written in is in such a way that it's very easy for Destiny to totally flip the narrative on it.
I don't think it is.
People aren't going to take it seriously.
I don't think that's true. I disagree with that.
Maybe so, but I'm saying that was a criticism. This was
I
a
disagree with
criticism
that. I strongly disagree with that criticism.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's why I wrote it the way I did in the first place.
I think maybe what I'm saying is touching upon whatever energy is within that same criticism. That maybe my sense is that this is just counterproductive to what you're trying to do. That this does not get the message across. That the harshness. So this harshness makes sense with Kyla, but for someone quite as tangential to this, I think it comes across as bitter.
There's a difference between sending a message and taking responsibility for the receipt of the message. Those are different things. The second one is teaching or also manipulation.
Yeah.
Which involves being less truthful. Always. Teaching is less truthful than just saying your truth, speaking what you believe is the truth.
Well,
teaching
what is
about
exposing
getting
the truth? Is exposing the truth to say the truth in a forest where no one can hear, or is it to get people to believe the truth?
No, it's the first one.
Expose has a certain connotation.
No, it doesn't. The truth was exposed by the article, whether anybody reads it or not. It is public and exposed. And that is more my responsibility.
I don't buy that exactly. I mean, I'm not going to say you didn't expose the truth, so to speak, but I do think that people receiving the message, I think, is part of exposing. I think, for example,
it's not.
When I hear this, when I hear religious people say, like, Jesus, brought us the truth and it's our job to have heard it. It's like, oh, great for some African kid who hears about Jesus once and now they go to hell because they never, were truly convinced.
I don't think the semantics matter here. I think you understand that I'm saying I organized this information and vetted it and then published it.
Mm-hmm.
So published, exposed, to me, I'm using them synonymously. If you don't like it, that's fine. But you know what I'm saying. I'm not taking responsibility for getting it into Ukrainian Anna's mind. I'm taking responsibility for making it publicly accessible and telling her that it's there. And I accomplished both of those things. That is where my responsibility ends.
Where we say that's where your responsibility ends. Says who?
Yeah.
Where does your responsibility come from?
Myself. That's what I decided.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not going to pound it in forever. I can see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from. I don't really agree. I think we should
don't say you're not going to argue and then keep arguing. Just pick one.
Okay, we can move on.
Okay.
Hold on. Jesus Christ. Well, that was stupid. Hold on. UN Convention of Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. No, we're gonna use this. I'm gonna use this for my argument. Okay? Because I am an argumentative person. There you go. This is a true debate, bro. True, yes I am. Here you go. Co? Tak, jest. To jest to. My brother told me to mute. Okay, let me see. Actually. Let me see. Mm, tak? Co? Tak, dostał. Let me see. Uh, mm, let me check. Maybe I will read the article today. We'll see. Mm, mhm. This is some cultural. Let me see. No evidence of mass grave or genocide in the residential schools. The following is a summary of 2023 book Grave Error: How the Media Misled and the Truth About Residential Schools. Who wrote this article? Political Science. Mm. Fajdo! Co on tam gryzie? Sorry. Fajdo. Oh! My apologies. Fajdo! 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 Spokój. Alright. Oh, okay. This is a book that says that there were no mass graves, much like Lawrence Southern I will keep this in mind, that the book exists. There were 4,000 plus child who died in the residential schools. Residential school system recognizes genocide in the Canada House of Commons, a harbinger of change. A historical move, Canada's House of Commons unanimously recognized the Indian residential school system as genocide. Resolution builds on the 2015 contribution to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. The commission was barred from using the term genocide for legal reasons and instead called the practice cultural genocide. The recent motion was introduced by members of parliament. The move follows the Pope Francis' acknowledgement during his visit to Canada of the ongoing trauma and damage by residential schools to indigenous communities. Kazan's motion says that in opinion of the House of Commons, Canada's residential school system violated Article of the UN Convention. Although Canada's resolution is non-legally binding, the motion helps Canadians reconceptualize the Indian residential school system. I mean, it could not be legally binding because law does not work in reverse. And as far as I know, the whole school system happened before genocide was even legally recognized as a crime. And crimes cannot be prosecuted in retrospect. That is why the Holodomor will never be tried as genocide. Armenian genocide will never be tried, and so on and so forth. That is an important thing to remember about genocide. The crime of genocide cannot be prosecuted in reverse. Same as with crimes against indigenous people. Like you can talk about countries deciding to give the people involved some form of repayment, some form of what's it called? Reparation, but you will not get a trial for genocide. For genocides that happened before the convention was signed and ratified. That will never happen. That is not a thing that will happen. So I'm already saying that. In case people said, oh yeah, but that's just the government, it's not legally binding. So that's international debate, the Genocide Convention. The scope of genocide is an ongoing debate in international law. The current international definition has been reproduced in numerous international statutes, including the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, which, by the way, many countries are now, well, quite a lot of countries are moving away from the statute, and many countries are, well, the United States just straight up sanctioned the International Criminal Court because Trump, in an executive order, sanctioned the International Criminal Court because he didn't like the fact that Netanyahu has an arrest warrant on him. So, unfortunately, international organizations that are created to prosecute the crime of genocide are pretty toothless in the face of powerful countries not giving a damn. So, the word genocide was created following the Second World War by the legal scholar Rafał Lemkin, a Polish Jewish lawyer, to describe the destruction of a nation or ethnic group through various means. Actually, Lemkin described the Holodomor as a textbook example of a genocide, and he decided to formulate the law based on the Armenian genocide, but also his language around the laws was different when he conceptualized the crime. What became the crime of genocide at first was called the crime of barbarism, and what we call cultural genocide, he coined the crime of vandalism, which referred mainly to the destruction of works of art, cultural heritage, and so on and so forth. So yeah. Convention defines also Rafał Lemkin's genocide convention defined genocide in a much broader way than the actual convention does. It included social and political groups for one, which the USSR very harshly was against, which led to it not being included in the convention in the end. The convention defines genocide as acts of committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, or racial or religious group by 5 acts: killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. That is the one that is within our interest. The transferring of children from one group to another group. Typically during debates on the Genocide Convention, items A to C or the definition are designed elements of physical genocide, while D and E are identified as biological genocide. This excludes cultural elements and restricts its scope to physical and biological genocide. These debates on the scope of the Genocide Convention highlight differing views regarding physical, biological, and cultural actions intended to terminate a group. Physical genocide is killing or serious injury to a targeted group. Biological genocide is destroying a group's reproductive capacity. Cultural genocide is destroying a group's specific characteristics. However, a critical look at the Genocide Convention reveals an element of cultural genocide. Recognizing cultural genocide within the scope of the Genocide Convention acknowledges that cultural, physical, and biological genocide all lead to groups' social death, what the Genocide Convention attempts to prevent. True. The Genocide Convention in Canada. Almost every category were at one point or another done by Canada on First Nations. Interesting. Well, I'm sort of focusing on the children because children are my main focus. I guess. It just happened sometime. The House of Commons acceptance of the term genocide supports arguments that what is dominantly conceived as cultural genocide falls within the scope of the Genocide Convention. This now raises new questions about how that interpretation may be applied to Canadian cases. The House of Commons resolution also indicates new reception of old colonial beliefs and emphasizes harms caused by residential schools. In 1948, at the time of passing of the Genocide Convention, the colonial practice to culturally destroy and civilize natives was not publicly discouraged, and Canada successfully campaigned against the use of the term cultural genocide during discussions on the convention. This type of challenge led by MP Gazan to those old colonial beliefs and systems is one of many steps that can help lead to massive changes. Old colonial practices and beliefs still abound in literature and international law. There is much work to be done. For example, in Canada, Section 318 of Canada's Criminal Code on hate crime restricts genocide to physical and biological destruction. Impact of resolution. The House of Commons recognition of residential school system as genocide within the scope of the Genocide Convention supports viewing cultural genocide as genocide. By doing away with culture in describing the IRS, the Canadian House of Commons has now recognized cultural destruction as a possible means of genocide. Following the path of the House of Commons, individuals may now legitimately refer to the residential school system as genocide. The resolution would also likely impact future negotiations and cases to compensate victims of the IRS. This resolution may not have any current implication legally in an international court of law, but it represents a shift in the way we think about our history and may affect future international jurisprudence. So that is a factor, I guess. Denying our truth. Fighting residential school denialism. Warning. The story below contains details of residential school that may be upsetting. Canada's Indian residential school survivors and family crisis line is available. I have a debate that we should be watching on this. Hmm. So it has to be noted that the last school closed in 1997. 1996, according to Lance from the Serbs. A lot of the child who survived are still alive to this day. That was a thing discussed during that horrible debate from years ago, which we're going to take a look at. Let me see. Our history, the history of residential schools, was never taught. It wasn't until the early 1990s when all these stories started coming out, says Shingus 67, who attended Muskovitwan from 1962 to 1971. I carried my story for a long time without sharing, and it's definitely had an impact on my whole well-being, emotionally and mentally. Seems like the surf is wrong. According to Canada's residential schools, the legacy published in 2015. Oh, interesting. Because Lauren Southern actually said 1997 and Lance corrected her to 1996. So that's interesting. Very weirdly interesting, all things considered. But you know, whatever. We'll get into that debate. I wonder if there are any newer statements by counterpoints on the subject, though. Let me see. Where's the... There you go. That's it. Yeah, it's still within memory. I wanna check something else, though. We're doing our little research stream on the residential schools. Were there mass graves of children discovered in Canada? I assume there was plenty of time for exhumation and looking deeper into the matter. Canada, 751. I wanted like not 2021. I want it to be last from this year. The end of a lie. Let's see. Let me see. The end of a lie. Canada ceases its investigation into the historical mass buried of Native children at residential schools. The news that Canadian government has closed down its investigation into the supposed mass murder of Indigenous children in residential schools comes as no surprise to History Reclaimed. We have never believed the lie. Okay, what is History Reclaimed? Let me do some research here. What is History Reclaimed? Does it have some sort of about us page? Who are those people? Appeasement? Okay, let's see the article. We'll read all sorts of articles on this subject because I guess that is what I do. Mm. So why is it a lie? Why is it a lie? Let's see. We never believed a lie. History reclaim has followed very closely the story that hundreds of Native children died or were murdered in former residential schools where they were educated by Canadian churches in decades past. It always seemed to us to have the characteristics of an ideological panic. Okay, I guess we're going to have to read and see what the justification for this claim is. There was no evidence and attempts to investigate the supposed sites of these mass burials, particularly Kamloops. Yes, that Kamloops is like the topic of the debate between Lance and Lauren Southern. Indian residential schools in British Columbia were always rebuffed by indigenous tribal leaders who supported the myth of mass murder but wouldn't allow the search for human remains. This didn't stop a whole variety of leaders from the Pope, Trudeau, down from believing the myths and propagating them. Historians, anthropologists, educationists, and others whom we represented gave it no credence. That is a weird attitude to adopt. You don't think there were mass graves in the Kub? And they have written the history of her claim to explain why. They were told they were deniers. And threatened with a law and what would ban them from telling the truth. The timing of the whole affair suggested that it was part of the hysterical wave of guilt and self-loathing that was swept across the democratic West beginning around 2015. Okay, this is worrying language. Oh. The timing of the whole affair suggested that it was part of the hysterical wave of guilt and self-loathing that was swept across democratic West beginning around 2015. This already feels... This is... yeah. Poor democratic West could do no wrong. In Canada, the effects of this stalk by these lies were probably worse than anywhere else. Oh yeah, sure. Canada is the biggest victim. Dozens of churches and other buildings were set on fire by arsonists at the beginning of this decade. But now we learn that quietly, of course, without fanfare, the Canadian government has closed down the inquiry into alleged mass murder. That doesn't mean anything. That does not mean that there were no mass graves or mass killing. That's no... Also, mass graves do not mean mass killing. I have to stress this, okay? Sometimes mass graves have nothing to do with mass killing. According to the Catholic Herald, after 3 years of searching for bodies at the cost of $216 million, not a single set of human remains have been found. Okay, I don't trust the Catholic Herald as the source, okay? We told them that from the start because this had all the hallmarks of a a conflicted political campaign. Okay, I need to find some sources that are not history reclaimed or the Catholic Herald. The Black Death, hello, anyone? So, statement. Oh, there we go. Statement by Minister Virani on the final report from the Independent Special Interlocutor for Missing Children and Unmarked Graves and Burial Sites associated with Indian residential schools. This is like the government page. So, statement, Gatineau, Quebec, unceded October 29th, 2024, which is interesting enough before this article. Content warning, the statement contains information regarding Indian residential schools. A national residential school crisis line is a blah blah blah. Okay, Jesus. Today, the Honorable Arif Virani, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, issued the following statement after receiving the final report of the Independent Special Interlocutor for Missing Children and Unmarked Graves and Burial Sites associated with Indian residential schools. I mean, sometimes the mass graves are a sign of a big epidemic that was happening. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you hear mass grave, it does not mean that there was mass killing involved automatically. A mass grave simply means a grave that contains a big amount of bodies inside. It is a neutral term. Okay, we should accept that it's a neutral term, but the online debate circles do not seem to understand that. Which is why during a debate that we will watch, an old debate, a certain person called Counterpoints will time and time again say, when I hear mass grave, I think of people going, digging holes, and then being shot and thrown into them. Well, no. If you think that, then you're just uneducated on what a mass grave is. Simply put. We cannot ignore the lasting impact of the Indian residential school system and the pain it has caused to indigenous peoples. The harmful legacy of residential schools, which is one of lost children, languages, and cultures, lost opportunities to thrive, grow, and live full, healthy lives, and silenced truths, continues to be deeply felt today and cannot be denied. Okay, let's hear the report. Let's hear what this report has to say. In June 2022, Kimberly Moray was appointed as special interlocutor to work with First Nations, Inuit and Métis survivors, families, and communities to identify needed measures and recommend a new federal legal framework to ensure the respectful and culturally appropriate treatment of unmarked graves and burial sites associated with former residential schools. I thank First Nations, Inuit, and Métis survivors, families, and community members from coast to coast who courageously shared their stories, knowledge, and experiences with the special interlocutor in order to produce the final report. Today, on behalf of the Government of Canada, I have the honor of receiving the Special Interlocutor's final report on Indigenous-led reparations framework, which is being delivered concurrently to myself and First Nations, Inuit and Métis survivors, communities, and families. It is my sincere hope that the Special Interlocutor's final report and the recommendations in it will honor the memory of the children who never returned home from the residential schools and will lead to healing for families and survivors. Yes, please. Please link the report. Oh, it is here. The link is here, but thank you. I thank Kimberly Murray for her crucial work listening to the survivor. Okay, let's look at the report. There's an independent special interlocutor for missing children, unmarked graves. Okay, let's see these reports. Let's see the report. Okay, I'm gonna use your link. Because this doesn't seem to take me anywhere. Okay, we're gonna read this. Okay, this is gonna be a very boring research stream, but you know what? We're gonna go through as much as we can. Contents. I'm gonna be back, okay? I'm gonna be right back. I have to go to the toilet. But I'll be back. And then we'll continue. This is a marathon stream once again. I got a little bit distracted by an argument, but you know what? I am a very argumentative person. We've lost Nell Shadaka. Okay, I'll be back. Of course, we fight against genocide wherever it happens. I'll be right back. I fight against Canada too. Nice. I have grapes, so I'm ready. Let's see the final report. Okay, contents. 1. Statistical analysis. 2. Operational policies and custodial care. Where are the children buried? Cemeteries and unburied burials. So I think we can first go to the page 125. The burials. That is the topic of interest to me. What do you think? If there's any bit you want me to take a look at first from the contents, feel free. Okay. Oh, okay. Canada's residential schools. Schools destroyed by fire, 1867 to 1997. So the final report does seem to indicate that the schools continued till 1997, not 1996, like Lance claimed. You need these? You mean these bullet points? Okay, munch on. I will munch on a grape and read the bullet points. Alright. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada Missing Children and Unmarked Burial Project is a systematic effort to record and analyze the deaths at the schools and the presence and conditions of student cemeteries within the regulatory context in which the schools were intended to operate. The project's research supports the following conclusions. The Commission has identified 3,200 deaths on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's Register of Confirmed Deaths of Named Residential School Students and the Register of Confirmed Deaths of Unnamed Residential School Students. For just under one-third of these deaths, 32%, the government and the schools did not record the name of the student who died. For just under one-quarter of these deaths, 23%, the government and the schools did not record the gender of the student who died. For just one under half of these deaths, 49%, the government and the schools did not record the cause of death. This is important, actually. If the cause of death has not been recorded, then we have no clue if it's because of illness, a fire, or abuse. We cannot know in 49% of cases. So already the claim that most of the children died from, if anybody starts claiming we know that they died because of this or that, we already know we are dealing with a lie, because in 49% of cases, the cause of death was not recorded. So we don't know. This will become very useful when we will be watching that old debate between Lauren Southern and Lance and counterpoints. This will actually become pretty useful. Yeah. It's speculation, in other words. At best, I guess, from other recorded death or cover-up for abuse. Aboriginal children in residential schools died at a far higher rate than school-aged children in the general population. this would actually point to abuse. This would point to Aboriginal children being afforded worse conditions than the general public, in my opinion. Although that's actually also speculation on my part. What are you doing? I'm reading the final report on the residential schools of Canada, unmarked graves. In other words, I am reading about the treatment of Indigenous children in the Canadian boarding school system. We're doing some history. We're discussing genocide today. We're discussing genocide denial, what is and isn't genocide, the so-called cultural genocide, all that good stuff. We are doing some topics that this channel supposedly is all about. Okay. For most of the history of the schools, the practice was not sent to the bodies of students who died at schools to their home communities. I will repeat that. For most of the history of the schools, the practice was not to send the bodies of students who died at schools to their home communities. Well, a lot of these kids were apparently buried in unmarked graves, so that would explain why they were not sent back. For the most part, the cemeteries that the commission documented are abandoned, disused, and vulnerable to accidental disturbance. The federal government never established an adequate set of standards and regulations to guarantee the health and safety of residential school students. This is pretty important. Because it led to higher rate of death. The federal government never adequately enforced the minimal standards and regulations that it did establish. Okay. So they didn't establish any real regulations, but the little regulation that existed was never really enforced. The failure to establish and enforce adequate regulations was largely a function of the government's determination to keep residential schools' costs to a minimum. So neglect. Neglect dictated by greed, it seems, from what this report is saying. The failure to establish and enforce adequate standards, coupled with the failure to adequately fund the schools, resulted in unnecessarily high death rates at residential schools. What were the death rates? I want to see this report go into the actual death rates. Because according to the debate that I've checked out today, which we will be probably checking out today as well on stream, the death rate of the residential schools children was about, I think they said 2.5%. That is what Counterpoints claimed, that it was about, if I remember, it was at its highest 15 per 1,000 students, or about 1.5%, but I might be wrong. Actually, Counterpoints gave a bigger percentage number, so we'll see. I am really hoping that this final report will get into the numbers. The failure to establish and enforce adequate. Okay. These findings are in keeping with the statements that former students and the parents of former students gave to the Commission. They spoke of children who went to school and never returned. The tragedy of the loss of children was compounded by the fact that burial places were distant or even unknown. Many Aboriginal people have unanswered questions about what happened to their children or relatives while they were attending residential schools. The work that the Commission has begun in identifying and commemorating these students who died at school and their grave sites needs to be finished. Okay, so let's go statistical analysis. I want to see some numbers. Okay, let's go. The working group concluded that the following questions should be addressed. Who and how many residential school students died? What did residential school students die from? Where are the residential school students buried? Who are the residential school students who went missing? Okay, so we're gonna analyze these questions now. And by analyze, we're gonna read the final report. Okay. The first three questions address the issue specific to students who died at the schools. The fourth refers to those students who may not have died at the schools, but who never returned home from residential schools. So there were cases of children not dying but never returning to home. The term missing children in this context includes both those who died at school and those whose fate after enrollment was unknown, at least to their parents. This could include, for example, students who might have run away to urban centers and never contacted their home community again, students who never returned to their home communities after leaving school, students who became ill at school and were transferred to a hospital or sanatorium and died there, possibly several years later, without parents being informed, or students who were transferred to other institutions such as reformatories or foster home and never returned home. To address its four key questions, the working group proposed the following four research projects. Statistical survey. A statistical survey intended to achieve a precise estimate of students enrolled, including rates of death and disease. 2. Operational policies and custodial care. A study intended to review administrative policies pertaining to death, illness, and disappearance of students. 3. Unmarked burials and commemoration. A study intended to identify the location of cemeteries and grave sites in which students are believed to be buried. The project was to collaborate with communities to identify options for commemoration ceremony and further community-based research. 4. Specific case research, a project in which the Commission, in collaboration with its partner organizations, was to help individual requesters to locate information regarding former students who may have died or gone missing while in the care of an IRS. Where possible, this would include locating burial sites. I assume mass graves also count as burial sites in this report. These four recommendations form the basis for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's work on the Missing Children and Unmarked Burial Project, which was an expectation of significant additional work. Okay. So let's go to the Register of Confirmed Deaths of Named Residential School Children. Students' deaths have been recorded in this register on the basis of the following criteria. The student was a registered residential school student, a student who was registered at a day school but was living in a student residence, or an orphaned or destitute child living in a residential school. The students either died during the school term or died within 1 year of discharge from school. This would include students who died in a hospital or sanatorium within a year of being transferred from a residential school to the hospital or sanatorium. For the purpose of the study, a residential school was defined as an institution recognized in the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, plus any residential school for Aboriginal students that was not included in the settlement agreement for the apparent reason that the school had ceased operation either in the 19th or 20th century. The decision to include those students who died within a year of discharge rests on a common residential school practice of discharging students who are suffering from terminal illness to their homes or to institutions such as hospitals and sanatoria, probably in order to deflate the numbers, I would assume. The register of confirmed deaths of unnamed residential school students. The student was a registered residential school student, a student who was registered at a day school but was living in a student residence, or an orphan. One of the common causes for the information about death included in this category is the reports made by principals who noted the number of students who had died in the previous year but who did not identify them by name. It is recognized that the possibility exists that some of the deaths recorded in the name register might also be included in the unnamed register. The Commission has been cross-referencing entries in both registers to identify and eliminate such duplications wherever possible, and to identify the names of students who had originally been placed in the unnamed register. The register of deaths that require further investigation. Reports of deaths that the Commission has determined require further investigation to determine if they meet the criteria for inclusion in either of the other two groups registers. In creating the National Residential School Student Death Register, the Commission... Hello, Estelle. We are reading about the Canadian residential school system, this is a final report from 2024. So we're reading about the deaths of those children, how many deaths. Possibly the report includes the whole thing about mass graves. We're gonna watch a debate on that, an old debate, but still. My grandpa is in short-term term care now. He's recovering. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. Conduct a review. Conducted a review of documents held by government and church signatories to the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement that were provided to the TRC. Included questions in the statement gathering process that sought information from former students about deaths, including causes, runways, and burials. Work with provincial agencies such as the offices of chief coroners and medical examiners, offices of the registrars general of vital statistics, and provincial archives across the country to identify records that may relate to deaths and residential schools, and conducted a review of provincial archaeological site inventories. These are databases of reported archaeological sites. They included maps and aerial photos of the vicinity of the former schools. So that's a thing. Okay. Oh, and of course, this has to be noted that the register itself will have its limitations. There are significant limitations in both the quality and quantity of the data the Commission has been able to compile on residential school deaths. There are problems with the level of details in the data. As noted above, in many cases, school principals simply reported on the number of children who had died in a school, with few or no supporting details. There are also some reports that give a total of the number of students who had died since a specific school opened, but with no indication of the year in which each student died. Such reports usually did not give detailed information on the cause of death, which again can leave a lot of room to interpretation as to what actually happened. That was 49%. Changes over the years in a way the government reported the information it received from the schools have also placed limits on data collection. Prior to 1915, Indian Affairs Annual Reports reproduced a detailed report from each principal that often contained information on the health conditions and the number of students who had died in the previous year. But after 1915, Indian Affairs stopped publishing. Principals' reports, subsequent reports did not provide information on students' deaths in any regularized format. It was not until 1935 that Indian Affairs adopted a formal policy on how deaths at the schools were to be reported and investigated. Under this policy, the principal was to inform the Indian agent of the death of the student. The agent was to then convene and chair a 3-person board of inquiry. The 2 other members of the board were to be the principal and the physician who attended the student. The board was to complete a form provided by Indian Affairs that requested information on the cause of death and the treatment provided to the child. Okay, let's see the data. I want to. Cemeteries and unmarked burials. Specific case inquiries. Statistical analysis. Let's go. Student deaths must be placed in the context of student enrollment. Graph 1 shows total enrollment figures for Canada's residential schools and residents from the school year 1869 to 70 through the school years 1965-66. It is based on information in the annual reports of the Indian Affairs and Northern Affairs department and branches. After 1966, Indian Affairs stopped providing annual reports on the number of students living in residence, and can be seen from this graph. Enrollment rose steadily from the mid-1880s, peaking at 1956-57. 12,000. Yeah. Total deaths. As of November 2014, the Commission had identified 2,040 students in its named register for the period from 1867 to 2000. When combined with the figures in the unnamed register, the total is 3,201 deaths. The majority of deaths took place prior to 1940 in the pre-1940s era. There were 1,150 deaths for which no name was provided. In the post-1940 period, there are 44 deaths reports that do not provide the student's name. Right. In many cases, neither the gender nor the name of a deceased student was recorded. There were 747 deaths for which gender was not reported. Table 2 presents information on the death reports from which the gender of the students was reported. As shown, female students represented a slightly larger percentage of student deaths in both the named and combined categories. What do you think, Estelle? You're from Canada, right? You're Canadian, Estelle. What do you think of the report so far? Oh, still no money. Named. By gender. Sorry, was distracted, but I'm not surprised this is that bad. Maybe. Let's see. Deaths per year. The number of students' deaths per year, named and unnamed, rose during the early years of the residential system's operation. It declined in the second decade of the 20th century, only to rise again. The number of deaths per year remained high until 1948. Graph 2 illustrates this pattern. Oh, there you go. In some years, the number of deaths per 1,000 students was actually pretty high. The death rate over the year per 1,000 students shown in graph 3 follows a similar pattern to the number of deaths. Because enrollment was increasing in the early 20th century, the increase in the death rate in the 1920s was not as steep as the increase in the total number of deaths for the same period. There were more students, there were more deaths. But there were not as many deaths per student population because Indian Affairs ceased reporting annual residential schools enrollment in. But there were not as many deaths per student population because Indian Affairs ceased reporting annual residential school enrollment in 1965. It has not been possible to calculate death rates beyond that date, so we don't know. We don't have complete data for the entire period of the existence of the residential schools. There you go. Beyond 65, we don't have the data. Rough represents both the number of reported deaths per year and the death rate per 1,000 students per year. Comparison data. Comparative data. There are relatively little comparative data on death rates for school-aged Canadian children. From 1921 onwards, Statistics Canada does, however, provide an average 5-year death rate for members of the general population aged 5 to 14. Graph 5 compares the 5-year average death rates per 1,000 for Canadian school-aged public school children with the deaths of residential school children, named and unnamed combined. As can be seen, until the 1950s, Aboriginal children in residential schools died at a far higher rate than school-aged children in the general population. It is only in the 1950s that the residential school death rates declined to a level comparable with that of the general school-aged population. As late as the period from 1941 to 1945, the named and unnamed combined death rate for children at residential schools is 4.90 times higher than the general death rate for Canadian school children. In the 1960s, even though the residential school death rates were much lower than their historic heights, they were still double those of the general school-age population. Graph 5. General population death rates per 1,000 population aged 5 to 14, and residential school deaths per 1,000 students. Named and unnamed register combined. 5-year averages. Death rate, general population aged 5 to 14. Named residential school death rate. Combined named and unnamed residential school death rate. So, my God, much higher than the general public. Death at a school is insane. It happened. It definitely happened. Yeah. Location of deaths. A lot of them died in the hospital. Yeah. For 1,391 of the 3,201 deaths, 43.5% on the named and unnamed registers combined for the period from 1867 to 2000. There is no known location of death. Okay. So for 43%, we don't know where they died. Table 4 reports on the location of the 1,810 deaths for which there is a known location of death. A lot of them died at school, hospital. Some of them died at home because they were discharged with a terminal condition. In 32 of the 832 named cases reported in the named and unnamed registers combined column in Table 4, the location of a death at school was identified as occurring in the school infirmary. Depending on the period in which the student death occurred, a hospital death could refer to a death in a church-run mission hospital, an Indian Affairs hospital, or a hospital operated for the general public. In the same fashion, depending on the period and the geographic location of the schools, students might have been sent to either Indian Affairs operated sanatoria or sanatoria operated for the general public. Cause of death. A lot of deaths were caused by tuberculosis. Keep in mind, in 49% of cases, we don't know what the case of death was because it was not reported. That was written somewhere above in the report. For approximately half the deaths that the TRC has identified, there is no known cause of death. There you go. They just repeated this again. They repeated what I just said. In the case of the named register, the cause of death is unknown for 1,040 deaths, 51% of deaths. For the combined named and non-named registers, the cause of death is unknown for 1,664 deaths, 42.6% of deaths. Yeah. Graph 6 reports on the main causes of death due to illness. Causes of residential school deaths by illness. Contributing and sole causes combined, named and unnamed. So this is not just a graph of cause of death, it's by illness specifically. Number 1, tuberculosis. Then we have influenza, pneumonia, lung disease, meningitis, heart disease, whooping cough, typhoid fever, hemorrhage, intestinal disease, kidney disease, appendicitis, brain disease, other unknown illness, multiple causes. Many diagnoses of the cause of death may not have been accurate. Jesus Christ. I'm having trouble reading today. The determination of cause of death would often have been made by individuals without medical training. Oh my God. Well, you know what? In my mind, that sort of makes the whole cause of death by illness report completely unreliable. Okay? I'm sorry. The determination of cause of death would often have been made by individuals without medical training. Amazing. Great. Thank you. That's really useful. Many of the illnesses that were reported were not well understood in the late 19th century and early 20th centuries, which would further contribute to the possibility of misdiagnosis. Yeah. Yep, that's right. Brain disease. Inaccuracy in the reporting of the cause of death remains a problem in the medical system to this day. It is possible, for example, possible that some of the cases of tuberculosis were misdiagnosed as being lung disease. It may also be the case that the meningitis diagnoses were tubercular in origin. Hemorrhage is not an illness but the result of an illness or injury. Severe hemorrhaging was not uncommon in cases of tuberculosis. These illnesses are also linked in other ways. Tuberculosis, for example, can lead to pneumonia. Yeah. Tuberculosis was the dominant reported cause of death. It was intensified as a contributing cause of death in 896 instances. In 737 of these instances, it was the sole cause of death. It was the reported cause of death in 48.7% of the cases for which there was a reported cause of death. As graph 7 demonstrates, the tuberculosis death rate remained significant until the late 1940s. Its final decline coincides with the availability of effective drug treatment for tuberculosis. Yeah. So the other two major causes of death were influenza and pneumonia. As graph 8 demonstrates, the influenza pandemic of 1918 caused a spike in the residential school influenza death rate. There we go. This is the spike of influenza. Suicide and accidental death. I wonder about the suicide. Students also died as a result of suicide and accidents. The statistical analysis identified 6 suicides, all from the named register. It also identified 57 drownings, 51 from the named register, 40 deaths in school fires, all on the named register, and 20 deaths due to exposure, 19 of them on the named register. Which? You mean suicide or drowning or fire? Suicide. 38 students, 35 of them on the named register, died in a variety of other accidents, including vehicle accidents and falls. At least 33 students died while running away. They would have died from a variety of causes, the most common being exposure and drowning. Graph 11 reports on the numbers of suicides and deaths due to accidents. Oh, I need to take my hormones. Speaking of suicide and drowning, I need to take my HRT. I took it. drowning. Draft 11 reports on the numbers of suicides and deaths due to accidents. Cause of residential school deaths by suicide. So, suicide actually not that common. A lot of drowning. School fire, followed by school fire. Exposure, other fire. I have no... What does other fire mean? Other accidents, other fire. I hope they will give some form of... what do you call it? Well, you know, I hope they will... What do you call it? Can you get into it more? Oh god, what's it called? It's called... I'm forgetting the word. I keep forgetting words lately. You know what it means. No, I know the word explanation. I mean, can you elaborate? Yes, I would like this report to elaborate on what other fire means. Thank you. Elaboration. That's the word. Excellent. I remembered it. It doesn't matter if I forgot, if I remembered. Okay. Despite the partial nature of the data, a number of significant facts emerge from the statistical analysis of the named and unnamed registers combined. The Commission has identified 3,200 deaths on the named and unnamed registers of confirmed deaths of residential school students. For just under one-third of these deaths, 32% the government and the schools did not record the name of the student who died. For just under one quarter of these deaths, 23%, the government and the schools did not record the gender of the students who died. For just under one half of these deaths, 49%, the government and the schools did not record the cause of death. Aboriginal children in residential schools died at a far higher rate than school children in the general population. There is a need for information sharing with the families of those who died at the schools, as the historical record indicates families were not adequately informed of the health condition of their children. There is a need for the federal government to ensure that appropriate measures are undertaken to inform families of the fate of their children and to ensure that the children are commemorated in a way that is acceptable to their families. The numbers for the calls of action are, I know, but that is the language of the report. It's been a while since I've seen this word, actually. Quite a long time since I've actually seen this word used. Aboriginal. How do you make an egg roll? You roll eggs. The 5 highest annual national residential school death rates that the TRC statistical analysis identified were 28 per 1,000 in 1885, 27 per 4 per 1,000 in 1902, 26.2 per 1,000 in 1892, 25 per 8 per 1,000. 1903. In these rates were expressed as percentages, they would be 2.80, 2.74, 2.62, 2.58, and 2.49 respectively. These, the Commission recognizes, are considerably lower than have been reported elsewhere. This is due to a number of factors, the most significant being the overall limitations in the data, which leads to undercounting. As more documents are reviewed, it is likely that the death rates based on the data in the National Residential School Student Death Register will increase. They are not, however, likely to increase to the point where they match the death rates of between 42 and 47% that are reported in some publications. So, because I've seen this number shown, like this is the number that Lance from the SERPs actually quoted, between 42 and 47%. So, unfortunately, it seems like Lance is incorrect on this, okay? It seems like Lance went into the thing unprepared. I like Lance, but I genuinely have no idea what the fuck he's doing when preparing for debates. Or that is unfortunate because he really dropped the ball on that one debate that we're gonna watch. Yes, that's right, Estelle. I'm planning to watch it on stream today. I actually plan to watch that debate today. Are you happy? We're gonna have such a fun time. Oh boy, are we in for a treat? Blast to the past and whatnot. Okay. That's better stream content than you playing Sekiro and being bad. Whoa, thanks, Estelle. Yeah, well, I'm the biggest Polish leftist, and look at me, okay? If you feel bad about Lance being the biggest Canadian leftist, then pity me for being the biggest Polish one, okay? Biggest. I guess the word big should be in quotation marks. I'll be right back. And go to the toilet and then we continue. We'll be playing Sekiro today, don't worry. Okay, we'll be playing Sekiro. You never dropped the ball in a debate or genocide against an outrider. Yeah. But how many people have I debated? I've debated the Indian guy on Ukraine, who actually also debated on the Majority Report, interestingly enough. I've just learned recently that the same guy that debated me also debated the Majority Report. I'll be back. Uh, oh, you're so lucky that you did not just hear how I pronounce the French. Okay, you wanted it, okay? I was muted. You were spared my reading of the French, but there you go. I'm going to repeat it. I'm going to repeat it just for you, okay? Tu viens de quelle région in tube? Yes, Suisse, centre du Quebec. There you go. There you go. You asked for it. You asked for this punishment. How do you like my French? Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, let's continue. Well, back to it then. True, back to it then. Success. You do a fake bad accent, and I know it just can't prove it yet. All right, let's go. Blah, blah, blah. So now we're in here, the death rate that the Lance has provided. Oh my god. This is going to be so useful when we're going to be watching that debate. I still have it on, right? I still have it. Yeah. I still... Whatever, I don't have it. We'll just bring it up. We'll just bring it up when the time comes. And the time will come. Tomorrow comes. Before making comment on this issue, it is important to note that the numbers and percentages of students and former residential school students reported to have died in the schools were scandalously high. None of this discussion is intended to minimize the fact that a health crisis existed in the general Aboriginal population and in residential schools, and that the federal government and the schools failed to adequately address the crisis. This discussion is intended to clarify the statistical record. You know it's bad when the official final report states that the percent that Lance said is impossible to prove. Yeah. Yeah, Lance should calm down. Especially when discussing things with people like Lord Southern, who will jump at you for these serious mistakes. A significant portion of the disparity arises from the ways in which the term death rate has been used in some sources. A death rate, often called mortality rate, deals with a defined population over a defined period of time. There can be annual death rates, monthly death rates, and so forth. Rates are usually reported as so many deaths per 1,000 for a specific period. Unfortunately, the term death rate has also been applied to reports of the percentage of students who had died since a school or group of schools had opened. The matter is further confused by the fact that these reports do not always distinguish between the death of students and the death of former students. For example, in 1891, the Appel School reported that since opening in 1884, it had discharged 174 students, 71 of whom had died, 40.8%. A 1901 study of the industrial schools concluded that of the 2,752 students who had been enrolled since 1883, a period of 18 years, 506, 18.4% had died, while another 139 were reported to be in poor health. The percentages that emerge from these reports are evidence of the existence of a high death rates, but they are not, in themselves, death rates. They record information on different populations. In one case, discharged students, in the other, both current and discharged students, in different periods of time. In one case, 7 years, in other 18 years. For those reasons, these percentages cannot be directly compared with other death rates, particularly those that arise in other contexts, such as Nazi work camps in the 1930s and 1940s. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Xander Hall was duped in that debate. Yeah. Yeah, some people just... That was not a good debate for Xander Hall. I don't know why he decided to debate that children's book, but he dug his own grave with that one. He's also very young. I know comparably young people who do far better in debates. Okay? In the same sphere, no less. Pretty sure Dylan Burns does a lot better in debates, even though he is of comparable age. I'm pretty sure he does a lot better than Xander Hall. Okay. Shark 300 is of comparable age, isn't he? And does a lot better in debate. He started young though. Who started young? Debating? Who started young? Xander Hall? Didn't they start at a similar age? Dylan Burns and Xander Hall? The percentages that emerge from these reports are evidence of the existence of high blah 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 blah. Dr. Peter Bryce's 1907 report on boarding schools in Western Canada is an often cited document in any discussion of residential school death rates. Bryce reported that of 1,537 pupils returned from 15 schools, which have been in operation on an average of 14 years, 7% are sick or in poor health, and 24% are the reported dead. Here again, the 40% figure is not a death rate, but a proportion of the total enrollment who had died over the 18-year period. But a proportion of the total enrollment who had died over the 18 years. The annual average death rates for these schools for this period can be calculated by dividing the number of deaths by the sum of the enrollments for each year. According to the Indian Affairs annual reports, the total of each year's enrollment for all these schools was 7,245. Bryce never gave a precise figure for the number of deaths. However, 24% of 1,537 is 368.9. Based on these figures, the annual average death rate for the school was 50.9%. 50.9 per 1,000, or 5.1%. This figure, like most calculations based on the school data, should be treated cautiously. The enrollment figures, for example, may not be accurate, nor can one have certainty that all relevant deaths were reported to Bryce. Finally, it is not clear from Bryce's report if the 24% figure included only those who died while students, or if it included those who died after leaving the school. Huh. Interesting. See, you are younger than Sanderhall. And still you know better. Still you know better. So there you go. Christ. Yeah. Other than the passage quoted above, Bryce made only one other statement in his report in relation to the 24%, writing that of total 1,537 pupils reported on, nearly 25% are dead. Bryce returned to the topic in his 1922 booklet, The Story of a National Crime, in which he wrote that, according to his 1907 reports, 24% of all the pupils which had been in the schools were known to be dead, while one school on the File Hill Reserve, which gave a complete return to date, 70%, were dead at the end of the 16 years since the school opened. In all three instances, he simply stated that the students were dead, and does not state whether they died in school or after discharge. In a table titled Present Condition of All Pupils, Bryce reported that 1,132 students were alive, 950 in good health, and 182 sick. One possible interpretation of this table is that although 24% of the students who had been enrolled in all the schools over the 18-year periods being reported on were dead, 76% were alive. The present condition of all pupils table could not be reporting solely on the number of students enrolled in the school in 1907, since total enrollment in those schools, according to the Indian Affairs Annual reported for 1907, was only 536. It might well be the case that the entirety of the 24% of the enrollment who died did so while they were students. That, however, would mean that none of the students died after they were discharged, since 75.8% of the 1,494 individuals reported on under the heading Present Condition of All Pupils were alive in 1907. The soundest interpretation of the 24% is that it represents what Bryce, on three separate occasions, stated it represents: the percentage of the total enrollment of students who had died between the opening of the school and spring of 1907. That they all died in school is unlikely, but the number of these who died in the school and the number of after discharge cannot be determined from Bryce's report. Bryce's report is evidence of a high death rate, but it is not an annual death rate or any other sort of death rate. Neither does the report provide sufficient information to determine annual death rates in the schools or to make predictions as to how many of the students then enrolled would die in coming years. So the charitable interpretation is that the children out of the 24% might have just died outside of the school after when they left it. Indian Affairs Deputy Minister Duncan Campbell Scott often cites statement, it is quite within the mark to say that 50% of the children who passed through these schools did not live to benefit from the education which they had received therein, has sometimes been used as evidence of a 50% death rate. The full quote from an article that Scott wrote on the history of Indian affairs reads as follows. Let's read it. It cannot be gainsaid that in the early days of school administration in the territories, while the problem was still a new one, the system was open to criticism. Insufficient care was exercised in the admission of children to the schools. The well-known predisposition of Indian to tuberculosis resulted in a very large percentage of deaths among the pupils. So, for example, a kid could have had tuberculosis, could have left the school, and the long-term effects of tuberculosis might have caused the kid to die a few years later. That's possible. They were housed in buildings not carefully designed for school purposes, and these buildings became infected and dangerous to the inmates. Inmates. Interesting choice of words. Yes, their predisposition. I mean, basically, their immune system, for example, might have not been as well adjusted to tuberculosis or something. After all, a lot of indigenous people in North America were killed by the diseases brought in by the Europeans, no? Which would mean that to be charitable. Which I guess, technically speaking, could be phrased as predisposition. This, as well as the low alcohol tolerance, is a myth. Yeah, but indigenous people didn't have the resources to treat it. I guess so, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense. I guess this is a stupid statement then. It is quite within the mark to say that 50% of the children who passed through these schools did not live to benefit from the education they had received therein. This could be interpreted in many ways, but let's... Oh, I just said that this could be interpreted in many ways, and the next sentence in the report is, while Scott's statement is open to interpretation, it is consistent with reports of very high percentages of students and former students dying either in school or after graduating. Which is interesting. Principals' reports from 2 Anglican schools in southern Alberta are worth examining in detail for the light they shed on the issue of death rates. The Old Sons School was founded in 1890, and the Anglican Pagan Reserve Boarding School was founded in 1892. These schools have been reported as having death rates of 47% from their founding in the early 1890s to 1909. As the Table 5 shows, after 19 years to operation, 47.4% of the students who had enrolled in Old Sons were dead, and 49.2% of these enrolled in the Anglican school on the Pagans Reserve were dead. The percentage of those who died while in school, however, was 20% at Old Sons and at least 17.16% at Pagan School. The category of died while in school also includes those who were sent home and died prior to the end of August of the school year of their final enrollment. Sorry. But since they were cramped and dirty places, they would make TB outbreak more likely. Like how in concentration camps like Dachau, typhoid was common. Yeah. Interesting. Uh, Actually, the language about the Jewish people was much harsher than that. It's not that the Jews were well known to be predisposed to typhoid. At least the Nazis did not say that. The Nazis would say that they are like the dirty carriers that would infect everybody. Like they were like disease infected spreaders and must be isolated. Okay. The principal report from old Sun's school is sufficiently detailed to allow, like, actually disease was one of the excuses that the Nazis did to wall off Jewish people in the ghetto, to contain the Jewish disease within the confines of the walls. The principal's report from the old Sun School is sufficiently detailed to allow for the calculation of annual death rates using the annual enrollment reported in the Indian Affairs Annual Report. These rates are reported both as deaths per 1,000 students and as percentages in Table 6. .3, 9.3, that's a big percentage. Yeah, within the Jewish population, that is. The work of identifying the number of students who died in residential schools has only commenced. It has already demonstrated that annual school death rates were significantly higher than those for the general Canadian school-age population. That these rates may not be as high as has been reported elsewhere should not detract from the fact that the federal government failed to take appropriate action to address a national healthcare crisis in the residential schools and in the Aboriginal community in general. That failure is the topic of the next section of this report. But I want to look at something else first. Let's go to the table of contents. I want to see... I want to see... Where are the children buried? Cemeteries and unmarked burials, 125. I want to see discussion about the mass graves, if you don't mind. A big topic of that debate that we will be checking out. Are you excited? Burial policies and practices. At some point in the earlier 20th century, Indian Affairs formalized its policy on the burial of students who died at residential schools. The policy is recorded in an unnamed memorandum by J.D. McLean, was Department Secretary from 1897 to 1933, according to McLean. It is, but it is necessary to look into it, in my opinion. Gotta go to the toilet real quick and then we'll read it, okay? To be fair, the policy at the time was kill the Indian, save the man. Yeah, if I am, yeah. That was the policy. It sounds horrifying, but that was indeed the policy. Alright, I'll be right back. Still have to gather extra $250 for Fido. My gosh. Oh, why am I putting this on? I'm just so absent-minded. Interestingly enough, Killer of the Flower Moon also covers the subject of Native American culture erasure, but through marriage instead of school. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that does sound interesting to me. It does sound very interesting indeed. So tired. I don't know why. Oh, there's a movie. Yeah. Funeral expenses are met from relief vote, money set aside from the welfare-related expenses. If a pupil of an Indian residential school dies elsewhere than at the school, and provided the parents or guardians are unable to pay the costs of burial, when a pupil dies at a residential school, it is considered by this department that the school authorities should be responsible for the expenses. Occasionally, the department has paid the cost of transporting the body from the school to the home of the parents when the parents have refused to permit burial at the school. We're going to probably, how should I say, during the debate when there's some contention, we'll probably try to look the information up in this report, or we'll try to look elsewhere. A practice throughout the system's history was to keep burial costs low, which actually would explain mass graves, and to oppose sending the bodies of students who died at schools back to their home communities. Burial practices were among the aspects of Aboriginal life that the schools and missions sought to change. Sarah Laidlaw, a teacher at the Portage La Prairie Manitoba School, undertook missionary work on behalf of the Presbyterian Church at nearby Sioux Village. In 1896, she reported, "There have been 5 deaths at the Tipis since I came home, 3 of whom were buried in a Christian way. The others, the parents thought it best to bury in their own way. The medicine men tell the people that so many deaths came because of the missionaries' work and especially of the Christian burials." Sorry. My goodness. Given that schools were virtually all church-run in the early years of the system, Christian burial was the norm at most schools. Many of the early schools were part of larger church mission centers that might include a church, a dwelling for the missionaries, a farm, possibly a sawmill, and a cemetery. The church was intended to serve as a place of worship for both residential school students and adults from the surrounding region. In the same way, the cemetery might serve as a place of burial for students who died at school, members of the local community, and the missionaries themselves. For example, the cemetery at the Roman Catholic St. Mary's Mission near Mission, British Columbia, was intended originally for priests and nuns from the mission as well as for students from the residential school. 3 oblate bishops were buried there along with settlers, their descendants, and residential school students. When the Battleford School closed in 1914, Principal E. Matheson reminded Indian Affairs that there was a school cemetery that contained the bodies of 70 to 80 individuals, most of whom were former students. He worried that unless the government took steps to care for the cemetery, it would be overrun by stray cattle. Matheson had good reason for wishing to see the cemetery maintained. Several of his family members were buried there. These concerns were proved prophetic, since the location of the cemetery is not recorded in the available historical documentation, and neither does it appear in an internet search of Battleford cemeteries. Several of the schools were overwhelmed by the influenza pandemic of 1918-1919. All but 2 of the children and all of the staff were stricken with influenza at the Fort St. James, British Columbia School and surrounding community in 1918. 78 people, including students, died. Initially, Father Joseph Allard, the school principal, conducted several funeral services at the mission cemetery, but as he wrote in his diary, the others were brought in 2 or 3 at a time, but I could not go to the graveyard with all of them. In fact, several bodies were piled in an empty cabin because there was no grave ready. A large common grave was dug for them. There you go. We're getting into the topic of mass graves. Documented stuff. I see. Yeah, a lot of people died. There was just... They were overwhelmed. And so they were buried in a mass grave. Makes sense to me. That same year, influenza killed 5 Red Deer, Alberta school students. 4 died at the school and 5th died while running away. That boy's body was returned to his home community, the Saddle Lake Reserve. According to Principal J.F. Woodsworth, all the students and many of them of the staff came down with influenza. Yep. We are getting to the bottom of things. Sort of, kind of. We'll see. We'll see how the debate will go. We'll see. I mean, I sort of know how it went. I watched it back in the day, and I rewatched a chunk of it today, I want to say. This morning, I watched a chunk of it. I'm ready. I'm ready for this debate from over 4 years ago. That same year, influenza. Everyone was so sick that it was impossible for us to bury the dead. There was no one here to dig graves in our own school cemetery. I thought the best thing to do was to have the undertaker from Red Deer take charge of and bury the bodies. This was done, and they now lie buried in Red Deer. The charges for this extra accommodation amount to about $30 a child. That is for the 4 who died here. In view of the emergency and the totally unexpected nature of the case, I shall be glad if the department will bear part of this expense. I believe the total undertaker bill is $130. I instructed the undertaker to be as careful as possible in his charges, so he gave them a burial as near as possible to that of a pauper. They are buried 2 in a grave. Didn't the Serbs have a debate not too long ago that also went poorly? Yes. But that one was on trans rights, so it's a different topic. We're discussing the Canada thing today. But yes, the Lance debated trans rights and it did not go well. He made this weird distinction between having gender dysphoria and experiencing, I think, gender dysphoria. And when I heard that distinction, I just tilted my head and was like, what? How are those different? What's the difference between experiencing gender dysphoria and having gender dysphoria? We might listen to that debate. If you wish me to listen to that debate, I can. I think it's God. What was the name of that horrible person that did... I think he debated single. Robert, I want to say. I can look it up. The same year, influenza killed 5 Red Deer, Alberta school students. I heard that Lance has a pretty bad record for debates, that he's just not good at it. Just not a very good debater. What would you say of my debate skills? Would you say that I've done well in my debates? Although it doesn't matter if I do well in debates if my reach is so small. I may do well in debates, but nobody will be here to watch it. So, and identically, Lance will suck at debates, and a lot more people will be there to see it. There could be a distinction. When we talk about mental illness, like we're possessing them. One that I've seen, you do pretty well, but the problem is that I haven't seen much. One possesses bipolar personality disorder? Yeah, but gender dysphoria is not even a mental illness, so. Also, there's apparently a really huge misunderstanding about bipolar. Apparently, we shouldn't even be talking about one bipolar. We should be talking about several, because just how different the different manifestation is, just how different manifestations of bipolar just are not even remotely the same and should not be treated as similar. That same year, influenza killed 5 Red Deer, Alberta school students. 4 died at the school and 5 died while running away. Everyone's so sick. Buried to a grave. Because the burial costs in Red Deer Municipal Cemetery were judged to be unavoidable, Indian Affairs Deputy Minister Duncan Campbell Scott agreed to reimburse the school for the costs. Although Scott made no reference to an existing policy, the letter demonstrates that under normal circumstances, the schools were expected to cover the burial costs of students who died at school. The most cost-effective way of doing that would be burial in a cemetery on school grounds. I'm not sure what you mean by possesses. What does that mean? Yeah, that's not how these things are discussed, whether or not someone sees themselves through it or not. The most cost-effective thing would be burial. Yeah, it's not the same. Some people identify as having gender dysphoria. It's not the same as see oneself through it. The most cost-effective way of doing that would be burial in a cemetery on school ground. Indian Affairs would pay for a child's burial only under unusual circumstances. And if it did pay, it expected the cost to be kept as low as possible. In this, the department conformed it to their general practice of the period in the treatment of those who died in institutions. It was not uncommon for hospitals to have cemeteries in which indigent patients were buried, and workhouses for the poor also had cemeteries. Yeah, but Lance is not trans. And that is a distinction made by Lance. Oh my god. Well, I guess we have a WIC panel to tackle tonight. There's a Wik panel to tab. Been just linked a Wik panel. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no. I guess we're just gonna have to. Where is it? Let's see. The infiltration. The infiltration of the United States by communists. When will this start? Whatever. I'm gonna mute this for now. Crazy. Crazy. I don't think they're gonna be debating. I think they're gonna be just talking. No, please don't even joke about that. No, but there's a lot to get into there. But no, Anastasia does not think that Russia is. It's a bit more complicated than that. Yes. But it's infiltrated by US leftists, not by Russia. I'll read you the whole prompt, the whole title. Hey gang, tonight we go live at 6 p.m. EST. Ukrainian Anna will be talking with me and Counterpoints about socialism and communist infiltration. What does it look like? How does it happen? Are well-meaning socialists like Econ Boy unwillingly aiding a red menace? Holy fuck. Holy moly. This is so painful. This is actually quite painful indeed. Jesus Christ. Hmm. I'm a leftist. Tata, mama, wujek, ciocia. Okay. According to Chapel Ontario student Michael Carcage, the students had to help dig the graves. Hold on. Let me back up. The students have to dig the graves. It is a memory that has haunted him all his life. In a 2010 media account, he said that because the graves dug in the winter were shallow, in the spring bears would root about in the cemetery and feed on the students' remains. Wait, they had children dig graves for classmates? Yeah. And in the winter, the graves were so shallow that bears would come and feed on the remains of the kids. Jesus Christ almighty. Oh, gosh. Indian Affairs was clearly reluctant to send the bodies of children who died at school home for burial. In her memoirs, Eleanor Brass recalled how the body of a boy who hung himself at the File Hills, Saskatchewan school in the early 20th century was buried on the Peepeekisis Reserve, even though his parents lived on the Carlisle Reserve. Although Maclean's memorandum stated that the bodies of students who died at schools were to be sent home, when the parents have refused to permit burial at the school, this practice was not always followed. In 1913, two girls, Anna Lachacha from Kahnawake and Jenny Robertson from Garden River, drowned while on a picnic expedition at the Spanish Ontario school. School officials buried Jenny at the school after being unable to reach her mother within 4 days. Anna's body was not recovered until a week after the drowning. Anna's mother requested that her body be returned home for burial, but it was decided that it was too badly decomposed and the cost too high. In 1938, Catherine Lacour requested that the body of her son, who was dying of tubercular meningitis at the Spanish school, be sent to her in Cornwall, Ontario, for burial upon his death. The response from Indian Affairs to the school was, oh boy, what a mess. What a mess. I have to point out that is not the practice of the department to send bodies of Indians by rail expecting under very exceptional circumstances. Bodies so shipped have to be properly prepared by the undertakers for transshipment. Under the laws of the province, and the expense of a long journey such as this would entail an expenditure which the department does not feel warranted in authorizing. The boy's body was buried at Spanish, and not all requests were rejected. Clara Tizia, who grew up in Rampart House near Old Crow in the northwest Yukon, recalled that in the early 1920s a girl had died at Carcross Indian Residential School, and when they sent the body back, there were many rumors about the child receiving bad treatment, and this scared the parents or gave them an excuse for not sending their children to school. And so for the next 25 years, no children were sent out of the Carcross Indian Residential School. When is, I guess in an hour, right? Yeah. No, it should be starting now. Yeah, it started.
Them too, like, oh well, yeah, at least I have a father.
Let me check some of it out.
And they
but
would,
that's how I feel about socialism,
There
where
you
these
go.
people are going to be like, oh well, we're just ooh and cute, and we just want to be nice to poor people, and we want to fix the economy. We just want universal health care, guys. And then as soon as you shift into that direction, they're going to be like, actually, we were hiding our power level. Let's kill all the fucking landlords. Let's seize the means of production. And I'll be like, oh shit. Like, and that's what I'm worried about. It feels suspiciously similar.
Well, Anna, you said something earlier that
it is the same. Like, I'm sorry, like one thing,
go
like
ahead.
Destiny, by the way, finally someone said it, put it, the comparison about the fucking classic liberal meme. You know, all those like giga-rightoids who were like, I'm just a classic liberal. So that's like, I'm just a social democrat. You know, there's the exact same thing.
Also, I gotta ask, what's wrong with seizing the means of production?
So here in this part
I'm
of the
just gonna
world,
ask that.
so yeah, it's just gonna. I just wanted to address a lot of things if we will be able to about them bringing up examples, what he ridiculous
Oh, we're gonna.
examples that he
Oh yeah.
brought up. We can talk about that, and yeah, but you Vic, you wanted to
Yeah,
say
we're,
something.
we're absolutely going to get to that, and I want to, but I want a little clarification on something you said earlier in this conversation about you don't know if what Econoboy is doing is on purpose or not. Can just for clarity, for me, my clarity, and my audience's clarity, right? What is it that you think Econoboy is doing precisely? What is it, whether from malicious intent or simply?
Is this gonna be a circle
What do you
jerk?
think Econoboy is doing?
So since 22, right, I started speaking with Americans. I didn't before. I mean, why would I really? There was like no reason. Now I quite a lot, and I encountered this whole like Chomsky win, I call it, like leftism, and a lot of people who I spoke with who are like openly say they're like socialist or communist, which was not something I really thought was happening in the West anywhere. It's not something you do. It's like saying you're Nazi, which is not a good thing. But people usually it only when there's social consent to that being normal, people are comfortable with saying that usually, right? So, for example, that's kind of like why I was so.
That's not true. That's not true.
I felt
in Poland, there are people that openly say they're socialists.
What do they believe exactly? What do they
No,
call?
that's not true. That is absolutely not true. There are people from the former Soviet sphere that openly would say, "I'm a communist." Yeah. I oppose Bolshevism. I oppose what the Soviet Union stood for, but I'm a communist. I met a very famous Polish politician, very famous in Polish history. I interviewed him as a child, and he told me straight up, "I'm a communist." What of it? So no, it's not like saying that you're a Nazi, definitely. It's not even comparable.
Then socialism, what do they mean? Do they mean like I don't know, more social welfare, or do they mean actually what communism is, which is I by the way use socialism and communism interchangeably because
that should not be used interchangeably.
That's how it is. It's how Marx used it, and I use that interchangeably.
No, Marx did not use socialism and communism interchangeably, definitely.
So we know, so we're clear, yeah.
Gotcha.
So I was like, thinking like, what do we have? And I found
Marx did not use these terms interchangeably.
Personally, like 3 categories of people. One category is like cringe to say because I have blue hair, but blue-haired, like very lefty progressive people who think communism is nice things. So social welfare, no helping the homeless, a good transport or something like that.
No, communism is the final state or whatever you want to call it of class struggle. The whole thing, the whole shebang, no currency, no state, all that.
That's kind of like where they are, right? And they call that socialism. So second group is people who are knowledgeable, I guess, in some regards on theory, quote unquote. So they have some sort of understanding what socialism and communism is, but they are deluded into thinking that there is a way to install that without all that socialism entails. So they think that.
What does it entail? What does installing socialism entail?
That, for example, destruction of the private property, so abolition, right, of private ownership of things.
That's not true. Hold on, I have to Google some terms. What is private property? Private property refers to ownership of property by private parties, essentially anyone or anything other than the government. Private property may consist of real estate, buildings, objects, intellectual property. That was not abolished under the USSR or in the Soviet bloc. Private property. Okay? What's happening?
Would be achieved through democratic, let's say, means, and such people do exist, and it might be Connor Boy. That's kind of like my vibe, what I get from him, right? And there is another group, and those people become useful idiots specifically because they are deluded by much more nefarious people, and they are bought into ideology, and they are not willing to concede that applying that ideology will lead to a totalitarian vanguard party mass murder.
That's no. The coming to a conclusion that implementing all of any sort of socialism will lead to a totalitarian vanguard party, it just does not follow. I will be right back. I hope I have something to drink. That does not follow at all, actually. Kind of. Okay, I'm ready. Under USSR, that was meant all property is state-owned. Kind of, but even in the Soviet bloc, if you owned a book, it was your book. It was not the state owning the book that you happen to have at your house. So even in the Soviet bloc, I happen to know that some form of private property existed. Also, I would remind you that the seizing of the means of production, as understood in socialism, did not happen in the Soviet Union. It did not happen in the Soviet bloc. In fact, when the Soviet Union fell and when the Soviet bloc fell, the country sort of tried to implement the workers having any sort of control over the means of production. When one of the most famous Polish politicians who was part of the Polish Communist Party. Well, not the Polish Populist Party. United Poland's Workers' Party. That was the name of the party that was in charge. He wrote an open letter to the party saying, you know what? I think it is time to start implementing all the ideas of socialism. It is time to start giving the workers control over the means of production and all that stuff. And his reward for saying that was to be imprisoned for 3 years and disillusioned about the system that he tried to reform from within. So trust me when I say that they were communists and socialists that fought against both the USSR and were in the opposition in the Soviet bloc countries. It's really not
the revolution gulags, which we're gonna talk about later. But they either don't concede that, or they are themselves deluded that it's possible. Okay.
Do you know what actually leads to a vanguard party? Do you know what leads to the existence of a vanguard party? What led to the existence of a vanguard party in Russia and then Soviet Union? It is the belief of the people doing the thing that the masses are dumb, uneducated, that the masses don't have the capacity to decide things, and that there needs to be a party of smart intellectuals to decide things for the people who are, for the most part, stupid. And do you know who happens to have that belief? Do you know who happens to hold that belief? That people are, on average, stupid, that politics is about appealing to stupid people, that there is this small elite group of smarter people that know what they're talking about, and they basically should be decided on things. Counterpoints is a person that believes those things, okay? Several times on several occasions, I have heard them say that people in general are stupid, that people cannot decide on things, and that they need to be decided on things for. That is what leads to having the vanguard party, not implementing socialist ideas. You can have the so-called vanguard party under the guise of any other system. Okay?
So, and they will bring ridiculous examples like Australian, like kangaroo communists, basically, is what, Econoboy did. But we're going to go into that. And in that last group, there are actual full-on commies. They know what they're doing. They want the violent revolution, and they know exactly what they want to, destroy classes, to kill landlords, capitalist blood, and, Hassan vibe big time, basically. You call those people tankies, I guess, or like MLs, but, that's not something we use really.
Okay. I don't know what destroying classes means. I don't know what that means. I'm really annoyed by how this topic is being handled.
And so those people, first group, they use the second group, and the second group makes communism palatable to the first group of like progressive lefty people. And that's kind of like the human centipede, if you will, of this whole situation.
No, I totally agree with this. And this is where, to Econoboy and Pisco's credit, I think Econoboy came with the statistics. He was saying that 10% of the Democratic Party identifies as extremely liberal, which is funny that that's how they phrase it, because to me, I hear progressive. Because I feel like we're really...
I think he said that 10% called himself...
Also, considering that Connor has some fascistic tendencies, I'm not surprised, actually. That's one. Second of all, my own father was a socialist, so... And he was arrested in 1981 for being part of the anti-government opposition, for being an anti-communist. So make of that what you will. I think I'm going to bring up a document. I'm going to actually bring up a document. Hold on. We're going to get to the actual primary sources, okay? Let's go. Let's do this. I can find it. We were going to read it. We're going to read this. If we can find it, then that's great. That's my article. It's old news. Gosh. There's... I don't... Okay, I'll find it at some point and we're going to read this together. The opening statement of one of the first Polish left-wing parties created after the fall of communism in Poland. It was actually a very interesting read as it discusses the relationship between what is considered left-wing thought, even socialism, and Bolshevism. And it does so in a very interesting way. The ideas of the left-wing thought and how it is not related to what Bolshevism has made out of it. You had quite a few socialists that were in the so-called anti-communist opposition. You do need to remember that.
Socialist.
It is thanks to them that in the Polish constitution you have things like guaranteed free education. It is thanks to those people that you have things like, at least on paper, guaranteed free healthcare.
I think he used that word specifically.
Oh,
Right, but I think he also said 10% liberal, and those are the people that I think are progressive. But we use words all the time in the Twitch and YouTube political sphere, and so we have to be precise with our words. Whereas I think that if you walked up to somebody on the street and you asked them like, "Oh, are you a Democrat? And do you identify as a moderate liberal or very liberal?" Then they're going to be like, "Oh, I have gay friends, and I'm really nice."
Also, liberal, libertarian. These terms mean something different in Europe and in the United States, as far as I understand. So that also creates additional confusion. Want to see? Here you go. Liberalism in Europe, a political movement that supports the broad tradition of individual liberties and is constitutionally limited and democratically accountable government. These the derivatives of classical liberalism. And I want to read about the distinction between the US. There you go. Classical liberalism versus American liberalism. BBC. Liberal, are we talking about the same thing? Two traditional journal of democracy, two traditions of liberalism. The central theme of Joao Carlos Espada's thoughtful and lively new book is the gulf between the Anglo-American and the continental European understanding of liberty. In this telling, the Anglo-American tradition views liberty as pluralistic, adaptive, reformist in a piecemeal manner and without a comprehensive and fully coherent rational design. Continental European doctrines of political liberty, by contrast, tend to be dogmatically rationalistic, comprehensive, and even utopian, and in consequence liable to promote revolutions that in actual practice end up producing the very opposite of liberty. So this is like a distinction that this page is making.
To black people, I'm very liberal, like that's what they're going to think. So I think that would be the progressive group. And then
I have no clue why this discussion is being had. I have no clue what the goal of this discussion is, apart from, quite frankly, I don't want to be... I have no clue what the point of this conversation is. 133 people are watching this. This is quite disappointing.
The socialists, or 10% of the party identifies with socialists, I will say that I probably agree with Econoboy's assertion that effectively they're social democrats. They want universal health, like 80% of them, 90% of them want universal health care. But what I don't want is I don't want the social democrats to mix.
You don't need to be a socialist to want universal health care, by the way.
The word socialism with social democracy, then have the second group that thinks that you can institute socialism without authoritarianism, which I think is delusional. And
what does it mean to institute socialism? That is nonsensical. That is a nonsensical statement in itself, considering that no country actually had socialism in practice. All the countries that claim to be socialism just proudly claim we are moving towards socialism forever.
And I don't want the third group, which is authoritarian communists who know what they're doing, to sneak in like a Trojan horse into the rest of the party and radicalize.
It's just stupid, actually, and I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed in Anastasia for taking part of this.
The party. And I am worried about that because I see, what is it, like 2 days ago, I saw Hassan Piker on NPR.
Yeah.
National Public Radio. Like, that's fucking crazy. That's crazy.
And remember, these people all have look, it's hard to kind of put your finger on any one individual actor, aside from the people like Hassan and things.
And yes, this is a circle jerk.
But in our space, it's hard to really pin these things down because they keep it vague for a reason. One of the things that annoyed me in the conversation, you're the only one, like I said, who brought a very specific definition, right, that we could bite into.
No. Actually, no. Nobody in this conversation has brought a very specific definition that we can bite into. I refuse. I reject that notion that any of the participants of the conversation have even remotely delivered a comprehensive definition.
Unfortunately, during that conversation, it became clear after the opening statements that this wasn't really going to be, the topic was tangential to what I think Pisco and Destiny wanted to hash out, right? They wanted
their therapy, like
they wanted a therapy session, basically, is what they wanted.
Let's not talk about that. Yeah,
good content, frankly, right? But it was
not our business. Not our business. Okay. It's just
to point that out though. Pisco just thought it was disingenuous. It was a way to attack liberals who hadn't backed up Destiny fully. But even let's just presume. I'm not saying we should presume, but let's just presume that Stephen had a personal grudge that he was using this argument as a vehicle over. That doesn't mean that this argument isn't extremely important. I think this argument is wildly important for the future of the Democratic Party.
It is one of my main worries is that people like Hassan and Hassan adjacent folks, right? People who aren't as personally acidic as Hassan is, but still have a very, I think, harmful worldview, right? And group 2 and group 3, I guess, from Anna's little examples that she gave. I do think that this is actually happening. I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. A kind of boy waving it off as like a conspiracy thing was just wrong. I see this happening all the time, even in little spaces like ours, right? Like MySpace, Destiny Space, Pisco Space, other things. People are trying to hijack these more liberal, democratic movements, and they are trying to kind of weasel their way in, insert themselves, and then move things over to the more socialist direction. And they do this on purpose. That's their stated aim. That's their stated goal. That's what they explain to people. And you're right. Seeing Hassan on NPR and watching him with all these other various left-leaning...
I'm going to say it now. There's nothing inherently wrong with Hassan being on NPR. Yes, Hassan is bad, very bad on Ukraine, but that does not follow that he is awful on everything. He said it, even though I have a lot of criticism of Hassan.
Outlets just get gassed up.
Who should be on NPR? Destiny, Connor, Lauren Southern,
and used to represent. These are the future of the Democrats. Is insanely worrisome to me. But go ahead.
But that's my question though. So if we're talking about group 3 being the people who know what they're doing, they're trying to rehab the word, they're trying to be a Trojan horse, et cetera, I ask myself,
which word? Socialism or communism? Socialism does not need rehabilitation, quite honestly. It doesn't.
If NPR is bringing them on, are they group 1? You know, like are they group 1? Are they group 2? Are they group 3? Or are they liberals and they just don't know the difference between any of these groups and therefore they just assume that they're all the same?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Group 1, group 3, group 2 that you've just given a whole spiel about here. That's your own personal distinction that only exists in your small little circle, to be blunt. I hope one day Anna will move from the cultural war crowd and make her way to CNN or Fox News. Fox News, that would be horrible. This is very bad. Jesus Christ. This is what a conversation this is. I have criticism of Hassan, but most criticism of him from these kind of people are always so stupid and many times just wrong.
That's my fear, is that ignorance is the thing that will ultimately
like this whole group 1 2 3 distinction is just a private like it exists only here. I'm sorry to say.
Screw us over, because for instance with Pisco, it's not, I don't think Pisco's an unintelligent guy. Pisco is
Wow, thank you Connor for praising Pisco's intelligence.
Not a dumb guy. However, I feel like people were effectively dog whistling in front of him, and he didn't feel any need to call it out because he didn't recognize it as dog whistling.
Yeah, because, let's not forget, Connor is of the smart elite, not like all those stupid common people. Oh, Gothic kitty madness.
Yes, exactly that. Thank you for saying that. I was thinking how to say this in English, but you say it my ass. Basically, it's exactly that what is happening with people like Pisco, because he's not stupid, obviously. He's an educated person. He's good at debate and all that sort of thing. And I'm like literally on his side in terms of like being anti-MAGA and all of that. So I'm not like saying, but the reason he is very good for them to use as a useful idiot and also as a pipeline to.
I think. Okay, I'm not gonna say it. I'm just not gonna say it.
Sway the audience. Basically, it's
he's
not
a credible liberal or a credible progressive. Yeah.
He both Econoboy and
Pisco is not a credible progressive, by the way. Fuck off.
Have a level of
Pisco.
respect in these spaces, right? People, they have a certain gravitas.
Jesus Christ almighty. Pisco is the... What are we doing? We are watching a conversation about socialists and communists and how they're evil infiltrators that want to just destroy everything.
That people will take them seriously, where they wouldn't some rando commie, right?
Anyway. These people are even worse in some sense, because if you throw like an actual like fucking Leninist or some kind of guy like that, he's not particularly palatable to many people. Whereas Pisco and Econoboy, they are palatable because first of all, they don't come off as radical. They are well spoken. They seem to be like normal people, right? And
I guess I'm a socialist. I'm Norwegian. Oh, hello. Norway is a pretty nice place. I have some Norwegian friends. Apparently the happiest European country. This has the largest happy index. I have quite a few Norwegian friends. Good friends. I haven't spoken to them in a while, but they're still good friends. I don't like this. I don't like this conversation. It is very simplistic. It is very... it flattens, for example, the type of person that my father had been. And as much as I'm not a fan of what my father was in his private life, I can respect what he was in his public life. I don't like politics. Well, I also do gaming, so... Is this your first time watching my stream? How did you find me? Do you know what I do? You like animations? Yes. I am an animator, so I do like animations. I make animation. So you know me? Or is this your first time? If this is your first time, then I hope you stick around. I do animation, I do politics, I do gaming, I do history, I do a variety of things. And I also travel to Ukraine to do reporting on the situation of children in war. It is very mature and respectful of you to make a decision between public and... I mean, it's necessary, I feel. Oh. Okay. That's nice.
So they
also, I'm the biggest Polish Jewish trans streamer.
And yeah, you know, I'm not saying there aren't. I'm just saying they're palatable to people. And
why do you have a girl's name? Just curious. Is it foreign? Because I'm a trans woman. I can see that Gothic Kitty Madness is also here for the first time ever. I'm a trans content creator. That's why I have a woman's name. I'm a trans person. I'm the biggest trans Polish Jewish content creator. Also, I encourage you to join my page and consider. There you go. Oh, something about Ukrainian Anna having some weird personal responsibility for Destiny's sexual misconduct, which I find ridiculous. Anna has no responsibility to address any of it, has no personal responsibility for Steven's behavior whatsoever. Sorry to... I have not seen.
that's why it's such a good. It's kind of how Nazis and far rightoids doing that, right? They also weren't like a couple of years back. Have you seen, guys, probably, yeah, that Mehdi Hassan panel when people are like full on I'm a Nazi.
Yeah, I saw clips of that. I haven't watched the whole thing because I need my
I have watched the whole thing.
To work, right?
Yeah,
but
that's because it became so like normal and acceptable to say it that people are not afraid anymore to say that. But it wasn't like that. We had like those, oh, I'm a Christian nationalist, I just want, to preserve the population. I just think that white culture is based, you don't start with the fucking deport all of them, right? It's not like usually the starter of the country. You don't get to the final solution, real fast. Well, yeah, and that's a kind of boy.
And so that
really, yeah.
Well, all I was going to say was the vibes are off because do you guys remember right before the Unite the Right rally in 2016, Richard Spencer was going on every single program and he's like, I'm not a supremacist. I'm a nationalist. I just want to segregate from other people. I think there's something.
Why are we watching this crap again? It's live and I'm really disappointed by what I'm seeing. I am disappointed by this conversation that is happening now live, actually.
Special about white people, when somebody threw up a Roman salute. Yeah, when somebody threw up a Roman salute in our meeting, they were just like, they were overcome with exuberance. I think it was a shit post. And so, like, effectively, I don't think that these guys are Richard Spencer. But if you remember Unite the Right wasn't all Richard Spencer's alt-right people.
I'm disappointed in how Anastasia flattens certain ideas. I'm disappointed by how Anastasia flattens these ideas into Bolshevism, basically. All socialism is Bolshevism. All communism is Bolshevism. That is basically what is being said here in a nutshell. And I feel disappointment, considering that there were socialists that were aggressively opposed to Bolshevism. My father included.
It was also the Proud Boys, who are a libertarian group, even though they get into fistfights and they're effectively a militia. It was free speech advocates, who were like, classical liberals and all that kind of shit. So there was a whole host of I think somebody calls it wheat and chaff. So with wheat, there's actually like,
yeah, you can link it. Joe Nan Smuggy. You can link it.
The thing that's edible, and then there's the chaff, which is like the grass stalk around it. And so if you leave the chaff on, it looks bigger than it is, but that's where you need to shake out the wheat from the chaff. And right now, I think that...
And Connor has this way with words when he says a lot. Connor uses a lot of words. He speaks for a long time. It is entertaining. It is very, very nice, well said, but he actually says very little. Actually, Counterpoint says a lot, but speaks a lot, but says very little.
The far left of the Democratic Party is failing to shake out the Marxist-Leninist segment.
Yeah.
Not all Marxists are Marxist-Leninists, for one.
Yeah, great. That's how you make things palatable, really, right? Because any radical or super extremist ideology, whether it's far right, far left, whatever it is, right, is you need to sell it to the normies, quote unquote, in all times, really, in history. And there are certain events as well, right, in societies that make people more accepting of radical ideology. For example, a lot of negative feelings about things, some sort of crisis.
There's even this framing is very, very simplistic and silly, because one person's radical ideology is the other person's moderate ideology. When I say that I would like trans people to have rights, when I say that I would like trans people to have very wide access to healthcare, for teens to be able to socially transition, to right-wing people, this will be an extreme ideology. That will be extremist ideology. And you know what? I will do my best to sell that to the normies. Yes, I will do my best to sell the idea that trans people deserve rights to the normies. In Poland, for example. So this framing of extreme ideologies and trying to sell them to the normies is so relative that this framing is basically useless in terms of any form of analysis or discussion.
Previously it was lost wars, crumbling empires, whatever the fuck, right? But or maybe it might be even just be economical crisis.
Things like Poland existing, Ukraine existing, those were considered radical extremist ideologies, just so you know.
There are certain things you just need a lot of that resentment, that negativity, feeling of being marginalized, feeling of being that's, by the way, I brought this example not publicly because I think I would get trashed by Westerners by that, but I will say it now. I don't care. Okay,
okay, I was about to say we are public, just to let you know. There's about
oh wow, Wick, you're live in public. We had no idea, to the tune of 145 people watching. Origin of Logos is such a stupid person, I swear to God.
At least on my end, about 100 people watching, but go ahead.
Fuck it, I will say it. It's a hot take maybe for some, but I don't think it is.
Okay, I'm waiting for the hot take. I really do not like this.
you know how rightoids are really good at like far righties, they are very good at recruiting incels. So because they find those like extremely young men, right, that feel very, very shitty about their current position in the society. Also, by the way, leftists fucking made that happen in the United States. But anyway, they feel like they can't get like women, they are not respected, they don't see the society.
I would love to hear an elaboration of this, how leftists in the United States have caused insultdom. I would love to hear an explanation to that. Oh my goodness. I need an explanation to that.
Their role in the society, they've they have genuine resentment that was built up, right, by the how they feel, whether it's like true or not, but they have been mistreated, right, and they are not respected. So that's a prime material for the radicalization, because people have this resentment within them. I want to channel it somewhere, and you can channel it by misogyny, Jews everywhere. Like, why are they all fucking anti-Semites now? Those people, because they've been. But hot take is not this. Hot take is that
left-wing people are the same. You're not so different, you and I. Oh my goodness.
Just do the exact same thing.
Of course, I love people discovering the horseshoe theory and thinking that it's a hot take.
Trans people. Why are there so many trans people commies? I was like, what the fuck? Why I see so many trans people with hammers and sickles? It's ridiculous. You will be gulagged by a second by that regime. But they go there because they are the same. They're also not that they're the same as incels, obviously, but they also feel marginalized, they feel oppressed, they feel attacked, and for good reason, in my opinion, better reason than incels, maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
And they're like they have legitimate grievances with the broader society. They feel like the broader society
is right, Middle Eastern, North African folk or Black folk, and they're recruited into the far left as well. Sorry, Wick,
racism.
Not all communism is Bolshevism. You'll never catch. I'm a trans person, and you'll never catch me dead with a hammer and sickle symbol. Okay. But maybe that's because I'm Polish.
Fine. No, I think you're pointing to something that's
but to be fair to Anastasia, she did just say that that what trans people go through is legitimate. That it is actually happening. On this, I can assure you, I have met Anastasia in person. I know she doesn't see this as just trans people feeling that way. I know that she knows that trans people are oppressed. Yeah.
Very true. I will say this: liberals have failed.
As much as I am disappointed in how Anastasia flattens the idea of socialism, etc., blah blah blah, she's also my friend, so I will defend when I feel like she is a bit misunderstood. Yeah, I think so. Maybe we could have a discussion. Because, I feel like that's a good idea. Or maybe I'll just talk to her in private, which is an even better idea.
At not only understanding the basic problems of these groups that you mentioned, but also to taking them seriously. And that is a failure from liberals that we need to do better.
Also, the main difference between these two things, the hammer and sickle crowd and the fascist/Nazi crowd, is that the fascist/Nazi crowd gets into power and at least in the West, quote unquote, the hammer and sickle crowd does not get into power. Okay, so the hammer and sickle crowd exists on Twitter, but unfortunately the fascist crowd exists in the government currently in the United States. That's a pretty vital distinction, I feel.
I need a point.
You can point back in a second. In a second, let me finish, and then you can go.
Yeah.
But in all these groups you mentioned, as you said, they have legitimate grievances, and the bad actors will use that true thing, like, yes, you are suffering. The problem becomes, and the insidious nature of it, is that they will say, and what will solve this...
Well, MAGA communism did not exactly win any governmental seats, did it?
Suffering is our ideology that you should buy into.
Yeah.
It's not your fault, it's the Jews. It's not your fault, it's the establishment. It's not your fault, it's all these other things, right? And we will...
Okay, if you go too much that route, then suddenly, okay... Hail Elon, I guess, true. Like... Lucy, you made my dad think I was joking. Wait, why? What happened, fake Carl Parker? Also, I hate to say it, but if you go in that direction too much, that basically just means that you cannot criticize anything about, for example, policy of the government or anything, because you're just being taken advantage by an ideology because of your suffering. Like, you can start justifying, you can start dismissing any demand for change that way by saying, oh, wow, you're just being co-opted by this ideology because bad actors made you.
Sexuals.
And
the white man.
It's capitalism. Capitalism. It's easier.
oppressors.
Capitalism is your
Yeah.
problem, and
Yeah.
if we just get rid of capitalism, it will be better. And
I mean, yeah, a lot of systemic problems are unironically caused by capitalism. Like, you cannot deny that. Capitalism has a lot of problems. To deny that is that just silly. To dismiss that and say, oh, you're just being co-opted by the ideology. Like, do I really need to go to the most obvious example in the world, the American healthcare system? This is ridiculous.
it just it fails to understand
Exactly.
what's actually going on in play. But counterpoints you wanted to
What do you mean, what actually is going on? What is actually going on, Wick?
back? Go ahead.
Yeah,
please.
so there's two things that are
Like,
popping
to
in.
dismiss systemic problems that are happening and say you're just being indoctrinated by an ideology and you don't know what's actually going on is silly, quite frankly.
Into my brain. One is a conversation I had with the Untrodden podcast where he was saying that, well, you still have to deal with these bad things are happening because these variables that we're talking about, like dispossessed white males.
Capitalism is the direct reason why a lot of genocides are being just swept under the rug. Because business takes priority. A lot of countries that usually would be condemning the Uyghur genocide in China don't do it because business with China is thriving. And to say that that is not a problem of capitalism is just plain silly. Or what about all the countries that are still buying oil from Russia? What about those? Right now, under sanctions.
Not able to get dates.
This is depressing. USA has right wing causing misery and havoc, and we have libs demonizing socialism.
not able to find a good job.
Disney used Uyghur forced labor for their Mulan remake. Well, that has nothing to do with capitalism, does it?
Et cetera, that's going to fuel the far right. And then when we're talking about dispossessed minorities who feel like police brutality is everywhere, that they're constantly being shit on, that cis hetero patriarchal colonial society is just taking a dump on them all the time, they also feel the way that they feel. So unless we deal with the way that they feel, we're fucked, because we can just criticize and say, hey, you're being manipulated. Hey, you're being manipulated. Hey, you're being manipulated. But
what does that even mean, the whole, hey, you're being manipulated? And how do you plan on dealing with how people feel? That is the whole question, isn't it? How do you plan to deal with these problems? That is the real question. How do you plan to deal with these problems that plague people? Real problems.
Truth is, if you don't fix the things that are pissing them off, then they're not going to care. They're just going to embrace.
It's not just about being pissed off. Being deprived of rights by the current Trump administration is not just a matter of being pissed off.
The ideology. So that's where, for me,
we live in a grievance culture. But go ahead, please.
What the fuck was that comment? We live in a grievance culture. You're so stupid, Wick. You're so stupid. We live in a grievance culture. Jesus Christ almighty.
Well, I was going to say, with Steven, what was so funny was his solution, because we were talking
I don't want to listen to Steven's solutions, okay? First of all, Steven's not here. Second of all, Steven's the last person that should be given any prescriptions for solutions, for anything, okay? I'm just gonna put it out there. I don't care about Steven's solutions.
Economics in the United States, and I was saying it's pretty fucking tough to be a working class person. And his thing was like, well, you know what? I've looked at the stats, and in the 60s and 70s, it really wasn't that much better to be an American. And so as a result, if you think everything sucks, that's kind of on you, and you should just suck it the fuck up.
Oh, that's great. As always, deep insight from Steven.
And I'm just thinking to myself, if I go to a 19-year-old fucking Nazi...
Yeah, why did we listen to this again? Like, Destiny's not even here. Why are we listening to his solutions as if any of his opinions actually really mattered?
And I say, hey, your grievances are delusional, and just suck it up and just go back to working 7-Eleven 60 hours a week and, don't care about culture war bullshit. He's going to tell me to fuck myself. And if I go to the trans person and I say, hey, listen, you're mad that trans women are prohibited in sports, but realistically, there's not a genocide going on. Shut the fuck up and suck it up. That person's going to tell me to go fuck myself. So
yeah, I think trans people go through some more problems than just what the fuck.
Liberals, hate to say it, Steven, but that's not much of a fucking solution, is saying that your oppression is delusional.
I agree with you, yes. I'm not gonna defend that. I haven't spoken with him about it. I wanted to, but I'm like you ain't gonna sell, your liberal glorious stuff by being like, oh, You know
what? I think Destiny will have problems. I avoid saying that kind of stuff, but I'm pretty sure Destiny will have a lot of problems selling his glorious liberal stuff while being a sex pest that leaks stuff without his partner's consent. But you know what? Whatever. What do I know?
Fuck you and fuck you too.
Well,
probably not gonna be helpful, but just hot take, I guess. I don't know. I also don't really understand why he doesn't want to appeal to the center right people. not sure about that. Or like, but it's a whole other topic. I'm not really here to discuss like who you should appeal to in America and how to, because it's not my field of expertise. I'm not American, and I leave it up to you guys. So
you don't need to be American to understand a different country's political landscape. To be fair,
understand that. Yeah, we are here to talk basically.
Understanding politics is not genetic or geography based. Just saying. No more sex for Steven. He still has sex, don't worry. And apparently he still happily leaks stuff as well, so there you go again. Okay? There you go again.
them like infiltration and dog whistles and all of that, which return to
can I say it
Connor
real quick
said-
before
yeah,
we
sure, yeah.
before we do it? So my thing, which is a failing project, by the way, I'm not saying anybody should take my advice on this, but I'm trying to create a culture of like mutual self-improvement where like we can acknowledge like shit sucks, government's fucking you over, you're not making enough money, you're not dating the right people, but you got us, right? And we're going to talk it out. We're going to encourage each other to become better over time. We're going to encourage each other to work out. We're going to, if you say that you're...
And it's gonna be led by the smart person, Connor, because let's remember, people in general are just idiots. So they need the Vanguard party. They need Connor to lead them, to lead the sheep.
You're applying for a job, we're going to cheer you on for it. If you say that you're taking a girl out on a date, we're going to cheer you on for it. And when you succeed, like I've had community members who have gotten pregnant or had kids, we're going to cheer you on for that shit. And so we're trying to take the, I almost call them apocalyptic, like
Connor onboarded the Great Replacement theory, by the way. That does not surprise me in the slightest.
Apocalyptic death cults. I swear to God, Vosh is leading an apocalyptic death cult. I swear to God, Nick Fuentes.
No. I have had many criticisms of Vosh as of late, especially that horrible video I watched of his when he said that only weak people fall for fascism, and if you don't want to fall for fascism, you need to train and be strong. But yeah, Vosh is not leading a death cult. Get out.
This is leading an apocalyptic death cult. I'm trying to create like a happy cult. A happy cult.
No, I think.
Yeah, all cults claim to be happy cults, Connor. Just, I hate to break it to you. All cults claim to be happy cults. That is actually, unironically, how regular cults work. Oh, we're this support group for you. We are here for you. The cult members are here for you. And we will give you our everything. Remember, we're your family. That is actually how cults just work.
That's well, one of the things that I think that we've been, and I do want to get to the examples, and I'm going to get to the examples, but before we get off this, because I think it is important to discuss, because I think it does play into the topic at hand, which is what do communists and socialists and others use as vectors for infiltration, I guess, if we're going to use that term, right?
Jesus Christ. I guess as a social... I'm just going to openly call myself a socialist now. And I'm going to ask, who or what am I infiltrating?
It is...
Like my father.
Lack of support structures, especially nowadays. We have become more and more and more self-isolated, right? And I blame social media. I do. I think that we have use social media to separate ourselves from humanity, and instead of
this is such a... I hate the sloganeering. I hate the sloganeering. It is so easy to talk in bullet points and buzzwords. We have used the social media to divorce ourselves from our humanity,
talking to people,
says Wick while operating on a social media platform to the tune of 131 people. I am divorced from my humanity.
Face to face, we're now talking through a screen. And I think that we lose something with that. Even this, right?
There we go. Some self-reflection.
I haven't met Anna in real life, but I've met Connor in real life. And talking to him face to face is substantively different than talking to him over a screen. And that's not because he's any different in person. Like, he doesn't act different. He doesn't say one thing behind the camera, one thing to the camera. It's because there is something about being in a physical presence with another human being that edifies us, that uplifts us, that gives us some core nutrient that we don't.
Core nutrient. Social media under the current capitalist system, which commodifies drama and rage baiting, in addition to endless, meaningless, artificially generated content, totally not a problem with capitalism. Listen, Socialix, you're being indoctrinated into an ideology. I can see that clearly. You're indoctrinated into a cult that is trying to infiltrate liberalism.
Get through a screen. And I think that this is why more and more, I think the left and the Democrats are becoming vulnerable to this kind of infiltration. Now, MAGA already, and maybe you guys will disagree with me, but I think MAGA already fell to it. Like, MAGA is kind of a Maoist kind of thing at this point, right?
What? Are you fucking what?
They're done. They're
I got a Maoist
to this kind. I think the left and the Democrats is why core nutrient that we don't get through a screen.
Maoist?
And I think that this is why more and more, I think the left and the Democrats are becoming vulnerable to this kind of infiltration. Now, MAGA already, and maybe you guys will disagree with me, but I think MAGA already fell to it. Like, MAGA is kind of a Maoist kind of thing at this point, right?
What?
They're done. They're cooked, and I hope they get better, but I don't know if they will. And so
what the fuck does that even mean? And what does MAGA getting better looks like? Like, MAGA is just...
the Democrats are kind of my only...
Is he saying that MAGA was good at some point and was infiltrated and became Maoist? And it has to become to its pure good self again? Make MAGA great again?
Home left. It's the only one that has any kind of sanity for it, and I worry that they're going to fall to the same issues that MAGA fell to. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, because...
What? It's repackaged Manifest Destiny with a fascist coat of paint. Yeah.
Because, like with Pisco, for example, he, again, I'm not talking about I don't know what's an effective strategy is. So I don't want to talk about that, okay? It's not my expertise.
Yeah,
I hate, yeah, so I'm not going to talk about that. But he did brought up, like, for example, like, we have to, like, lure those people as well to vote for. But he's like, you're, like, basically picking the strategy of fighting fire with fire. Which like we have like communists, we have fascists, quote unquote, right? But the problem is that the middle is gonna get fucked. So it's the liberals who's gonna get fucked, because actual fascists and communists have more in common than they have with each other. They can fight each other for sure. They're on the opposite ends and they tend to fight each other, obviously, right? But it's just that
the idea that you have fascists, communists, and the liberals in the middle is comical to me, to be quite honest with you.
Anti-liberal people are getting ahead. Anti-democratic people are getting ahead. That's the problem. And if that's the values you want in the United States, which I think you do, obviously, right? Democracy, all of that shit, all of that good shit, then that's under threat from both ends, really. It's the only... MAGA is much worse now because...
She never met a single trans person in her life. I have not also, but I'm not ignorant. You have met me. I'm trans.
in power, clearly. Yeah,
now,
in terms of like political power.
What would you say to people like Econoboy or people like Pisco who say, well, actually, we're liberal. We love democracy. We love like individual freedoms.
No. Econoboy doesn't say he's liberal. He says he's a socialist, I believe,
Well,
from our Twitter conversation.
As I understand,
so I can explain this. So
I can explain.
I've actually listened to a specific.
Why not have him on? Why not have him explain himself? By the way, why not have the person on? Like I feel like that would be the simplest solution, to just have the person on. So what would you say to me? I'm a leftist. Screw it. I'm a socialist. What did you say to me? Of this logic, all capitalists are fascists because capitalism leads to fascism.
Specific Econoboy segment on it. So he said that he's a polyethical or he's an ethical pluralist, and democracy is his primary value. And so I know it sounds complicated, but basically what he said is, if he has to sacrifice a bit of socialism in order to maintain democracy, then he would sacrifice it. So
what does that even mean? Sacrifice a bit of socialism? I have no clue what that means.
So for instance, if let's say that we instituted the Nordic model or the Scandinavian economic models in the United States, and then we try to social democracy. But let's say that we try to institute that in the United States, but then an authoritarian stepped into power using the economics as leverage. Well, then he would say, okay, well, I value democracy more than socialism. Therefore, I think we should get this guy out of office, and maybe we should liberalize the economy a little bit. Now, that's the way that I'm applying it. But again, if you it's kind of like when you
so many brutal dictators in the Nordic countries. We're witnessing the rise of dictators based on the Nordic economy model.
build something for somebody else, you can't just build an institution that is going to be used by perfectly well-behaved people at all times. You have to build institutions that you are expecting other people to abuse. And that's why the United States is built the way it's built.
Yeah, it's to answer Wick's question, which I agree
that's why totally the United States is totally not governed currently by a guy that is trained to shred the Constitution to bits and executive order things to hell, because the United States is constructed so well, right? Everything's just dandy in the United States. Yeah, I mean, I know it's a very bad. All socialism and all communism is just Bolshevism. I don't like this equivocation one bit.
Connor, but to answer like Wick question is that what are they like? What do you say to them when they first of all when they say like we are for democracy? I believe them. I'm not going to dispute that they are they are for democracy.
I like Econoboy. I do, and Pisco's fine as well, right? Like they're fine. I'm not here to just dog on them all day. I do substantively disagree with them though on these things, but I just want to make that.
That's because you're pretty firmly right wing, Wick. Don't think that we have not noticed.
What I want to say is
I don't know what you're all talking about, but Anna is a neo-Nazi by American left-wing standards. Well, I'm not American, so there you go. I'm not American. And I can assure you that Anna is not a neo-Nazi in my eyes. It's a pretty good friend, actually. I guess that makes me friend with neo-Nazis. My goodness. What have I stooped?
About how what would I say, right? So first of all, I think all of you really need to stop being fucking gaslighted, which Connor wasn't at that panel, I think, but Destiny is to you as well. But so many people allow them to get away with their Weasley ways, especially the Weasley ways of not defining socialism, refusing to engage with the conversation that AOCs and
I'm sorry, I refuse to define socialism as Bolshevism. I simply refuse to define it as such. We already have a problem of defining socialism purely through the Marxist school, even though there were actually several other schools that were not created by Marx of socialism. On the offset, we already stumble on this problem of over-focusing on Marx and ignoring any other thinkers of his time that also thought similar ideas and had their own views on how things should be. But already here we are stumbling. But the moment that we take it further and say all socialism is Bolshevism, we are lost in the sauce. We're lost in the sauce once we do that.
Anders are not exactly what you were talking about. I was annoyed by that. They would constantly bring up people who, listen, the definition is broad, sure, but it is it's an ideology, communism, right, or socialism, whatever you want to call it. It's an ideology, political and economical, that requires the destruction of the private property. So there is the means of production are owned by the public or
no, not by the public, by the workers. So straight away, this is incorrect. Not by the public. This is actually something that Poland tackled with after the fall of communism, quote unquote. Poland did its best, very flowed away to implement workers having the control over the means of production by distributing ownership of the workplace among the workers. It did not quite work as it intended because there were many ideas that people tried to tackle and didn't have the answers to. For example, they asked, those were legitimate questions that were being discussed at the time. Let's say workers own the means of production, a factory, and let's say other workers own the means of production of a bigger company. What happens when the bigger company buys the smaller company? Does that mean that the workers of the smaller company still own their means of production? Or is this means of production now owned by the bigger company that bought the smaller company? And I suppose my answer to that was, well, the bigger company should not just be able to buy off the smaller company, but... And a similar problem happened on a micro scale because one person just bought the ownership from all the other workers and became a sole owner. So those, like, there was an attempt to give ownership over the workplace to workers, but the ownership ended up consolidating in individuals' hands. But no, it does not mean that the means of production have to be owned by the public.
Or the state, basically.
No, that is incorrect. That is very much incorrect. In fact, again, there was an open letter by a very much communist, famous Polish politician, Jacek Kuroń, hey, it's time to implement actual socialist ideas, give the means of production to workers. And he was arrested for 3 years. So no, that's not true. That's not correct.
So individuals and companies do not own means of production. That's it. The rest you can categorize. You can say it usually is planned economy, for example. It might be like a classless.
But you're just describing Bolshevism at this point.
Society. There's some communists said that the ultimate like aim of the utopia is to have no money, which not all of them said, but some of them did. But yeah, ultimately it's a classless society where there is no private property. It's Econoboy said, by the way, I believe.
Also, because this is being very conveniently omitted here, okay, it's also a stateless society. Communism is a stateless society in addition to being a classless society. But if you added the stateless part, then suddenly the whole thing about everything being owned by the state falls apart, doesn't it? Because ideally, when communism is achieved, the state ceases to be necessary or something.
If I'm not wrong, that he wants to like remove private property, basically. So
no, I heard that too. No? That's his ideal state. That's where he'd like to end up.
Yes. Yeah. So the only difference then now is two things. If you don't believe in the abolishment of private property, you are not a socialist. If you're just not. If you do believe in that, then it comes down to how you want to get there. And that's why they do disagree. He said, like, there's a lot.
So yes, there we go. We are seeing a lot of very much. Yeah, I've already made my case.
A lot of debate and yeah, there is. Usually they kill each other during that debate, but other than that, it's a debate about how to get there. For example, like democratic socialist would be like, I want to get there by democratic means, right? That probably is Econoboy, right?
But I had Scandinavians. Yeah. So I had Scandinavians jump into my comments though, and they were like furious because people were saying like, oh, the Scandinavian model, let's do the socialist Scandinavian model. Because they idealize, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, etc. In the Scandinavians,
they are pretty happy places. Not gonna lie, Norway. Apparently one of the happiest places in Europe, so maybe Norway is just doing something correctly.
My thing, we're saying like, no. If you say you're a socialist in Scandinavia, then you're viewed as like a tanky. You're viewed as like an apologist for the Soviet Union, right?
That's how you think. Yes,
whereas
in the
people
world.
who say like we like the Nordic model, it's more social democratic or whatever, and
yet. A person that knew my father says, oh yeah, your father was was a socialist. And my father was not an apologist for the Soviet Union. He actively fought against the Polish People's Republic's government. He was arrested for it. So, what now?
The differentiation in their minds is they're not trying to abolish the ownership class. They're not trying to abolish private property. All they want is the state to regulate and to tax enough that they can provide for a generous welfare state. Therefore, everybody has what they need. And so that's where, for me, it's kind of interesting having this conversation, because if I talk to somebody
it's not interesting to have this conversation, and it's even worse to listen to it.
Historical perspective, they could say, okay, well, that's still the working class freeing themselves from the oppression of the economy. Therefore, it is socialism. But then I feel like they're hiding their power.
The oppression of the economy? What sort of nonsensical blabber is this? The oppression of the economy.
Level, because realistically, then you ask them, well, what's your ideal society? And their ideal society is typically a Marxist vision.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
I don't even know if counterpoints know what the Marxist vision is, outside of knowing that the USSR existed and Bolshevism was a thing, and that China exists.
Problem that I try to point out, because that's what's make it so tricky to interact with. It took me some time to like understand how to interact with those people, because you can't really tell whether they are delusional in the sense that they believe that it's actually like social welfare and broadly safety nets and all of that, and the government controlling more things, I guess, and like owning some major productions, for example, in the country is just socialism. It's what it is. That's socialism in their mind, or they're using that as a stepping stone to.
I mean, you believe socialism is just Bolshevism across the board, so
push further. And that's the question you can't really genuinely like answer in 5 seconds, obviously, of the conversation with people. But it's just that the problem there, of course, is you need to press people and ask them, how do you get there? And that's like conversation that nobody's having for some reason, which annoys me. They avoid it as well.
Well, most people.
Well, I would, before we start talking about how we get there, I would actually ask the question before that. Get where? Right? Like, where do you want to get? Because I don't buy the notion that means of production have to be owned by the state.
Yeah, most people, when you push on it, even if they're secretly lying to you, they're not going to, especially on platforms where you can ban for it, right? They're not going to say, "Oh, I'm okay with violence to get what I want." They're just almost never going to say that. A few will, right? But I think that the competing definitions here and the competing understandings of the word socialism and what it means to be a socialist, like your definitions, Connor, and I think you gave it too, Anna. A lot of people would...
It's the definition, okay?
Yeah,
you need
but
to
a lot of people would say
no.
It needs to because
No, it's not the definition. The definition of socialism is Bolshevism is by no means the definition. I will. No. No, sorry. I'm afraid I have to agree to disagree.
My socialism is good, actually, and doesn't require any of those things, right? And I think that even if those people are serious, and even if they really believe it, the danger of that is it allows the people who actually do want to abolish all private property, and they don't care if a little violence has to be done to get there, right?
If you
to come into the conversation and say, I'm socialist too, just like Econoboy, but it's not just like Econoboy, right? It's absolutely different.
Also, placing the ownership of the means of production in the hands of the workers is completely different than abolishing all private property. I would like to just put it out there. It just means that the private property is not just, that the doll of the... It's not even private property. It's like... It's... God... the means of production, that they're not just consolidated in the hands of a few or one, that it's spread out through the workers. That's all it means. It does not mean abolishment of any private property.
Different than Econoboy, but we're using the same word for fundamentally different things, right?
I would not be surprised if there's a substantive amount of even chat or your comment section or anybody who would say that we're being alarmist. But all I would try to do is I would try to invert the logic to the right wing, where people laughed at Donald Trump in 2015, 2016. They didn't think he was going to win. 60% of the party voted against him in the 2016 primary. He only won because the moderates split the vote. Once he got in charge of the party, he kind of bent the party to his will. And now, I define fascism as political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. I don't think Trump is smart enough to believe in fascism as an ideology, but there are fascists who work for Trump. They want flexible authoritarianism. They do not care about the Constitution.
Yeah, it's so easy to dismiss people just as being stupid and too stupid to believe certain ideologies. It's so easy to just say, oh yeah, this guy that's in charge of the most powerful country in the world, he's just, you know, a small little incompetent buffoon. It's so easy to do that. Also doesn't mean anything to do with personal property, which is entirely different. That is true. Personal property is different from private property. And I am seeing a big conflation of these terms here.
Of the United States. They don't care about democracy. They don't care about republicanism. All they care about is winning. And that is like...
That's the stupidest definition of fascism I've ever heard. What do you mean flexible authoritarianism?
Like the core of flexible authoritarianism is you do what is ever necessary in order to win. And that's the same thing that for me with the socialists, they might expand.
That's just authoritarianism, doing whatever you can to win. As opposed to non-flexible authoritarianism when you don't do anything to win? I'm sorry, I have to hear that again.
That for me is you do what is ever necessary in order to win.
So the non-flexible authoritarianism is when you don't do anything that's necessary to win. Got it. Brilliant. Okay. That makes perfect sense to me.
And that's the same thing that for me with the socialists.
Perfect.
They might expand how popular social democracy is on the left, particularly if liberals say, hey, suck it up, Buttercup. It's not that bad. I'm also not going to help you, even though things suck.
Yeah.
That's like, as a matter of fact, I almost view that as more important than shit talking tankies all the time and shit talking social democrats all the time. If people were happy, they wouldn't be considering extremist ideologies.
Well, and they're being look.
Again, one person's extremist ideology is the other different person's pretty moderate ideology. To some people, giving a lot of human rights to trans people is a moderate position, and to a right-wing person, it will be an extremist position of an ideologist. So again, this whole distinction of extremist ideologies, if you discuss it like the way it's discussed here, becomes meaningless. So why are people so unhappy in America? Because they're all caught up in the ideologies.
One of the goals of extremists is to paint things as far bleaker than they are, so you get angry, so you get mad, so you get upset. They are purposely keeping you from succeeding, because you succeeding, if you're happy, you're not a communist. Okay, I really believe that. If you are a happy person in your heart, if you're a happy guy, you're not going to be a communist. You're not going to be a Nazi. You're just not.
That's really simplistic and also really, really stupid. Okay. Goodness. It's like saying to a person, like, I don't even know how to describe this. You can dismiss anybody like this. You can dismiss anyone for change, anyone for reform. You can dismiss anything. Oh, look at the crumbling infrastructure in your city. Well, you know what? If you're just a happy guy, you probably would not be complaining about infrastructure so much, would you now? Okay.
Right? Like, happiness is like anathema to these extremists and ideologies.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Like
that's why you have a lot of people like who are communists, but also suicidal, right, and things like that. It's because they're all. It's a death cult.
We
like
have
you said.
hundreds.
A death cult? You're so stupid, Wick.
Of thousands, if not millions, of people right now, though, who are pissed, and that's like the problem is, we keep pointing to young men, but I think that's because we all know that
Gothic people are communists. Got you, Wick. Yeah, Wick is Jesus Christ. Wick is an individual. Wick is yeah, Wick is something else. Wick is a mind, just a mindset. Oh, Wick. Wick, Wick, Wick. Oh, Wick. Very depressing. Let me check something.
Young men with no sense of purpose can be incredibly dangerous. That's like, you know, that's a fucking problem, right? If some, I'm using Steven as an example, and I'm not trying to be rude to him personally, but if some dude is sitting on a few $1 million and he has all the women in the world and he's happy and he's doing his thing and
he's happy leaking their private photos, I guess. If we're really going by the Destiny example.
It's like, well, look at me. I succeeded and I'm just an average Joe. You know, fuck everybody else. They can figure it out. I think that's counterintuitive to like what we need to do as a society, because I think that for every one success.
The term is not counterintuitive. It's counterproductive. Jesus.
Successful guy who's winning it all. I think there's probably
Destiny is such a successful guy that's winning it all. Let's just wait for the court cases to settle in, okay? Let's just wait to see how the court cases proceed, and then let's see if he's truly the guy that's winging it all.
Nine pissed off young men.
Okay, I'm not sure if, especially currently, Destiny should be given as this example of the guy that's winning it all.
Like, resentment needs to be obviously addressed in a way that it is resolved. Also, they need to channel, things differently, because if you said like unban, yes, but also you have a lot of like absolutely weird ass shit with like LGBT going on in the West as well, for them being like sympathetic to fundamental Islamists, for them being like sympathetic towards like regimes that targeted them just as much as Nazis did, which is a Hammer Sickle gang. And
okay, I will need to know specific examples, because very often being pro-Palestine is framed as being pro-regimes that want LGBT people dead, and being pro-fundamental Islamists. So, I heard people that are being pro-Palestine being framed as that. So I really need some real and specific clarification of what is being meant by this.
you have that as well, because there's a lot of resentment there as well. And they also, like you brought up, like apocalyptic, like, death cult kind of thing. You really want to make it like it's the end times. Like MAGA uses that language a lot.
Like, I'm gonna quote a smart man, okay? A smart political streamer. I'm not gonna name the person, but you will know once I quote. If Palestinians are dead, you know what? You won't be able to advocate for LGBT rights in Palestine if Palestinians are dead. There you go.
Example, we are being invaded by aliens, like countries being destroyed, all that, Europeans are using.
These things are not mutually exclusive. Okay, you can advocate for people's right to exist while acknowledging that maybe the LGBT rights are not super advanced in that particular place. These are not exclusive positions, believe it or not. I guess this is difficult to grasp for some, but...
in us and abusing us, and we are the victim, really. Like, that's victim, being the victim is very important.
What's so funny about that? Like, so I have family in Texas, and by the way, like,
I have family in Texas.
Spanish people move into your...
By the way. I don't know Anna's positions on this, so I will not speculate. I'm not gonna speculate on that.
Country and only speaking Spanish is kind of fucking annoying, right? But
It's
not an existential. It's not an existential threat. Like going to a grocery store
True.
and then having Hispanics speaking Spanish. Like I didn't die just because I heard people speaking Spanish at the local grocery
It's a
store.
loss
And
of
so
our
that's why I get a
culture,
little
okay?
pissed.
Right? It's a loss of our
I get a little
culture
pissed. Yeah, I get a little on Iraqis and Ukrainians' behalf because I went to Iraq while there was a war and people were killing each other and throwing each other in ditches and there were suicide bombings and there were mass murders and this, that, the other. And then also in Ukraine, Anna is taking time out of her stream in order to dodge fucking drone strikes that are blowing up her fucking city. And I'm just thinking to myself, it's like, this, like hearing a Spanish person speak Spanish is not comparable to having the apartment building right next to you explode. That's not the same thing.
I really thank you for saying that because it pisses me off every time when I see that language because I'm like, I returned back in a day from a Zoom where I saw people being with tied hands being in genitals cut off in a mass grave, Ukrainian people, right? And I'm like, this is invasion. Just saying.
Right.
This is occupation, and what you have is not an invasion. But that's what you need, though.
I hate when people discuss immigration. I guess we can find common ground here that calling immigrants invaders is stupid and ridiculous.
You need to make it dramatic, apocalyptic, end times. Leftoids do that too. Not to leave them out of the picture because we're talking about them right now. And for example, people be like,
okay, I want to hear the example.
Trans genocide. People be like, the only way is a revolution. Hassan's with let's spill.
Okay, when the conversation about trans genocide is not as prominent as it was a few years ago, which is interesting because under Trump, the anti-trans rights have been ramped the hell up. So I guess maybe it's a moment to revive the discussion. But nobody followed up nobody said trans genocide, therefore revolution is the only solution. Okay, nobody said that. I remember I was here, and by here I mean on the internet when the discussion was happening.
Landlords' blood on capitalists.
Yeah, nobody said that about trans genocide. That the revolution is the solution and killing landlords for some reason.
What the fuck? That language is just
that was not no.
They
I have no clue where that language was being promoted, spread, used, but I've not heard it. And I've been quite close to this whole conversation as it happened, especially as it revolved around another well-known content creator, Lonerbox. Remember that whole thing? Remember the discussion about Lonerbox and trans genocide? Yeah, I remember. I was there.
To paint the picture as if there is no other way to
but we need,
fix
we need a funnel too. We need a funnel too.
You know what people said? You know what the proposed solution was to the trans genocide? Pushing against anti-trans legislation, not a revolution. That was the proposed solution.
So Hassan talked about a radicalization funnel where he kind of plays social democrat. He's popular, which blows my mind. But
I'm sorry that you're not as popular as Hassan. Counterpoint.
He is popular. And so he plays a social democrat when he needs to, and he plays a tanky when he needs to appeal to the audience that he's talking to, and he knows which audience he's talking about. But when, at least for that Deprogram podcast that I listened to, he was saying that he's a knowing part of the funnel where he's trying to radicalize people up here and then push them down more towards the Marxist-Leninist revolutionary pipeline, because that's like his ultimate.
Why do you assume that it's Marxist-Leninist? Not all socialism is Marxist-Leninism. Not all communism is Marxist-Leninism. I feel like I should not have to say that, but and here we are, and I'm saying it.
Ultimate goal is to have people become class conscious, knowledgeable Marxists, right? So liberals and libertarians and conservatarians, we need a funnel too. And the funnel needs to be, we talk about the psycho freaks on the right, we engage in drama with them for entertainment.
Yeah, you're one of them, counterpoints. I hate to say it, but you're one of them.
We talk with the psycho freaks on the left and we engage with them for drama and entertainment, but then we need to push our audiences to be fucking normal. Like, as a
What does normal mean? What does normal mean, counterpoints?
aggressively as
It's
possible.
an empty statement. It's a meaningless label. Normal is a meaningless label. For some people, normal is when trans people don't exist in public. For some people, normal means no gay marriage. What does normal mean, counterpoints?
Like,
normal
please,
means.
God, wake up tomorrow, drink coffee, go work your job, listen to a podcast, go hang out with your friends, get done with hanging out with your friends, listen to another podcast, and go to sleep.
I can't have friends.
Normal is when no ideology. Come on, Lucy, get with it. True. That's true.
Because of capitalism.
Just be a good drone.
Don't you understand? Have you been listening to a word that's being said? I cannot make friends because capitalism is stopping me. I can't get a girlfriend because capitalism is stopping me,
Yeah,
right?
nobody's saying that, Wick. You're very stupid. I think you can't get a girlfriend because your stupidity and creepiness, by the way, is stopping you. Those are the two main factors that are keeping you from getting a girlfriend, ironically.
That's all.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, now I'm shilling for myself, but like, join the community of grill.
Please do not join his community, whatever you do. Okay, stay clear. Stay clear of his weird ass community.
Artists, okay, join the cog. All right, I'm trying to radicalize you to. It's okay if you have a cheap, shitty $50 grill on the backside of your $600 a month state-subsidized apartment and you're working your 7-Eleven job. I don't hate you. Things will improve. Things will get better. We'll work together to make it better.
I literally have people in my life that have told me that they work, and they in effect neglect their social life and have problems maintaining the few relationships that they have. So make of that what you will. I'm not even gonna comment if it's inherently about capitalism or not, but that is what they say. Draw your own conclusions. Okay, go forth and draw your own conclusions. I've been told that by more than just one person. Trust me.
And here's the thing: there are known ways to fix things in your personal life. That again, you just have to. It's about consistent.
What do you mean there are known ways to fix the things in your life? That is such a stupid thing to say. And I would never trust you with those things, Wick. Again.
Effort and doing it in the right way. But we could talk about that. That's almost tangential to the conversation. Speaking of shilling, though, let me make a little money. Read these super chats. There's not a lot right now.
The fuck?
Now there should be more. And then we'll get back to, because I think that we mentioned examples that
I want to talk about
Boy
that.
got wrong, and I want to.
And then quick suggestion from my super chat is my chat wants Anna to make her PayPal simpler so they can pay you.
I'm very sorry. I cannot. Ukrainians are not allowed to have a link. I know
Oh.
it sounds stupid, but that's how it is. We're just not allowed to have a link. So we only have pay link is not possible. So we only use Gmail, a whole like address, basically email address. So I apologize, and my name is fucking Lon. I know. So, so I wish. Okay, I wish I could. I'm looking into more methods actually to maybe get money, but most companies don't want to work with Ukraine. So it's kind of complicated. You know, that's what I'm saying.
$5 from AK Batozai to say, Wick, what is your second choice if liberals don't want to support socialists? Moderates, and stop. I think, electorally, just from a pragmatic point of view, I think appealing to socialists turns off more people than you get, right? Like for every one socialist you'll bring on board who might vote for you, you'll get about 5 or 6 normies who are like, no, this doesn't sound right at all. But yeah, so that's the answer there. Mr. Wise for $5 to say that hot take analogy Anna gave in the beginning was actually pretty good and true.
Thank you.
$5 more from Mr. Wise to say not so erudite basically made the point that Destiny is MAGA burnt out and he thinks they're evil people, so he doesn't want to be good faith anymore. I have substantive disagreements with Destiny on this. We've had shows about it. I'm sure.
Yeah. Wick believes that MAGA people are actually cool people and that they should be made buddy with. Yeah, I get it, Wick. Yes, I understand.
Have more conversations in the future.
Can I interject though?
Please.
I don't care if there's a plurality of tactics. So for instance, if Steven wants to be the total psycho, burnt bridge, debate bro, I'm going to call you all the terrible names under the book. I'm going to make all these gross jokes. But if that gets him attention, and then if there's like more sane people to the side of Destiny who you can be funneled to, I'm okay with that. But
like who? Oh my God, of course he's thinking of himself. Of course, naturally Counterpoint is thinking, oh wow, yeah, we're doing the plurality of tactics. If Destiny can be a psycho, but if the side effect of Destiny being psycho is me getting more attention from people, me getting more of a viewership, me getting more people's eyes on me, then maybe that's okay. I'm the normal person on the side of Destiny, after all. Or I should be talking about some little thing like Wick's personal life when there's a little global conflict and climate change happening right now at the same time. You should ask Wick that. You should be asking Wick.
think the way that Hassan Piker consciously is a part of the funnel, I don't think Steven's a part of the funnel. I think you're either a radical liberal who wants to tell MAGA to go fuck themselves, or there's nothing else there. And that's part of the problem.
Almost a separate topic. We'll get into another day. $5 from Lost Coyote to say, what would all you guys' rapper names be? I am Top G Wicca. Okay, that's me. I don't know about...
I don't know.
I don't
know.
I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to like be. How do you get? That's a fuck ton of lepers with little something. They know like little something. Like
yeah.
Little something.
What's a military unit that you like?
Phoenix.
Okay,
actually.
Lil Phoenix.
That's your rapper name. Lil Phoenix.
Phoenix, right?
Dude, thank you, Connor. We go.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I don't know what my hip hop name would be. Honestly, I wanna. Oh, somebody says Boss Cog.
Boss Cog
or Bog Cog.
That, you know what? That sounds like either a rapper name or one of them, hillbillies out in the boondocks, right? Who's running?
Yeah, like Jelly Roll.
Like
a fat white guy covered in tattoos. Absolutely.
You know what? Actually, I thought of another one. Many people at the front, guys at the front, call me a nymph, which is they call me Mafka, but that's like a nymph, really. Because
Little Nymph.
Little Mafka sounds badass too, right? Little Mafka. That sounds like, because I don't know what it is just from hearing it. You've told me obviously just now, but if Little Mafka's coming to town and she's got beef with you, I'd be scared. I'd be like, oh shit, what's gonna?
All right, one of my dickhead chatters, he said, Chubby Points, the protege of Notorious B.I.G.
Hey.
Consider joining the page to help me with my Ukraine projects, by the way. And journalisms.
Connor is not even chubby, okay? It doesn't work.
I know, they're fucking with me. They
Yeah.
know I'm a sensitive soul.
$2 from Mr. Wise to say, if you're happy, you're not a communist. True. $5 from Vigilante to say, depends on what you mean by happy, Wick. I'm a very happy person in general, but working for people who want to pay you as little as possible is dumb. Vigilante, I don't know about that. I think, you know what?
Better than not having anything and being gulagged, just saying.
Fair.
Yeah,
True.
it has its downsides for sure. Like, as someone who worked for a very little pay in Ukraine, which is, by the way, the pay is like $400, so you know it's quite little. But but still better than the gulag. I'm just saying, you know.
Okay, I don't like this sort of level of argumentation. Oh, so you're being discriminated in this country as a Jewish person. People are not nice to you on the street. Well, it's still better than the gas chamber. I mean, yeah, I suppose so.
$5 from Audacity to say, figured Anna would be pro-communism, seeing as how effective it is at
I don't like when people go for that sort of argumentation.
Russians into fertilizer.
It turned us into a bigger fertilizer. I'm sad to say, my
like,
guy. I understand what you mean, but unfortunately, they nuked the fucking ton of people in Cambodia, in China, in Ukraine, in Belarus, you know, and all sorts of places.
Yeah, it's also like a KD ratio. So if they were like kill death ratio from Call of Duty. So if
oh my god.
I mean, if Russians were killing Russian communists, then we'd be okay with it. But they just fight Nazis and then they die shitloads, you know? Like, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing as fighting communists on purpose.
Also,
what they mean by that, I have no clue. It's just...
And I was never accused as being against Russians dying, so it might be first time when it will happen, but I actually don't think that was a good thing that communists killed literally all the decent people in that country, okay?
Yeah.
So I'm not like, I never advocated for that one. Despite them being Russian, they literally killed like all the doctors, priests, intelligentsia, wealthy peasants. We can get into that, but you know.
I have a brilliant chat. That's what she said, but she is spelled like Xi Jinping.
That's what she...
Brilliant.
He said,
yeah. They said, a new motto for a great society.
God, I'm tired.
Generosity, understanding, love, appreciation, and greatness, also known as gulag. And I think that should be like Econo Boys, like he should be like the gulag system, generosity, understanding, love.
Okay, one last one, then we'll get
to honestly.
Yeah,
repackage even that.
Yeah, one last one, then we'll get to the examples.
I'm so tired.
Origin of Logos for $5 says, never base your identity and purpose with politics. You will lose your soul that way. You will never reach eudaimonia. I don't know if I was pronouncing that word right.
True.
Okay, so
eudaimonia, good living.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
You mentioned some specific examples that
some Greek stuff going on there.
No.
People know terms. I'm impressed with Americans knowing things, okay?
Oh, you're welcome.
There was an anti-American comment if you didn't catch that.
It's okay.
No, anyway. It's fine. Honestly, like I've appreciated, I think my chat in particular, but also Twitch and YouTube politics.
Yeah, I've noticed that Americans don't know many things, and I'm witnessing this very thing here tonight while watching this and listening to it, unfortunately.
As well. I think there is like a disproportionate amount of people of like really intelligent, underemployed and employed and unemployed people. Like I think there's just smart people regardless of their social or economic status in Twitch and YouTube politics.
Also, if you are unemployed, you can read a bunch of stuff.
Wow. That was so deep, Connor. Thank you.
That's cool, you know?
Right, yeah, like if you're just chilling at home.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you get back to the examples?
Yeah, specific examples.
What did Econo Boy get wrong? Go ahead.
Okay, so I might yap for a little while, just in advance.
time.
So basically, like I noted that with Western, lefties, not even like just straight up like commies, that they kind of like want to be in both worlds at the same time. So like Schrödinger, if you will, communism, really, right?
Any Nazi apologies, Holocaust denial jokes, Connor? Cringe.
So they kind of want to say that everything that happened and went tits up wasn't real communism. So, but also like AOC's.
I mean, you can just say that anything that went wrong was not real late stage capitalism. Okay? Like the fact that Trump was just able to get into power and fuck everything up, I guess that's just coincidence. What is the culprit of that? Is it communism? Is it socialism? Is it those pesky infiltrators? What's happening? What is the culprit? What is the ideological culprit of that? Exactly.
Communists. So you have like the, socialists, I guess they would say, the one used for the word. So you have like this, everything that was wrong with like totalitarian Vanguard Party, mass executions, Red Terror, Great Terror, all the terrors, that happened. That's, just the socialists done wrong. On the other hand, I will do it right.
Yeah, that's Bolshevism, to be exact.
So, sorry.
It's Bolshevism done as intended.
Hold on, sorry, real quick. This kind of clicked into my brain. Like, well, we should hold them accountable for the vague definition at that point, because socialism is just when the working class has a mass movement to try to end the oppressions of capitalism. So how is the Soviet Union and Maoist China and Pol Pot?
That's actually not exactly what it is. Not the oppression of capitalism, the oppression of capitalists, if anything.
How are they not socialist? They're mass working class movements.
Yes. So you kind of like, they dance with purpose there because they want to kind of like obviously avoid comparisons with, Stalin and all of that, and Lenin.
Yeah, my father, who was anti-communist, opposition member, who printed illegal books, illegal magazines, publications, who organized, who took part in protests, who, worked with other oppositionists, who got arrested for it. Yeah, he pretty much wanted to, in a certain way, I guess he did want to disassociate himself from Stalin and all these other people. Yeah, that is true. And yet, he was pretty left-wing. So I don't know how to square that circle. I have no clue. But then again, he was a Polish person, so.
And Mao and all of that dog shit, because it's kind of difficult to sell that to anyone really. So you want to like avoid that and say we are not that. But ultimately, we are like this. We're like friendly, nice socialists that want, bigger welfare. That want like you to not be oppressed by the evil landlords, and taxation is, slavery, and like working is slavery and all of that. And it's like to appeal to things that people don't like working for very poor wages for a asshole boss somewhere, right? Like most people have that experience. If you like ever worked in your life, you have this like, that fucker, I would like guillotine his ass if I could. Everyone had that little commie voice inside them when they work regular jobs, and I sure as well.
Yes, the French Revolution was truly the communist revolution, because the guillotine is a thing that, that invokes in my mind the French Revolution, not communism. So I have no idea where this conflation of that with that came from. Like, yeah, I would guillotine those stupid bosses of mine. Communism. Oh boy. Okay. Right. Yeah. Totally. Listen, just because the French Revolution has the word revolution in it, it does not mean that it has anything to do with communism. I'm just gonna put it out there. I know. Good night, Greater Rain. Please consider not being white in the future. I know that the French Revolution actually has the word revolution in it, but trust me when I say it had nothing to do with communism.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, remember that feeling, right? Of being also being unfair. Things are unfair to me, like a regular person, right? And you kind of have this urge to seek fairness, right? To seek like justice in many things.
Yep.
And that's kind of like what I am annoyed, speaking with Westerner leftists by, is that they really want to keep that like both sides thing going for them, which really helps.
Okay, how about speaking with a non-Western leftist like me? Could we talk? I'm a non-Western leftist. So I think I come from a non-Western leftist family, in fact. Pretty left-wing tradition in my family. It'd be cool to talk.
Cause. So that's why it was the corner thing annoyed the fuck out of me. Not what you said, what was said.
Can I add to
sure.
this? So with the Western leftists too, what they wanted to claim was that the Labour Party in the UK and I think like Attlee in Australia or whatever were examples of socialist governments being in power. And I feel like there was a play in words in here. These were, in my opinion, liberal democracies, and they were parliamentary systems, meaning that oftentimes they have to build coalitions, which mean that Labor would get in a coalition with and even if they didn't, but let's just say for my sake they did, they would ally themselves with like the Liberals, for instance, and they would build like a Labor liberal coalition government, but Labor was disproportionately the powerful faction, and therefore they were in power. But they still had to deal with the fact that there was a king in the Commonwealth of the United Kingdom. They had to deal with the fact that there was a military and law enforcement that didn't necessarily like Marxist socialism. And so there were always these things that tamped down on the zealotry of socialism to the point that the socialists were effectively held back from doing the worst things they possibly
Hello, Estelle.
could do. And so them claiming like, oh, it like sorry, last thing that kind of pissed me off was
See that Socialix is not happy with what he's hearing here. You're not pleased? Are you not entertained, Socialix? We're gonna need a palate cleanser after this. We're gonna have to play a game. Write in the chat what game you want me to play after this. Don't forget that we're doing a stream marathon, okay? We're doing a stream marathon. We're on the 8th hour. I'm still on the vibe of trying to gather money for Ukrainian projects, for my dog's healthcare, and for my return to Ukraine to do more journalisms. And I also need a new microphone. So consider supporting your favorite streamer. Especially since I've been hearing for a few days that Vladimir has been considering donating. Okay? Just, consider.
what is it? Legalizing weed is socialist. Raising minimum wage is socialist. And that just made me so fucking mad because it's like drinking water is socialist.
Yeah, it also makes me mad when people say that socialism is just, I guess, Bolshevism. So I guess Connor now describes my pain when I hear what people like him describe socialism to be. So I guess he does understand how annoying it is when people describe things not as the things that they actually are.
Like,
That's
fuck
exactly
off.
what I wanted to talk. You brought up exactly what I was going with what annoyed me.
Good.
Because you bring up, right? You did that, if I'm not mistaken. You like Mao, Pol Pot, Soviet Union, blah 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 blah. You bring up the examples.
Yeah, all the spawns of Bolshevik thought. Yes, thank you.
There was communism. Because there was a genuine big attempts at liquidating
where they had
classes.
unchecked power. Yes.
No, that's not true. There was no attempt at actually liquidating classes in neither of these places. The classes were firmly kept in place in all of these places, actually.
Yeah, they actually were fully in power when they attempted to liquidate all the, kulaks. I don't know if you know what that is, but kulak is a wealthy peasant. So people who owned basically land after.
Yeah. And yet peasants were kept as a class.
Russian Empire removed serfdom, and it was legal now for people to own shit and to buy land, get loans, all of that, right? So that was liquidated. Priesthood was liquidated. Aristocracy was liquidated. Liquidating all of that. We can talk about that later. But that was.
That does not make classless society. Many classes were kept firmly in place in the Soviet Union and all the Soviet bloc countries.
The planned economy, the government, like the state.
And the abolishment of class. That's what you just said. They abolished the classes.
Yeah.
They abolished the classes. They abolished the classes. You know what? I gotta look up something. I have to look something up. I'm gonna look it up in Polish, and when I find the result that I want, I will translate it. Kiedy Polska obaliła stan szlachecki. Let me see. Kiedy zniesiono stan szlachecki w Polsce? W Polsce szlachta jako stan społeczny zniesiona została na mocy konstytucji. Okay. So what I looked up. Okay. What I looked up is when was the nobility class liquidated in Poland? In Poland, the nobility as a social class, estate, has been liquidated via the power of the Constitution in 1921. So I guess the nation state of Poland after World War I was communist. It literally liquidated the class. It engaged in class liquidation and engaged in communism. Damn, those nobles were liquidated as a class. I guess communism reigned in pre-World War II Poland. Unfortunate state of affairs. But you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is. The liquidation of classes equals communism.
Yes, so they were actually like putting in those steps there, and instead, so they want to live in both worlds. They want to say,
what the fuck is this? If you think that in the USSR or communist Poland you had no classes, then I have no clue what to do. I have no clue where to lead you. I have no clue what books I should even start directing you to. What the hell?
Say that this, what Connor brought up, was not an example.
I thought you liked history, Conrad. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, Conrad. This is too adult content for you.
Genuine socialism when it was, you know.
Well, but to be fair to Econoboy here,
I am kind of sleepy, by the way, as well. So maybe the emote is amped.
Trader Cowboy, he would say, well,
Can I? Yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
would say that's authoritarian socialism, and mine
He
is
wouldn't even
not
say.
authoritarian.
He wouldn't even agree that
don't
that
think
was
so?
communism, because the example he brought up, then two corners, real examples.
It was Bolshevism. It has a name.
He bring up the fucking obscure kangaroo socialists that I didn't know existed. I had to look it up, and he brings up and he brought up Kerala in India, which was funny to me that he brought it up as an example of socialists being in power and not being a vanguard party, and like not genocide and not destroying anything like. But Kerala, actually, which I ended up researching, is not fucking socialists. They have private property. There's ownership of build apartments, ownership of businesses, of larger factories, big companies, everything. It's
Oh, now I have to check something again. Did you know that in socialist/communist Poland, even though it was rare, people were able to own apartments? Did you know that? Did you know that, especially in the later phases of the Polish People's Republic, there was a system through which people could buy apartments and own them? Whoops. So much for that. So much for that.
it doesn't have that. It doesn't have even planned economy there. It's a mixed economy there. So it's just absolutely, and the fact that the hilarious bit, they have two main parties, which is one is left.
I don't know, to do a flashy bit. I usually just Google even the things that I already know to have it on screen to be able to read out.
Democratic something, and it's in power now, and they have like United People Democracy something. It's the center right, so they have two, center right and far left guys, and they all exchanged each other. So they all had like this guy win in the next election, this guy win in the next election, and they all have seats, like about an equal amount of seats, which is quite funny. And only recently, in 2021 year, the leftists have the majority of seats, and there's already, by the way, warring signs there of that because that happened. But that's why he does that. The last thing I will say,
I want to sympathize though. Sorry, real quick, if I could.
Yeah, the left wing is went to totalitarianism. I mean, we can just look at non-Google source, not AI, sorry. And yes, I know that the Google AI can say nonsense. I've witnessed it a few times fairly recently. Okay, let's Google again then. Czy PRL nabyło kupić mieszkanie na własność? Let's look into an article. Yes, that is true. PRL rodzina nie mogła posiadać więcej mieszkania. True. Okay, let's just move on. I'm tired.
I want to sympathize though with the far left, for instance, though, just because, like, for me on the far right, I think I can articulate all the differences.
That means so much to me, Connor points, that you are sympathetic to the far left.
Just because, like, for me on the far right, I think I can articulate all the differences between Christian nationalism, fascism, like neo-Nazi, like
I highly doubt it. I honestly highly doubt it at this point.
Right. But that's because, like, I took the time to get to know members of each faction and basically have them explain my ideology.
Oh, okay. That's... what is the right doing in Texas? Oh god, what is the right doing in Texas? Texas Republicans vote to whereas Democrats installed registry restricting vote. Oh. Well, that's great. Oh, well, that's amazing.
So I could sympathize with Econoboy with, like, oh, well, I'm a democratic socialist or whatever. I believe in democracy. I'm a ethical pluralist or whatever the fuck he said. So I could understand his frustration with being compared to the authoritarians. But again, like, I'll bring this up as another point, is like, the reason why I like liberalism is because maximal human liberty works for all kinds of people, right? If you're gay and you have maximal freedom, that's good for you. If you're a Christian and you have maximal human freedom, that's good for you.
Problem is, right-wingers will say that gay people or trans people do have the maximum amount of people, just like everybody else. They just don't have the right to have more, like those pesky gay rights, trans rights, etc. This is such a common argument. What do you mean gay people have no rights? They have all the rights that they have all the rights that straight people have. A gay man can marry a woman just like a straight guy, which means that they all have the same freedoms. Maximum liberty for everybody. That is unironically the argument that I have stumbled upon, by the way. There you go. Enjoy.
If you're a fascist, even if you advocate for fascism, liberalism's probably better for you, because in a fascist regime, you're going to get fucking killed. And so liberalism, allowing you to make choices about how you conduct your life and how you influence your community, that's why I like maximal human freedom. And I think that it's good.
Except for when those dirty immigrants want to come here. Right?
And I fucking hate these authoritarian fucking dickheads. I think they don't even want what they say they want, because when they get what they want, they're going to be the first people on the fucking chopping block for being the wrong kind of thing.
Yes, that's
well
true. But I also want to say,
sorry, your internet broke up a little bit. But let's say that Econoboy gets what he wants, and he's an incrementalist, and he gets it to 60% or 70% of where he wants it to be. Who's to say? Like let's say there's three Econoboy. Econoboy has Econoboy Jr., Econoboy the second, Econoboy the third. And through incrementalism, by the time that we hit the third, America is a social democracy. But the word socialism has been so rehabilitated that effectively, like, now Marxist-Leninists are like, we don't want to wait anymore. We want to abolish class today. Just because you're...
That's stupid. What the fuck does abolish class mean? That's not how that works. Abolish class. This is just so stupid. This is so brain dead. Jesus Christ.
Incrementally pushing towards this thing doesn't mean that an authoritarian can't seize this power tomorrow. And I feel like that's another narrow vision of the ideology.
It's just how you prevent
that.
that.
you can say that about anything. Okay? We have Trump in power now. So, oh yeah, we just want to, you know, we just want the rational capitalism thing. Oh, we have Trump now? Well, what do you know? Why do you constantly watch those deranged right-wing channels? Isn't there anything better among right-wingers? No. No, there's not. Do you have any suggestions? I'm open, Conrad. I'm open to your suggestions. I'm open to your brilliant, brilliant suggestions.
That is never answered
Hit me
really,
up.
because for example, like you probably is aware of that, obviously, right? But it's that they examples, the good examples they bring are usually some obscure little commune of like 20,000 people somewhere.
Well, he
Or
also
it's
brought up one of the bigger examples he brought up was Atlee, right?
Kerala was, I think, the big example he brought up, because a fuck ton of people lives there. There's a million
Oh, maybe it was in
people.
another discussion, because I've
Yeah,
had a
I'm
couple
not sure, but
discussions,
I
yeah.
already say I like two things really, like the obscure little commune of 20,000 people that is not applicable to the broader society. So the big nation, the big country cannot be ruled that way, even if commune works there, right? Or it's like some sort of big thing, like Australian example or Kerala example, where communism isn't really implemented. So there are like, by the way, in Kerala, they actually
Yeah, there's no country in the world where communism was implemented. Let's get that straight.
so under the bigger government of India as well, which is at all not leftist.
Hold
so
on, I'm getting a bunch of DMs telling me to bring up Live and Learn right now. Like I'm getting like 6 or 7. What's going on over there? Can someone check?
Yeah, bring it up.
What is
They chatting shit.
What's Live and Learn? Oh, it's
that's Pisco's
Holy
and
rival.
Econoboy
Holy-
show.
Hold on, I'll
Culty.
stream it for you guys real
Right.
quick. Hold on.
Malali's a unique last name. I
They're
don't
like,
know if I've
Anna's a
heard of it.
piece of
I always
shit, and
fuck it
Connor
up
can
and
go
I put-
fuck
Hold on,
himself.
just real quick.
And
Hope they
Pisco's
both
like,
die in a
"Fuck, I'm
car
talking-
accident, fucking assholes.
So,
I have more
yeah,
chances
so
to
I'll
be drawn
he,
though. So
he called me
you know,
evil
pick
on
your fights.
Twitter, and so I'll be talking to him about
I'll die from a
the
car wreck.
evils of socialism, I guess, on Wednesday. I'm sure that'll be a great discussion.
Watch
Then finally,
We haven't
got
even.
Destiny really. He
this
wanted
is
to have
just
a
him
one-on-one
memeing.
about, I guess, socialism with me, and so I'll be talking to him on Thursday. I figure that'll get a lot of views. I'm gonna try and do a charity stream on my
Okay,
end.
no,
I
this
guess,
is just him
that night.
trolling
So
you.
that'll be on
Dude.
Thursday.
Let's just be clear.
And then on Friday, I've got another
He's
stream planned
trolling
with
you.
a small creator.
Is
So
that
busy
DPRK,
week for
North Korea, and
Econoboy.
communism,
and
and
I had
the
to
Soviet
put together this
Union?
outfit,
You
obviously,
know,
which
that's
was-
why those
Congratulations.
people
Okay,
can go
put
fuck
together.
themselves.
Okay.
I
Literally
simply
just
they
walked
just
into a
died.
closet and grabbed the first thing off the fucking.
Okay,
Let's just
sorry,
be real.
I'm gonna
That's
click
great.
out of that. Otherwise, that's gonna piss me off.
Yeah.
So-
That's just him trolling, gang. That's all that is.
I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna go to the toilet. Be right back. They have the stupid right-wing American look in the eye. Can't describe it well. Braided content. Anna explaining basic history to grown-ass 30-year-old man. I have problems with what Anna is saying as well. Don't worry. I have problems with conflating socialism with Bolshevism across the board. I do have a problem with that, actually. You should understand what's the use of it. There must be something better to comment on politics history-wise. Yeah, but sometimes, unfortunately, YouTube likes brain-dead content, and I do need to grow as a content creator at some point, so... In order to be able to do the worthwhile thing, I actually do need to do the a little bit less worthwhile thing from time to time. That is the unfortunate price of capitalism, unironically.
I get it. Okay, I get it. So, and by the way, we're in the internet game.
You know, if you go to lucyhaze.org/live and donate, then I'll happily switch to something else. I will gladly switch to something more intelligent. In fact, we could go back to that report, you know, that we've been reading on the indigenous children in Canada. Or we could be talking more broadly about genocide, which is one of my topics. We could be talking about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Not yet.
Where?
You keep asking me that. No, I haven't read it yet.
The more attention like you get, the better it is for you, right? The more people who are going to listen to you. However,
not all attention is good.
Let's say that I was being accused of being a fucking Nazi, and then I was like, no, I'm not a Nazi. I'm actually just like a conservatarian.
Yeah.
What the hell is a conservatarian? The hell is a conservatarian? I have no clue what that even is. Your own made-up word.
And then I was like, I'm actually like a libertarian version.
Well, if you really said for Shakespeare, she has a throne for various things that she needs. Shakespeare is very welcome to link the throne now, and Conrad, as the person full of empathy for Shakespeare, is welcome to donate to that throne to get Shakespeare the things that she needs.
Of a fascist. I believe in political corporatism, which, by the way, I do. I believe in political corporatism. However, like, I'm not like those other guys. I'm not an authoritarian.
There you go. You've been deposed as royalty of this chat.
And then, like, the next week, as a joke, I have the KKK flag, the fucking Nazi flag.
It would be funny.
And like the flag of Franco's Spain, like right here. Like, dude, I would expect people to be like, oh, you're hiding your power level, or you're a piece of shit. Like, that's what people would say if I was joking about being a fascist.
Do you think that this... Hold on, I'm going to defend Econoboy just for a minute here.
I mean...
think that's as bad as that? Like, as,
Yes.
I think North.
I mean, to be fair, Counterpoints has peddled some fascistic ideas, not as a joke. So,
North Korea is as bad as Nazi Germany. I do think that the Soviet Union was, pretty much the only. Okay, here's the thing.
Okay, let's listen to Counterpoints, the historian, give us the breakdown.
This is from my perspective. Now, bear in mind, I'm like a Western capitalist or whatever. But from my perspective, the only thing that Stalin did that wasn't technically worse than Hitler is allegedly he didn't kill people exclusively because of their ethnicity. However, we are here.
Yes, he did. He absolutely did, but whatever. I didn't expect to push on against counterpoints like this, but Stalin absolutely did kill people based on their ethnicity. Multiple times, actually.
Here with Anna right.
Yeah, he said the reasons were different, but he killed people explicitly for their ethnicity.
Right now, and I'm pretty sure that the Holodomor was at least partially motivated by
partially. Yeah, the Holodomor was partially. Fuck me.
ethnic bigotry. And so like, dude, if I
partially
see somebody flying a flag that like, and they're saying like, lol, 100 years ago, my people killed your people to the tunes of millions of people, I'd be fucking pissed. I'd be pissed.
Yeah. You know what? It's something I really wanted to talk about.
I will take the L on that one. Fair enough. No, that's
yeah.
No, you don't have to. Different people view it differently, but I'm saying like I sympathize with Anna, like because like for me it's a joke. I'm a Westerner. We killed communists for fucking fun in Korea, in Vietnam, in the Cold War. For Anna, her fucking parents and grandparents grew up under a fucking Soviet regime, and they were fucking assholes.
Yeah, it's just I hate this shit with passion because this is the sanitization.
With a passion.
So what he did there is, even if it's a meme, that's allowed. So that's like, it's not a problem to walk around with this flag in America, which is incredibly weird if you think about it, because consider how anti-communist America used to be during like Cold War and all of that, right?
But yeah, the Red Scare, which was the McCarthyism, is not considered a good thing. I hate to break it to people, but McCarthyism is actually considered a pretty bad thing. You remember that journalist that called it out? The one that was reporting from London during the Blitz? Reporter, good night and good luck. I always forget his name. Edward R. Murrow. There we go. Do you know what happened when he said, hey, McCarthy, did this whole witch hunt against communism is going too far? Do you know what happened? Oh yeah, he got called a communist. And his career was smashed.
Currently, it's completely fine. If he's walking around with a swastika, that will cause some people on the street being likely not happy to see that. I'm not saying.
They'll
like
probably hate you. Yeah.
Yes, and that's the problem. That's the problem.
I do think you, Connor, and Destiny are right that we do need to. It's weird that socialism and communism specifically don't get more of a stigma.
They are sanitized. They're whitewashed in America.
I'm not.
Now.
Look, I also want to make it clear. I want to make it clear. I'm not calling.
No, they're not. They're not sanitized in America. That is a silly thing to say.
he should be banned or anything, or he shouldn't
No.
be able to, or allowed to do this. Like, I would disagree with you, Anna, probably that I think they should be allowed to do. Just like I think you should be allowed if.
I never said they should be banned. It's United
sure.
States. Nothing is banned.
Yeah,
you
you
should
should be
go fuck
allowed to
yourself.
like meme
Yeah.
as a Nazi if you wanted, right? If you wanted to do the whole dress up as Hitler.
Oh boy.
I have a
You should
different
be allowed.
perspective. In Ukraine it's
Sure.
prohibited, and I'm for that. But in the United States, I acknowledge that you have a different, vision of like free speech or what is allowed.
Communism is actually not banned in Poland, by the way. There's a communist party in Poland.
And everything, and I'm not going to impose my idea about that on you. That's for you to decide.
So
yeah,
hold on. I want to point this out though. So we have comedy related to North Korea, right? We have Team America World Police. We have the interview, where we like satirize the authoritarianism of North Korea. But realistically, like at least from my perspective, it's one of the darkest chapters in American history that's still going on. Where in the 1950s, the basically North invades the South. They almost get pushed back to the Pusan perimeter. This is like a totally forgotten chapter of history, but you should Google it. Then America bombs the shit out of the North Koreans.
It's basic history about the Korean War. It's not some forgotten chapter in history that is shrouded in mystery, and you have to dig deep to get it. Like that is the language of the historically illiterate, quite frankly. Oh, it's such secret history. Go look it up. Boy.
And does a sea invasion
basic fact
via
about
a
the
port called
Korean
Incheon.
War.
We push them back up to China, and then the Chinese invade with 2 million soldiers and push Americans back to the 38th parallel. That's the history of the Korean War. And actually, the United States kills 25% of the North Korean population through aerial bombardment. I actually think that we're pretty fucked up for killing 25% of the North Korean population. But what's happened since then, since we bombed the shit out of them, and China basically gives them enough support to survive, but not enough support to thrive, you have tens of millions of people who are effectively held in authoritarian dictatorial slavery.
Yep.
And so when he puts the flag up, like we can laugh, we can joke. Like I'm going to laugh at the interview. I'm going to laugh at Team America World Police. But I basically see the flag of like authoritarian dictatorship with tens of millions of people held in slavery right now.
To be clear, we also have media that satirizes Nazi Germany. Springtime for Hitler in Germany.
The producers,
right?
I love
you have
the
all
producers.
these other things where they satirize it, and I not to delve on.
Why does he have with that flag? Like, did he got it specifically to put it there, or was it there?
It looks like he ironed it too. Can I point out that detail? It looks like he ironed the flags, which is scary to me.
I thought that was green
if he
screen
ordered
stuff.
them off of Amazon,
Okay,
and they
this is getting boring. This is actually getting boring to me now. Earlier, at least, I was animated by the fact that I was angry, annoyed. But now this is just getting boring. Is this going to go back to anything, or is just going to be this for the rest of the duration?
We're still in their 8, fold whatever thing, I would be like, oh, okay, it's a fucking joke.
I don't.
You spent an extra 20 minutes per flag ironing them.
I don't know.
Worrisome.
I'll have to go look again. But were those real flags, or were those just photos?
In other words, National Socialism. It's an ideology that does not exist anymore.
Like photoshopped in.
No, that's not. Look like I don't know. Listen. The fact that's fine, and the fact that I'm just not to be dramatic.
I mean, the ideology exists, but there is no Nazi regime in power right now. We could argue there are fascistic regimes in power now. We could argue that Trump is doing his best.
But right now, people in my country, before they get shot in the head, are forced to sing Soviet anthem. I just want to point that out. So I know seeing that is not fun. It's a flag of a regime, of the ideology that killed millions of people here right now, where I am, right, and it continues today to be prevalent in the minds of Russia and people like that.
Because
so for me,
it fuels Russian nationalism, right? So, even if even if the Soviet Union is collapsed and the current Russian state, as far as I know, is not pursuing socialism as we understand it,
it's not. It's
they
not
still
fascist.
they look back at the Soviet Union with rose-tinted glasses, and they valorize the Soviet Union as this great anti-imperialist stand against the American empire.
Against the West, yeah, and also the time when they were really powerful, which is true, and also the time where they were successful as an empire.
Just real quick as well, like people who are going hard at Econoboy, like how dare he do that in front of Anna? He's on his own stream. He didn't come on Anna's.
Do it in front of
I would absolutely be with you if he came on this stream, knowing Anna, knowing what she's gone through, and did that. That's a different thing. But he's not on our stream. We just looked at it.
Yes. But just to point out that people would have incredibly negative, rightfully so, if you have like a swastika somewhere, on your persona, just even for memes, yeah. But they are not when you have hammer and sickles. I saw the fucking protests in United States against Trump, which I was at first happy.
Well, there's a lot of swastika memes, meme joking, wearing around, isn't there?
About, and then I saw fucking hammers and tickles there, and I was no longer happy about it. Okay, so it's just
the moral. There is a different moral calculation though here that I'm just going to acknowledge is that American left wingers do not view they don't have the same level of like moral revulsion to socialism that I do, but that's the problem, right?
Bolshevism.
So, because Bernie Sanders, as an example, AOC is probably too young to have done this, but Noam Chomsky for sure. Like while he's like, oh, I'm an incrementalist, I don't believe in authoritarianism. I criticize authoritarianism in all its forms. They'll say that.
Go fuck yourself.
They'll say that. But then they'll simp for the Soviet Union, of the 60s through the 80s. They'll simp for the Maoist China of the 60s through the 80s. They'll make apologia for Pol Pot, who wiped out 25% of his own population.
Yeah, he did Cambodia apologia full time. Yeah, Chomsky and
right.
Milosevic. In Serbia.
So why wouldn't I presume?
I hated Chomsky before it was cool. I'm just gonna point that out. I hated on Chomsky for his linguistic nonsense before it was cool to hate him on political grounds.
If you're a libertarian socialist, if you're a syndicalist, if you're a incrementalist, why wouldn't I presume that one, you could just be hiding your power level, or two, you're a useful idiot for people who are more nefarious than you?
Are you?
Like oftentimes, like sorry. Last
that is the case when you conflate socialism with Bolshevism, but I don't, and a lot of the socialist inclined people that I know also don't. So.
Point. Oftentimes, the authoritarian socialists, the first thing they would do when they get into power is they would kill all the people that they think wouldn't go along with the authoritarianism. Half the time, they wiped out the fucking anarchists.
Are you both familiar with Mike from PA? Do you know who he is?
Oh my God, Mike from PA.
He's a Hassan Piker simp who used to do debates, but now he's in his hot box and he just makes $100,000 a year being a waiting room for Hassan.
Yeah, last week on my show, I think Friday, Econoboy hopped
I didn't even know that Mike from PA was associated with Hassan this close, the waiting room for Hassan.
To talk to me and Talibots for a little bit, right? And I'm gonna play a clip for you guys, and I want you.
Do you like Hassan, Lucy? No. I cannot get over Hassan's bad Ukraine takes, sorry. That is actually that is the main thing that comes to my head when I think Hassan. His horrible opinions on Ukraine. NATO expansion. He's also boring. Hassan?
I want you guys to tell me your thoughts here, because this is my worry with Econoboy. Like, this is my basic issue, and I'll pull this up real quick.
I need to click.
Let me click on watch stream first.
It. All right, so we can all see it, etc.
I see it.
Okay.
I think it's just whatever is anti-West. Maybe.
I was just gonna give a silly hypothetical a la Hassan versus Trump. President of the United States, Mike from PA or Talibots?
This is so stupid. Thank you for the $2. Watch a Sarah Payne video? Maybe. I think we're gonna do a news topic or two. I feel like Kyle Parker is working on a segment.
I mean, in the Live and Learn episode, we really didn't get to learn a whole lot about your actual political ideology. other than
I'm sorry. This is just.
No, but Wick, do you disagree? Like, Talia
first
didn't
of all,
really.
I'm wondering if you're making a joke here. Is this serious?
He's not. He's not making a joke.
Oh,
wait, what's funny about? Wait, no, like obviously when. She said she voted for Trump, and she said like she used to have these. She said like more what she wasn't than what she was. I feel like.
We'll watch it.
But I'd have to know more.
Think about this.
Also, if you want to donate, try to donate on lucyhaza.org/live, since YouTube takes quite a bit of a cut from subscriptions and donations.
It's part of the problem. But the fact that
True.
you have to think about whether or not Holly is worse than
Well, I understand.
Mike from
I understand,
PA.
Mike. Like,
Jew is not a fucking ethnic.
No, but I'm not. I'm just saying.
Pisco chose me over Hassan, and I think Hassan's worse than Mike from PA. And it was a pretty easy decision for Pisco. He made the same little quip about, but you voted for Trump, so I have to think about your judgment. But it was very easy to
your
say
judgment.
that Tali.
But that's basically it. And again,
yes, exactly what I mean. You see, how do you remove?
Yeah.
that in-
yeah, like this isn't just to explain while people.
I mean, to be fair, if someone voted Trump, I will wonder about their judgment.
People in chat may
The
think,
couch
what's wrong with
punching
that?
guy. Now I know who that is. The one that was like punching the couch.
Yes, couch
yeah.
puncher. Okay, the couch
Yeah,
puncher.
I know that guy.
He is an avowed socialist communist guy who is an authoritarian. He is wanting the authoritarian kind of Hassan style things. We know what he wants. Now, Tali, look, I wouldn't vote for her either if there was like a.
I had no clue that Hassan wanted some authoritarian thing.
Democratic candidate. No offense, Tali. We love you, Tali, but you're not my first choice. But she is far and away so much less dangerous than Mike from PA is. And
yeah, because Mike from PA is so dangerous. Excuse me? What exactly is the danger of Mike from PA? Are you kidding me? Is this a joke? Calling Mike from PA dangerous? That's laughable, actually. That's a good joke.
I don't trust
Yeah,
him.
Mike from PA, so dangerous. Stranger danger.
well, yeah, that's what makes me
So dangerous,
skeptical of
Mike
their
from PA.
ability to assess threats. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah,
No,
it's
not only-
totally makes sense.
May
yeah.
I politically rant for a moment? So
ahead.
the thing is, like, with Israel, you can be a critic of the state of Israel, and I actually have no problems. You could even advocate for a one-state solution, and I wouldn't give it like a secular one-state Palestinian majority solution, and I would.
Oh boy, suddenly Israel-Palestine is the topic of conversation. Okay, here we go.
I think you're stupid, but I wouldn't
Here we
care.
go.
What bothers me though is you say,
Uh-huh.
oh, okay, well, based off of current oppression, when I see Hamas cutting people's heads off with garden implements, that's not that big of a deal. And, settler babies, like settlers who are in the West Bank, you don't get just to shoot the military aged men who have weapons. You can also shoot the women and children and the babies as well.
Yes, that is exactly the biggest problem right now. Poor Israeli women and children being shot. That is exactly what's happening. That is the main crux of the problem of the Israel-Palestine thing right now, that poor Israeli women and children are being en masse killed by encroaching Hamas armies. That's exactly it. It's exactly what's happening. Thank you for giving me clarity on the situation. I will admit I'm not super well versed, I'm not super well educated on the subject, but now I'm feeling like I'm really getting a solid amount of education. Thank you. Counterpoints.
That's what freaks me the fuck out, because this whole like moral analysis.
Yeah, I really love how people get freaked out by these hypothetical situations that they get from some people that they talk to while children are starving in Gaza. Love this. I love this. It's brilliant. Amazing. What a world we live in. This is great. This is just beautiful.
Is how atrocities are committed. This is how you walk in as a Soviet soldier and you see the Tsar and his family, and you don't just shoot the Tsar and his wife, you also shoot the kids. And so this is kind of like the moral setup that you need in order to commit atrocity, and it just goes uncalled out. Hassan Piker too, just quick detail, he does 10 toes down. He supports the Red Sea crisis. He supports the Houthis firing missiles into random commercial vessels. There have been Philippine sailors who have been killed. The vast majority of the ships that have been damaged or destroyed have...
I'm sorry. No, forget it.
Nothing to do with the United States and nothing to do with Israel. So effectively, he's saying that as long as you cloak yourself in this exterior cloth of justice in ending oppression, you can do whatever the fuck you...
Oppression. What is the oppression counterpoints? Can you describe it? Can you give it a name?
You want, and that's like
that's the communist idea.
Shit ever.
That's an idea. Yeah, that's how they justify the Red Terror. They had in my city, by the way,
they were like the proletarian masses.
Yes, they thought they were doing the great thing. In my city, they had like skinned people alive. They shot them. They put them on meat hooks during Red Terror period. 3,000 people just in this city where I live, in particular. So
well, it's just... I'm sorry. I'm getting
even
really...
in the modern context, they're denazifying Ukraine, right?
Yeah,
you're a Nazi and you're a Nazi apologist, and Grandpa fought Nazis, so I can fight Nazis. So if I torture them to death, that's not a problem because I'm torturing a Nazi.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't be getting one guide from chat, but people in chat like, but Tali's a Trump supporter. She's not nearly as bad as Mike from PA. You guys just don't... I think you're just ignorant as to what Mike from PA would do if he had the power of the presidency. If he had the full might and backing.
Yeah, but he never will. Sorry, who cares what he would do if he had the power of the presidency? He never will. Never, ever, ever. I can 1,000,000,000% guarantee you Mike from PA will never have the power of the presidency. Oh, look at this homeless guy. Do you know what he would do if he had the power? Well, okay. Look at this school shooter. What would he do if he had the power? Like, this is stupid. This is just stupid argumentation.
As it is now, imagine that 10 times worse at the least.
Wow.
Well, I don't even think it would be 10 times worse. I think it would just be backed by the power of the state.
Yeah. I'd be in a gulag right now.
Damn.
Well, you would be, because you would be a capitalist sympathizer. Yep. You would be a counter-revolutionary. And this is one of the things that I realized too, that's actually kind of insane once it's something that I'm still thinking about. So once you
where would we all be if counterpoints would be in power?
Conceptualize the fact that there are two major classes in society, the owners and the workers, and that we will not know peace until the owning class is abolished through state power, right? And ultimately, we should try to dissolve the power of the state.
I'm sorry to say, but in Marxist thought there are more than just two classes, okay? There's more than just the owners and the workers.
but we need to eliminate this because this is one of the worst evils that's ever been visited upon mankind, is the division of classes and the majority of humanity being enslaved into the working class. That's one of the worst things. Once you accept that into your brain, then it just kind of becomes like everything is class conflict.
I'm sorry,
and
what?
into your brain, enslaved into the working class. That's one of the worst things. Once you accept that into your beat upon mankind, eliminate this because this is one of the worst evils that's ever been visited upon mankind, is the division of classes and the majority of humanity being enslaved into the working class. That's one of the worst things. Once you accept that into your brain, then it just kind of becomes like everything is class conflict. And so as a result, you being a liberal and a capitalist, it's not a difference of opinion. You are a slave who endorses slave masters. You are a part of the evil. You are a part of the propaganda machine that is holding humanity back. And so as a result, if you don't apologize for holding humanity back, you either need to be imprisoned or killed.
Traitor. That's what it was called. And that's
class traitor. You're a traitor.
Yeah. So
to other working people.
Yeah. So just a little, I guess, dive into the history, which nobody does, because no.
Yeah, because this conversation sure is a room packed of historians.
Nobody knows it, I guess. But one of the most insidious things about communism as an ideology was the fact that the enemy label was intentionally so broad that you could literally make anyone into a class traitor. It was actually the enemy of the proletariat and also just a class traitor. So, for example, with the Nazism, it's a little bit more difficult because you can't really make everyone into Jew. It's because the hatred is
ethnically based. Right, so you're gay, for example, right? You're degenerate, right? That would be the your ticket to be in a camp, right? So you can't. They did actually, by the way, Nazis label people who weren't Jews to get rid of them, who were opposing, and that's true. But
the Nazis did not just target Jewish people. I think a Slavic person should know that more than anybody. Okay.
But it's not, I think you all understand that you can't tell that millions of people are Jews and gays. It's not really practical.
Yeah, believe it or not, the Nazis did not just target Jewish people and the gays. The Roma people are not Jewish. Polish people are not Jewish. Slavic people, broadly speaking, some can be, but a lot of them are not Jewish. Yeah, the Nazis had no problem labeling people for death, even if they were not Jewish or gay.
In that sense. Whereas in the communists, the label was the class traitor, right? The enemy of the proletariat. And you can be a priest. You can be a doctor. For example, you said, Connor brought that up, that everything needs to be class struggle. That's even applied to science, okay? They prohibited geology. They prohibited sociology. They prohibited anything that was there was a hilarious thing about genetics being prohibited because genes was said to be a bourgeois concept. Because well, do you know why, Connor? I
was going to take a guess because I'm sometimes I like to joke about racism. It's just the fact that even the concept that there are differences between human beings suggests a level of supremacy. And so if you can analyze genetics, then you're implying a level of supremacy, and therefore it's anti-egalitarian, therefore it's bourgeois.
In a very simple way, yes, but it also was the fact that in Soviet Union, when the prohibition of genetics as scientists were made, and geology as well, was because it was in the contrast of the Marxist dialectical materialism, right? It was they said that to explain it in a simple way in English is quite difficult for me because I know those in Russian, the terms. But it is basically what it was is that everything is nurture, so you can create. Nothing is nature, right? So you can create. You can engineer society. You could engineer
Design it,
that. Yeah, you cannot be like naturally predisposed to things. You cannot be there needs to be eliminated that idea that there is, and that's why basically they
Yeah, because
kill.
nature could be an excuse for all sorts of anti-proletarian, anti-revolutionary behavior. Like even for me, like I feel like people are temperamentally attracted to different things. Well, we can't have that because that would, you know,
Oh boy.
maybe some people were born to be owners, or maybe some people were born to be managers. Maybe some people
Hello,
were
Karasu. Society by default nurture. It does not exist without societal. This is stupid. No society is without socialization.
born to be
I see you've decided to join me in this pain.
mothers, but that's obviously anti-egalitarian.
Yeah, $20
Anti-revolutionary.
just real quick. $20 from Alexander Rin. Thank you for $20 to say, imagine tyrants killing people to preserve their power and labeling those people as traitors. And then $5 from Audacity to say,
Like
Lamau Lysenkoism. Anyone else hungry?
Yes, Leah Lysenko is what I mean. Yeah, you're right. That was what I was talking
See,
about.
I literally had 2 or 3 people in my chat say the same thing.
Yeah,
And the
educated people over there. Yeah.
I want to bring this up though because everybody thinks that this is like an early 20th century thing where, like, after, you know, around World War II, after World War II immediately, there was this authoritarian socialist thing, and then the Soviet Union got better over time, and then it collapsed in the 80s, and then we normalized relations with Maoist China, and then now, you know, everything's fine.
Yeah, Maoist China in the 90s. Because Mao is an immortal dude, I guess. It's like saying we normalized relations with Stalinist USSR after in the 80s.
Right?
No, it was Maoist, quiet.
But it's not. It's not okay. There was the Cultural Revolution in the 1970s, which the United States largely ignored because we wanted to normalize relations with China economically. Yep. But effectively what happened...
Oh, I wonder if this has anything to do with, you know, capitalism. The thing that you said is not a problem at all in anything, and it's just demonized. I wonder if wanting to normalize economic relations in this way has anything to do with capitalism. Just gonna, you know, I'm just gonna let this question hang. Sartre will now make overlapping arguments about liberal, illiberal democracies. I guess so.
Was Mao Zedong knew that he was dying. And he knew that there were people who were upset with the command economy and that they might want to revert back to a free market economy. So he propagandized the younger generation, and it was called the Cultural Revolution. You can take a look at it. He basically got them into a fever pitch to preserve...
My favorite part in this whole conversation was when Counterpoint said that I have no clue what he means by revert back. Yes, I have no idea what he means by revert back in the context of China, of all places, but let's just forget about that for a second. My favorite part of historian Counterpoints is when he said that there's this secret history of Korea where North Korea invaded South Korea and almost, you know, got it all. The secret history that nobody talks about. Market economy isn't the default mode of being of humans. Well, what do you know?
Of communism, my Chinese teacher said that capitalists wrote
basic facts, right? Well, we've been here for a while.
People who were paving the road back to capitalism. And so what happened is they estimate that around 500,000 people were killed, meaning that they were beaten by mobs or they were just executed. But millions more were accused of being class traitors, and they were held in struggle sessions. So imagine that.
Yes, China, famously capitalist country before the Maoist revolution.
Like, you're an American sympathetic Chinese person in 1970.
Could not sleep due coughing. I won't be able to sleep due anger. Well, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. I've been angry for quite a bit now, okay? And disappointed. I've been angry and disappointed for quite a bit now. This has been going on for a while. And you've missed the worst of it. Okay, if you're angry after hearing this, oh boy. Oh boy. Believe it or not, the worst you've actually missed. So,
too. Well, if you said American sympathetic things in your class, well, what would happen during the Cultural Revolution is 30 of your own students would show up, drag you out of class. If you were unlucky, they would beat you to death or shoot you. And if you were lucky, you would stand there with a sign in front of you saying that you were a class traitor, and you would be verbally berated for hours until eventually the mob let you go. And basically, like, that struggle session or whatever, like, came with the implication that if you did not accept your sin, then you could ultimately be killed. So you just got to think about that. Like, this was in the 1970s. My parents were 20 years old. This is not that long ago. I was born in the late 80s. So, like, this is recent history.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. Also, like, the one thing that I really also wanted to bring to your guys' attention, that sometimes you have like these guys who don't want to like be associated with Stalin, for example, because that's absolute dog shit, I guess. But they also be like, oh, I'm a Leninist, which, by the way, same guy, just less worse. Like, literally same ideology, but Stalin was just way more about
Lenin was nicer about it.
Yeah, Lenin was just nicer about it. Yeah, but that's one thing. And second thing is, they be like, oh, I'm actually not. I'm not even a Leninist. That makes my spine cringe every time I hear that. I'm Trotskyite.
Right.
To Steelman, Steelman the other side just a bit, and to be clear, this is a Steelman, right?
Mm-hmm.
All we're talking about is little streamers, okay? Right? We're talking about like Straighterade. What she get, like 50 viewers, something like
Hassan
that.
is not a little streamer.
Sure, but in our space, I mean, look, even Econoboy and Pisco hate on Hassan, right? They weren't Hassan simps. They were saying fuck that guy, right? So like,
yeah, but they channel people towards them.
Do they?
That's the problem. Yes, of course. You make.
I'm a leftist socialist, and I'm neither Stalinist, nor a Leninist, nor a Trotsky, nor a Trotskyite, or whatever. What now? What now? What now?
Socialism more palatable, and then people like, I'm gonna check out that Hassan guy, what he has to say, and you know, it's just.
You're woke and trans, though. I am. My father was not woke and trans, though, and yet he was pretty left-wing and socialist. And guess what, Conrad? My father actually participated in the writing of the current constitution that you live under. How does that feel, Conrad? A socialist helped construct the current constitution that you operate under.
If I could cut to it, though, this is the job. This is where, for instance, I was kind of aghast, and again, I'm not trying to throw Stephen under the bus, but I was kind of aghast when we were talking about economics, and he was like, well, it's always sucked. And if you're a part of the working class, then your dad had it just as hard as you did, and you just need to suck it the fuck up and shut the fuck up. And it's like, that is obviously not going to work with anybody. That's not going to work. That wouldn't work with me, by the way. And I'm doing relatively well. Like, I want the economics to improve because dude, I don't know about you. I've been working.
Why do you get so defensive? The word you're looking for is defensive. I don't know. I'm sleep deprived. That's probably it. I'm overreacting to everything at this point. I've been streaming for like 9 hours, and I'm probably just overreacting to everything at this point. If you want an honest answer.
since I was 17 years old. I'm still in debt and I'm just paying bills. That's all I'm doing. I'm paying bills. I'm taking care of my family. So if I feel like,
and also I'm annoyed by this. It's not a debate. It's just people agreeing with one another on everything. There's no debate going on here. Only disappointment. No Sekiro today, I guess. I mean, the night is still young. It's only 3 a.m., so we can still play some Sekiro as a palate cleanser after this. You know, I don't mind. Oh, they're gonna bring someone on? No, they're not gonna bring anybody on. It's just Anna has to leave at some point, I guess.
I've been given an incredible amount of privilege, then I feel for the working class schlub who works at 7-Eleven for $10 an hour, 60 hours a week, and he has a fucking baby mama that he has to take care of, and they live on the shitty side of town in state subsidized housing. I feel for that motherfucker because I know how hard that life is. Yeah, so if we allow Americans to continue to be radicalized by...
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, I don't really care about Steven's opinions much on anything, so I'm not sure if they keep invoking Steven. I don't need to hear it. I really don't need to hear Steven's opinion.
Poor economics and a bad culture. I think that the Hassans and the Nick Fuenteses of the world are just going to be more powerful over the next.
They talk about things as if the world revolved around Hassan, destiny, what they think, what they push. The most comedic statement I've heard today or tonight was that Mike from PA is this huge, dangerous person, a very dangerous political figure. What danger Mike from PA poses. What a joke. We'll watch it at some point.
Next decade. We can't ignore it.
Yeah.
What is
That's
the
kind of the trajectory, it seems.
Then what is the solution here? So we have these people, right? We have the type 2s, the type 3s, the type 1s, right, that you were talking about.
Yeah, the type 1, type 2, type 3 is, again, a distinction that only exists among the people here.
And just remind everyone that, like, the people who think that we can get to...
There you go. You're so lucky, Karas. You're about to hear a summary. You're gonna hear a repeat of what was said earlier that actually made me quite annoyed. So there you go. Enjoy. Type 1 socialist, type 2 socialist, and type 3 socialist. Prepare.
Kind of the people who call themselves socialists, but they're not really socialists, right? They just want more government to do more stuff. Then you have the people who are...
one at a time, I think we just call those people stupid and we try to inform them that socialism is actually quite bad.
So that's socialists number 1. Socialists that think they are socialists, but they just want social, I don't know, umbrellas.
Okay, just say, hey, you're calling yourself the wrong thing. We need to deal with something.
You're Scandinavian or a social democrat.
Sure. Then you have the second group. Oh, go ahead, Anna, please. No.
You gotta stigmatize it back to where it should be, as a disastrous, horrendous, evil shit is what it is, okay? It's immoral, it's deeply fucking fucked up, okay?
So I guess when my father was forming the left-wing party that claimed that they espouse socialist left-wing values that have nothing to do with Bolshevism, he was just a horrid, disgusting man. Okay, got it. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, so
God.
you need to point that out. You cannot sanitize the fucking
And I've never expected to be using my father as an example so much because, well, it's my father, but you know what? Whatever. Would you talk with Anna? Of course I would talk with Anna. The idea of socialism. She says that socialism as a term is being sanitized. That is what she's saying. I can answer that right off the bat.
hammer and sickles. You need to stop doing that.
Socialism is not one hammer and sickles, okay? Like my family was, I think, quite against hammer and sickles, and yet not against socialism. So can we square that circle somehow? Can we square the history of my parents, you know, work as oppositionists and also being super left-wing? Can we somehow bridge these things? Is it possible?
You need to be broad.
I don't have to talk about some abstract people. I can just talk about people from my own family.
Loud and proud, okay? About how fucking awful that shit is. And need to call out people like Pisco Cannabis as well that are doing the sanitizing work, which you did. I mean, I appreciate that obviously, but you cannot be like, you know, those guys are not as bad, I guess, as like fascists and Nazis, so we shouldn't be like they're that hard on the rest. No, they're fucking vipers, okay?
Can you rephrase the question though? I don't know. I can talk with her in private or whatever. I don't mind. I don't mind.
They're fucking vipers and they want to use you, all of you, to get to their end and to radicalize more people. And they are getting radicalized. More people think Hassan is based basically daily, and that's yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem.
Well, in Wick, if you were going to go to the next people, my solution would be for the libertarian socialists who actually believe in the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production, but they want to do it in a nice way.
Yeah, they want
the
democracy.
What the hell does that mean?
Way, right?
Yeah, I would just take history and bully the shit out of them with it, and then when it comes to tankies, I think we should treat tankies the same way we treat Nazis. That's 100%. My answer.
Yeah,
that's just stupid, but okay.
That's the same as my answer is the same. I will say though that
my answer is definitely not the same.
The sanitization is crazy to me. Like as an Eastern European, I actually spoke with Lonerbox about that, which it's not. I'm not throwing Lonerbox under the bus at all. I super respect him, and you know.
Do I have to jump in there as an Eastern European as well? Really? Do I have to jump in there and talk about these things as an Eastern European? Hold on, let me check something out. There's a book that I can see on my shelf right now. God, I have so many books. I'm not about it. Oh, interesting. I don't know what the book becomes, but let me try to translate an excerpt. Okay? This book is called Communists in Warsaw. In the modern day, in the public space, basic knowledge about the ideology that was communism disappeared. And communism is only identified with a not so good, a not so nice activity of the Bolshevik Party. The history presented in this book will try to move towards understanding the complexity of the problems of understanding communism, a regional problem shown through the context of Polish parties and worldwide communist movements. Oh my goodness, well, what do you know? Interesting how that goes, isn't it? When was this book published? That said that people seem to only view socialism and communism through the lens of Bolshevism. When was this published? Oh, 2022. Well, what do you know? I guess it's just a commie book, I guess. You know, evil book. What do you know? What's the name of that book? Communists of Warsaw. Fascinating, isn't it? How much knowledge you can glean from literature.
We are friendly, and but the
Actually, I'm just gonna read out the name of the author. Pretty Eastern European name. Elżbieta Kowalczyk. It doesn't get any more Polish than that. Table of content. Oh. Interesting. Let's go. Actually, I want to see something. This might actually be interesting. The Communist Party, because actually this has a section in English, very conveniently. The Communist Party has aspired to the role of the main group representing workers. However, there has already been a competitive group with a socialist and independent profile enjoying their strong support. The entire period of existence of the KPRP in Poland was characterized by permanent struggle with the PPS. The communists could not ignore the socialists because this party questioned the foundations and legitimacy of the Communist Party's operation in Polish conditions. Above all, it highlighted the real goals of communists, which were, apart from fighting in the interests of the workers, to destroy state structures, to trigger the revolution, and to incorporate Polish territory into the Soviet state. The first battle against the socialists, which ultimately was lost by the communists, played out in the Warsaw Workers' Council. What do you know? This is I'm gonna have to read this more in full.
He told me that one of the things that actually made him remove socialist label from himself was he had a beef basically with a lot of people before that, so he didn't agree with, like, never was a Stalinist like or Leninist simp or anything like that. But the Russian-Ukraine situation, like the invasion, how all leftists started sweeping for for Russia and for doing Soviet apologia.
Which, can I just say, that doesn't make fucking sense because the modern Russian state isn't even the Soviet Union. So it's like this, romanticization of fucking Russia. It barely makes sense.
It does if you recognize that a lot of these people, it isn't about Russia. Are you an enemy of the United States? Then we like you.
America bad.
That's it.
America bad. That's America bad, and also their actual the Schrödinger moment I talked about. They say Soviet Union wasn't real socialism, but we have nostalgia and sympathy towards it, so that's kind of funny. But that's one thing, and also the other thing Loner Box told me is that he went on a trip to somewhere in the Baltics, I think Lithuania or Estonia, he said, I don't remember, but somewhere in the Baltics. And he was there when he was still like associating himself with the socialist label, and he saw
Loner Box.
the museum.
Oh yeah, the Loner Box is reluctant to call the Holodomor a genocide. I almost forgot.
Of anti-communism and anti-fascism on the exact same street. And they basically had like a Stalin candle and a Hitler candle that you can light up and see them melt. And that like kind of made him understand. Just it's based. It's everywhere here, by the way, that shit. But you can really like see it's another world with the people who actually lived under those fucking things. That the people.
Oh yeah, that's true. Loner Box. Yeah, I had a debate with him about it. So.
People who suffered the most from communism and Nazism at the same time, right?
Anna, there's a limit though that I want to point out. So for instance, I think if we talk to Latvians, Lithuanians, Estonians, Ukrainians, Polish,
I'm Polish. Okay. If you talk to me, what will happen? Counterpoints. I'm willing to. It's live still. I'm willing to get on. I can talk. I can talk to you. I'm ready. I'm Polish.
East Germans, all that kind of stuff. I think they would say like, oh yeah, the authoritarianism of Russia was a fucking nightmare.
Okay, that's true.
They did all this crazy shit.
Yeah, that's true. Russia did all that crazy shit. I can agree. True.
Them, blah 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 blah.
Okay, yeah, true. Russia did horrible things. Yeah.
But I think if you talk to Russians, though, I think if you actually look at polls, a lot of them look back at the Soviet Union as like a moment of pride in their country's history. So they might admit to some of the shit that was fucked up about the Soviet Union. But I think it's probably close to 50% or 60%. They actually look back at the 1980s favorably because they felt like they had gotten away from all the authoritarian fucked up bullshit. But they were still like a unified power, and so they're nostalgic about it.
Yeah, they were at the top. Russians were at the top of everyone else. Obviously, they will be nostalgic about it. But it's
so you're saying ignore the Russians, talk to everybody else.
Never talk to Russians, really. Like all
right, fair enough.
The nostalgia is based off supremacy.
There are some older people in Poland that are nostalgic for the Polish People's Republic. That's the thing.
Quite simple, really. It has fuck all to do, really, with communism. It has to do with the fact that they were the majority power. Everyone else was under them, and they really.
There are people, for example, that are a bit older now, and they say, you know what? During the communist period, now I've been fired. I just got this job by luck. During communism, I had a secure job. I didn't have to worry. Now I do have to worry. And I like that about that period. There you go.
Still, as you can see now.
Can we talk about socialist communists opposed to the USSR? Yeah, I can talk about my parents.
Saying they don't miss socialism, they miss being the top dog in Eastern Europe.
Yes. It's incredibly important for them to be in the top dog in Eastern Europe, and it still is, really. So, and also they were...
I mean, that is true. It is important for Russia to be the top dog in Eastern Europe. And it is important for Eastern Europe to defend itself against that, but that's neither here nor there. And it doesn't have anything to do with socialism currently. They were part of the opposition. They printed books, magazines. They took part in Nova. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Nova, what that was. Robotnik? Rings a bell? Do those names ring a bell? They should. They definitely should. To you, Conrad.
Like treated as a actual real...
I'm actually gonna look it up now. I'm gonna look up the Wikipedia. Of course, cooperated with Kor. I don't know. I told you I'm sleep deprived. If I come off as passive aggressive, it's just ignore it and chalk it up to me being tired. KOR, Komitet Obrony Robotników. Ruch Obywatelski, Akcja Demokratyczna, Ruch Demokratyczno-Społeczny. Yeah, he did stuff. It's okay. I am a bit tired. I apologize.
Main power, really, at the time, right? So the antagonism with the United States.
I do apologize. I should be nice to my audience.
It's being on the geopolitical, Mearsheimer shit, like basically being like the bipolar, like multipolar world order, bipolar.
Okay, Mearsheimer has nothing to do with socialism. Okay, Mearsheimer has nothing to do with. I'm not sure how we arrived at Mearsheimer all of a sudden, as much as I hate him and his neo-realism bullshit. I have no clue how we arrived. I must have missed something. The path that we have, suddenly we are at Mearsheimer. Lucy, was your father sent to mental asylum for disagreeing with Marxist-Leninist teachings? No, he was just sent to prison, regular prison. I'm not sure if it makes it any better, but you know what? He was just sent to plain old prison in 1981 as part of the mass arrests that happened during the martial law period. Mearsheimer is about IR. Well, he's about neo-realism, to be more exact, not just broadly IR.
Or yeah, bipolar war though. Yeah, that kind of shit is what they really miss. But people who suffered don't miss it.
Anna, can you real quick? Can you DM me your email just because I have a couple of people in chat who are asking for your PayPal so they can help support your work.
Yeah, of course, thank you. But on Twitter, is
and
okay?
I also have a link to her Twitter in my YouTube description. So if you want to find it there, she posts her GoFundMe's and things like that all the time, right? Her fundraisers for the people in Ukraine, the soldiers in Ukraine who need equipment and things like that. And you can go find her there.
That is actually worth donating to. All current things that I disagree on tonight about, it is still worth supporting Anastasia's work as a what's the word? A volunteer worker to support the Ukrainian armed forces.
$10 real quick from Audacity.
Because I have a lot of my viewers are English speakers and time zones are, a
Scandinavian
thing.
system works mainly because of national
Your day is someone else's middle of the night. That's why.
Hegemony and social obligation to the system. A lot of Scandinavians understand how fragile their systems are. You don't just quote unquote do socialism. That's another
Somebody
thing
told me that.
Oh, go ahead.
Can I expand on that real quick?
Please,
Somebody
please.
said that there's some
And before you say anything, Conrad, to be blunt, you don't donate, and the people that watch me in those different time zones do. So, there you go.
Scandinavian cultural thing. I don't know if it's Swedish. I don't know if it's Danish, but it's effectively like a cultural trope of like, you're not hot.
I sleep during the day.
Shit, so stop showing off, which I think is so funny because like Americans, like America, I forget who it was. It was some French guy, but he said like, America is a country of temporarily embarrassed millionaires. And I think that's so funny because even if you talk to like a guy who works at Walmart.
It is what it is.
Well, he's an aspiring rapper and you should check out his music on SoundCloud. If you talk to a guy, who he's runs a 3D printer store. Well, actually, he's doing all these 3D designs and he's going to become a millionaire by selling them on the internet.
Talk to some guy who just
You know what also is not good for my health? Going to Ukraine and being bombed every single day. But, again, it is what it is.
Out of the military. He's an up and coming streamer. You should check out his stream and go check out it.
Right. Yeah. Or counterpoints. Yeah. But yeah, like everybody is a temporarily embarrassed millionaire. Whereas in Scandinavia, they basically say, shut the fuck up, do your job. You're not that special. Contribute to society and go home, which I think is.
But true. It is a true comparison. You think I get sleep at night in Ukraine? You think I sleep at night in Ukraine? When the explosions go off?
It's like, it's so...
I mean, a lot of the time I do actually sleep through it, but it's neither here nor there.
Contradictory.
But sometimes I don't, so there you go.
American perspective, I don't know if we could pull off the Scandinavian model.
Well, you were talking about not sleeping at night, so...
Because we all want to be temporarily embarrassed millionaires.
No, it's just so the American dream, I guess, in a sense. But also, like I got to know a lot of Americans, right, in recent times. Most of them are based because they're here, So it's like but I talked about them with them, like about a lot of things, really. And one of the things was like just how like hyped the culture in the United States is. Like individualism is incredibly strong, which is it's not bad necessarily. I'm just saying like how it
is, like in terms of like culture, right? Which in Scandinavia, you're absolutely correct, and we also have that. You never hype yourself up. You don't show off, and you try to be like this, just like everyone else, really. Like that's kind of like the culture, right? And this is a completely different culture. And I know all white nationalists in America think that if you're white, that you have exact same culture, but no.
Right.
Americans are so different in culture.
That is true. Americans are quite different.
That from us, for example, I have more in common with my Azerbaijani friend, okay, and he's a Muslim,
Right.
and yeah. So it's just I have literally more in common with him than with any of you. I mean, I love you. I'm not saying you're
Well,
like bad or anything. I'm just saying,
And you're the crazy eccentric one. You're the blue-haired fairy who's traveling around the front lines. So
Little moth
but like as soon as you turn the webcam off, you just go back to like putting on like a shawl, and walking around with like a bag of potatoes or whatever Eastern Europeans do.
I want to talk about our culture for a minute, because I think it is the American, like, other countries have experiences with socialism, like bad ones, right? They like, oh, this is the period of our history where a bunch of people died, right? America doesn't have that same history, right? It doesn't have that same experience.
At least against whites.
True.
One of the reasons you're so successful is you never had that to set you back off for 100 fucking years.
Yeah,
Just look
if you talk to Native Americans or Black folk, then I think they'll probably tell you a slightly different story about American authoritarianism. But I think that white Americans, like pretty much everything before World War II was like a joke. It was just kind of like a meme. Like, whoops, like we conquered the entire continent and dispossessed the Native Americans.
Oh,
but realistically, there weren't that many of them anyways.
Yeah, I'm not talking about authoritarianism in general. I'm talking communism specifically, and that's why we're weak to communism specifically. Because I don't think we wiped out the Native Americans because we were commies, right? Like, I don't think we did that.
Right.
That is such a weird thing to say.
But like, there's this idea that American exceptionalism combined with this, like, oh, well, those other countries just didn't do it right. But when America does it, when America does communism,
It's like saying, oh my gosh, did you know that like, I don't know, let's pick some example. England never had a communist regime? That's so wild.
Of course gonna succeed because we're American, right?
We can do it, okay? Oh, those other fucking stupid ass fucking Russians and whatever the fuck else, like Chinese people, those subhumans, okay? They did it wrong. It wasn't just as great as us. We can do it better.
That's the thing, though, is like I really don't think that like I could understand how the red MAGA might do that, like the what's that guy, Hawes of Arkir, or his Jackson Hinkle,
the MAGA communism,
MAGA communism. I could understand how they might do that line of reasoning, but I think you guys pointed out like the individualism. I feel like it's almost like a vaccine against communism because
what? Oh my god, that is so. We're back. We're back to stupidity. We're back to stupidity once again. Yes, individualism is like a vaccine against communism. Fuck me, Jesus Christ. You're the illness, and our individualism is the vaccine.
Even the socialists,
of course it is. Yeah,
even the socialists in the United States, they still want like.
Listen, that oppression and genocide was system. I don't know, agnostic, I guess.
Like,
yep, you got it. That's true. Analysis? Oh, you're being charitable with the word, I see. Analysis, okay. I'm not sure if I would describe it as such, but let's be charitable. Let's say that's analysis. So the Bengali famine is not capitalism? Nope. I think you're being swept up by ideology, Karasu, and you just don't understand that you're being indoctrinated to a cult when you say that.
be the communal poet, or they want to.
Oh yeah, when they ask, what are you going to do under the socialist revolution? They're going, I'm going to be a poet, or I'm going to go and I'm going to be a nanny and make sure all the kids get read bedtime stories.
Right. They still want to do their thing. They don't want to subordinate to the communal needs of communism. They want to do their.
What the fuck does that mean? Subordinate to the communal needs of communism. I have no clue what any of this means. I have no clue what he means when he says that. Subordinate yourself to the communal needs of, like, communism is when you throw your whole life away and subordinate yourself to the communal needs of the communism. What? What does that mean? Okay.
Their thing that
you still want to do your thing?
Happens to line up with the collectivized will.
That is, now you get it. Now you get it, Karasu.
Of the government.
Just in a greater, just in a utopia, really. But they want to do the exact same thing. Have you seen those people who are like, I want to own my farm? And I just want to like farm
it's like my farm.
Like,
what do you mean
farm?
Right? You ain't gonna own shit, right? But,
you ain't gonna own shit. You know what actually is gonna happen? Actually, like your version of NKVD will pop to your farm, take everything you own. Even if you don't like it, they're gonna shoot you in the face. That's what will happen.
Well,
so
yeah. I sympathize. So I can't help but think about Demon Mama, who is a retired Twitch and YouTube political personality.
Oh my God, Demon Mama! That's a name that I have not heard in a while. I am the new Demon Mama. Listen, I'm taking over. I'm the last trans woman in the space left. I'm the last left-leaning trans woman in the space. Hold on. That is actually terrifyingly true. How many other left-leaning trans women content creators do you have right now that you can name? Unironically, how many can you name? Riverboat Jack. Okay, there's Riverboat Jack, my biggest competition. But I actually cannot think of anybody else. Me. I don't think you stream very often. Maybe I just miss your streams. I think you haven't streamed in a while. It feels like you're retired, like Demon Mama. Can't even market production of private-owned farming actors. Anna simply does not even know Eastern European history. Well, I mean, I said it before and I'm saying it now. Just because you're from a geographical region, it does not mean that knowledge is ingrained in your genes about that thing, okay? And identically, just because I'm not from a geographical region, it does not mean that I cannot know anything about the region. I can learn about it.
But Demon Mom and I
in a long time. But go on.
Yeah, she got into a drama where one of her partners was doing something messed up, and then she kind of stopped about a year ago. But Demon Mama kind of described to me anarcho-communism, which is actually interestingly enough. So the whole point would be to start your commune, right? So you have 30 people, and you meet the needs of the people there. You get your water, you get your food, you do this, you do that, and to encourage other people to be anarcho-communists. And so what would happen is through the culture, everybody would choose this lifestyle. And then eventually you would evaporate the need for the state because you'd already replaced all of their services through communal needs.
I should learn more history, actually. I should read more. But I feel like I should invest all the energy that I use for self-loathing to read more. Sounds very strange to say, but
Now, I think this is kind of crazy, but the thing about it is I would encourage people to do that, but they fucking don't. Demon Mama was a goddamn streamer for like 2 or 3 years, and Vosh fucking believes in anarcho-communism, but he's a fucking fashion blogger now.
Actually, Vosh believes that only weak people fall for fascism, and that in order to stave off fascism, all you have to do is become strong, which is... I don't even know what to say at that point. Okay? I tune into a Vosh video and I listen to how 100 years ago people used to have drive. They were more goal-oriented, and now people are lazy, have no drive, and that leads to fascism. We are living in very depressing time when people like this have a huge audience and a huge microphone. Depressing times indeed.
Capitalists.
He fucking wears Gucci.
I do want to. I do want to
Like,
jump
what
on
the
that. I do want to jump at that for a second because I think this.
Look, yeah, he should, but apparently he does not.
I'm a proud liberal. I hate how the word.
100 years ago, fascism was absolutely fucking popular around the worldwide. Yeah, that is what I said when I was reacting to Vosh. That actually, 100 years ago, fascism was pretty widely accepted as this cool, effective thing that gets things done really fast. And that governments just... It's just stupid. The whole argument is stupid. I feel like I should release my reaction to it as a segment or something. Disappointment after disappointment.
Word liberal has been used and thrown around as an insult by left and right for years and years and years. Oh, you're a liberal. I'm a liberal, hard R liberal, capital L liberal. I am a liberal.
I doubt we'll even understand what that means, to be quite honest, after tonight.
I'm proud to be so, okay? Because things like a commune can exist under liberalism.
Wick, you're a right-wing stooge. True. That is true, actually.
That can exist. Right.
Yeah.
You can.
You're not even a fucking liberal. Ay. Vash does have some dumb beliefs, and when his audience tells him something to be interested in covering, he's telling, I'm not interested in that. I'm not going to cover it. Oh boy.
Do it. No one's going to stop you. No one's going to
I just have a hate boner against the homeless and want them to choke to death.
prevent you. There will not be anyone showing
Just
up.
pay your taxes.
Yeah. Something in common with Anna Kasparian in that regard.
Yeah, as long as you pay your taxes.
You salivate when that happens. That's not liberalism.
You'll be fine. Like, you'll be okay. I could not have my liberal utopian society under socialism or under any other ism out there. I could not do it. I would.
That's... Wick, did you know that the liberal that you claim to be espouses the ideology of fucking liberalism? Liberalism. Fuck, I knew he didn't know what he was talking about. I knew he did not know what it meant. I could not have my liberal utopia under any ism. Liberalism. Wick. Liberalism. No, Wick does. Karasu was pointing out that Wick hates the homeless. Look, liberalism is just the nature of things. Yeah, there's no ism in liberalism. God, that's just...
would be prevented from doing so. If I wanted to own my private company and private business, my private stream, right? I couldn't do that under socialism. But if you want to have a co-op or whatever,
and it can mean genocidal fascism if one wants.
Worker co-op, yeah, you can just
fucking go for it.
You can do it,
right?
Yeah.
And that's the other thing too. So somebody brought this up as
I guess this is the new stupidest sentence that I've heard tonight. I cannot have my liberal utopia under any ism.
It's a joke, but I think it's true. I think that there are people who genuinely believe in anarcho-communism and they want to live on a commune, but they have mental illness or they're working their job. They don't have enough money. They don't know anybody in a commune, whatever.
By the way, are they actually shitting on the idea of kibbutz? You know what? The kibbutz seems sort of like the idea of kibbutz predates Israel. Okay, so let's forget about the whole context of Israel being what it is. Kibbutz existed before Israel. Like in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, you had those. So I guess they're shitting on the idea of that, right? Because they are literally self-sustaining communities. Like the anarcho thing that Demon Mama described. So... yeah, I guess, yeah, they do, I guess. That's interesting. I find this very fascinating.
And so they have whatever excuses they have for not living this lifestyle. But I also think that there's dudes who just want to have sex with weird chicks.
Yeah, that's really deep political commentary there, Connor. There's just dudes that want to have sex with weird chicks. This is the survival bias approach of history that Connor and Anna both share.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And so they come up with like...
Unfortunately, I do, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Ha 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 ha, Destiny is a sex pest. That's so funny. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Oh, wholesome humor. Fuck me. Things that have been oppressed are not good because they've been oppressed. They're weak.
But I'm saying, like, they're like...
That was awkward. That was awkward as fuck.
Oh yeah, like I'm a communist and I'm an anarchist and I don't believe in this and I believe in that and blah 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 blah. But it's all like an aesthetic to try to attract promiscuous, mentally ill women.
It's a strategy.
Yeah.
It's a mating strategy, right? And
It's a
they think like, I'm gonna look, if they're crazy in real life, they got to be crazy in the bedroom. So I'm gonna take a shot, right?
Yeah, thanks, Wick. Thanks for your creepy analysis. This is why you don't have a girlfriend, by the way. Not because any of the weird political reasons that you've given before. That is why.
Like, look, brothers, look, I warn you against this, okay? If you are trying to date a communist, just...
Where half of his streams are about setting himself up with a woman and groom them.
Remember, it's not your girlfriend.
Oh, God.
It's our girlfriend. Oh,
okay?
kill me.
They will absolutely, like,
fucking kill me.
seize the means of your reproduction, okay?
Yeah, I can feel, like, going this line of argumentation, I can actually feel Wick becoming slowly a communist, actually. I think Wick's gonna end this call as a communist. Pixie and Wick. Or Ginger and Wick. Jesus.
What's gonna happen?
No.
Bro, okay, I know we're fucking around.
Okay. Case in point. Wick managed to weird them out. Congratulations, Wick. Congratulations, Wick. Your weirdness is a bit much for present company. What happened with D&D streams on Wick now? Is he no longer grooming Ginger? I should do D&D streams, even though D&D seems to be dying. But, you know, it is what it is.
I know we're fucking around, but actually that was one of the funniest things about a commune that I watched. So there is a commune, I forget where it is, but Vice did a documentary on it.
Mm-hmm.
They had like 2 or 3 industries. They made like soap, they made hammocks, they made all that kind of stuff. And they used the profits to support the farm that they lived on. And then other people did the farm work necessary for them to grow a majority of their food. Then they went into town and they traded their food surplus for other food. And they also used the revenue from the industry that they had local in order to buy necessary supplies. So they ideally had like achieved the commune. But the thing that kept happening with the commune was there were some people who were sexual moderates who wanted to be monogamous, but that was viewed as kind of like selfish. And so there was always this pressure for people to be like communal with their sex habits. But then what happened was like the Giga Chads kept having sex with all the women. And then all the fucking Volcels and the incels got fucking furious because they didn't have as much sexual access to the women as the Giga Chads. And so that created like a new struggle.
Class system.
They
it was a class system. Okay.
They eliminated the fucking the class system, but then they had the new class struggle, which was the Chad versus the fucking incel.
Yay!
What the fuck?
That's how it works, really.
They call me the commune destroyer.
Okay, you know, they want to be that.
Okay, Wick.
You wanted that, but you want to be that kind of like, you know, in the animal kingdom, there's like
Amish. Oh gosh, that community.
Beta mega thing, like, you know, you gotta look after children of other men if you're like another Giga Chad in the community. That's your role. Yeah,
bro. But then they say shit like that where they're like,
what level of fucking analysis is this? Animal kingdom.
Oh well, if Chad like knocks up all the women, it's not a problem because we'll just raise the kids in common. And I'm just thinking to myself, it's like, isn't that just ripe for like abuse and neglect and all that crazy shit? But they say it works, so whatever. The incel proletariat, yes.
Rude.
That's what it is.
You know, to try make that work in a country of like, I don't know, 40 million people, and let's see how that works.
It doesn't scale. Well, that's another problem with these things. It doesn't scale.
Probably not gonna work. Yeah.
It might
anyway,
work.
point is.
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah.
Neglect can happen in nuclear family. Yeah. I know. Trust me, I know. I know that neglect can happen in a nuclear family.
Yeah, sorry. It's just, I mean, we're memeing, you know, it's a silly conversation, obviously, about the fucking sex cults and communes and all that. But in a broader sense, it's just, you know, it's just some people like, I don't know, that demon mama person, obviously, but, you know, it's...
Because for neglect, you need fucking neglecting parents.
Streamer fantasy. It's like utopia kind of bullshit.
I can hear you now, though.
Yeah.
Wick, can you hear us both or no?
Yeah, hold on.
This is not Animal Kingdom.
Okay. Yeah, Anna, I heard grandparents, but it was a little robot-y.
Oh, did we go out at the same time?
I think so, yeah, but I lagged off as well.
Also, intergenerational family was more like a commune than the nuclear family. Just saying. Oh, I guess Karasu just had the same thought as me. Karasu wrote the same thing as I said, just as I said it. That the intergenerational family was more communal than the nuclear family.
Well, I think, but now I'm fine, I think.
Okay. Yeah. We're back, gang. So, we're here. Go ahead, Anna.
So let's just make this like a real life experiment. I never heard people say that for some reason. So for example, just to make it a short history lesson, like there was like serfdom in Russian Empire.
It's just the only differences between the commune thing and the intergenerational family is that less people are directly connected by blood. That's the main difference, actually.
And then when the abolition of serfdom happened, people started to have an ability to actually have something, like to own shit and not be owned by other people, right? So that became kind of like a, ooh, cool, you know, that was like a big moment in history of Russian Empire. And then there such a thing as a wealthy peasant happened, which was peasantry still, but they had their own like little farm, they have like their own cows, they have their own like
Was that the
little
kulaks?
kulak. Yeah, they were called in Soron. It was Russian, right? To actually have them happened, serve them in Russia that for some reason. So for example, just to make it a short history lesson, like there was like serfdom in Russian Empire, and then when the abolition of serfdom happened, people started to
Okay, we're not
by other
stalking
people, right?
any dates.
So that became kind of like a thing as a wealthy peasant happened, which was peasantry still, but they had their own like little farm, they have like their own cows, they have their own like
Was that the
little
kulaks?
kulak. Yeah, they were called in Soviet Union then kulak. It was a pejorative, really, but you know, doesn't matter now. So that kind of what happened, and then they even started paying other people to work on their farm, which was a huge fucking improvement of not being paid at all as a serf. But you know, then Soviet Union, you know, the communism and everything happened, and the revolution happened since 1917, the Red Terror period started happening, and the whole like shake them and take everything their own thing happened, because kulaks were declared to be the bloodsuckers, you know, the people who use and abuse others and all of that, right? And that was used as, by the way, very similar to Hassan's language, so not that big of a difference now. And in that sense, that what happened was that they started taking away that what people say, like you take away everything you own. Basically, it's now public; it's not yours anymore, so it's publicly owned, right? And people didn't agree.
The fucking mainly that paid relationships were not an improvement, by the way. That is true.
To that, they fought.
The people that, as I understand it, of course, I'm an illiterate buffoon, but as I understand it, not everybody got land, not everybody could get land. Some of the people that could not get land went to the cities to become factory workers, and some of the people that could not afford land, I assume, would employ themselves under the bigger landowners to work for them. Simple as.
They started killing millions of their cattle to starve, but not give it to the government, but not give it to the Bolsheviks, right? So imagine that resilience that was happening. They killed millions of people, and they also sent them to camps. They did all sorts of things, labor camps, right? So that people back in the day fought so hard against this while they owned a cow. Okay?
Right.
Imagine how do you want to make these people in the modern era so hard they happening, but not give it to starve, but not give it to the government?
Okay, I feel like we're getting a very confused timeline. What Anastasia is referring to is when Stalin first wanted to introduce the collectivization of the farm. It did not work because the farmers' mass rebelled against it, and yes, they did start killing off their farm animals because they logicked that it's better than to allow it to be part of this collectivized nonsense. And then Stalin was like, oh my gosh, no, we have to step back because we're too drunk on our success. We are stepping back, we're sort of bringing it back, we're moving away from the collectivization. And then, of course, like boiling a frog in water, he brought back the collectivization, and then we had the Holodomor. But I am, of course, simplifying as well. A lot of land reform push that been in the region because these conditions of farm laborers unable to secure their own land. See, I said that. I said that not everybody was able to get their own land, so they had to work for others or go to the city and become factory workers. That's the story of how people migrated to the city to become factory workers. They either could not sustain their farms because they had too little land, so they had to sort of abandon it and go to the city. That's also had been a pretty, yeah. Some people were able to work in a factory and then go back to their farm. Sort of a bit of this, a bit of that.
Government, but not give it to the Bolsheviks, right? So imagine that resilience that was happening. They killed millions of people, and they also sent them to camps. They did all sorts of things, labor camps, right? So that people back in the day fought so hard against this while they owned a cow, okay?
Right.
Imagine how do you want to make these people in the modern era that own a fuck ton of shit? Phones, apartments, fucking PlayStations, a shit ton of clothes, insane amount of things we now have access to. How do you make them not own like their own house?
I don't
that they now own?
think that
Yeah, that's not how that. Hey, people owned items during the Soviet bloc era, believe it or not. People owned books, people owned toys, people owned appliances. Owning items was not forbidden during the Soviet era. I have no clue where this came from. This idea that nobody owned absolutely anything. Like I genuinely have no clue where this idea originated from, that nobody owned anything. Like that personal property was not a thing. I have no clue where this notion sprang from. Like you could own, it was rare, but people could own apartments. What? What the hell? Yeah, communism is when they will come and make your PlayStation nationalized. Really? Is that really? Are we being serious right now? Is this serious conversation that we're having about this on the subject? This cannot be real. This cannot.
Yeah, that's not so much what I'm worried about. And I think that the communists would do like they would do like, oh well, we differentiate between private property and personal property. That's
like everybody else does. What do you mean communists would do the differentiation between private property and personal property? Everybody does it. Everybody does this differentiation at all times. This differentiation is not an invention of the commies. Okay.
The first thing they would hit you with. But
what do you mean hit you with? That's a thing that functions right now, this distinction.
My fear is actually not so much that I think the authoritarian left is actually going to succeed, because I think you're right. I think capitalism is so powerful, so wealthy, particularly in the United States, that people, as soon as the air conditioning goes down in the South, nobody's going to want to fight a war anymore. We are so used to air conditioning. Nobody wants to fight a war without air.
What? Where did that come from? What the fuck? Where the fuck did that come from? I don't even know what is being discussed anymore. It's great.
Conditioners meme. That's true.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. Like, dude, if you asked me to go fight outside right now, I would tell you to fuck yourself, because it's like 90 degrees. Like, I'm not walking around in that shit. It's fucking awful. But anyways, memes aside.
Yeah, this whole discussion has been memes, I feel like. and it pains me.
Rich people problem.
What I know. What scares me though is that the left goes so far on the progressive socialist apologia bullshit.
There you go. Too much progressive apologia bullshit. At the end, we arrive. We arrive at what it's all about. Progressive apologia bullshit.
That it justifies the center and the center right to keep going right and to keep supporting MAGA. And MAGA, in my opinion...
There you go. This is why I said that Karat was not here for this, but Connor here was talking about how extreme ideologies are not good. And I said, you know what? One person's extreme ideology is another person's moderate ideology. When I say that I want trans people to have pretty widespread rights, access to HRT, access to transition, you know what? For a far righter or even a right winger, this will be extreme ideology. And this is where it's at. The progressive extremist bullshit
has been a fucking disaster for this country.
Absolutely.
Like 14 million dead overseas through dengue, cholera, malaria, and AIDS. That's shit. We can't fucking put the toothpaste back in that tube. That's...
I'm sorry. You're gonna blame that on the left? Are you actually... Are you alluding to the US aid thing? What the hell?
Done. Then also fucking over Ukraine. Can't take that back.
Are you gonna place that on the left? That Trump is fucking over Ukraine and got it US aid? That is now the progressive left's fault? That a fascist won in the US?
You know, we kind of fucked you guys over pretty good.
Really? This is going to be all placed on the lap of the progressive left now?
And then also when it comes to the American economy, we still don't know if the American economy is resilient enough that it's going to be able to weather the storm of Trump's stupidity. But there's...
Oh, the tariffs. Also the problem of the progressive left, I guess. Connor adores the Imperium of Man. Fascist society for the military sacrifices. Jesus.
There's also like a chance, I don't know how big the chance is, that in 3 to 6 months, we're going to realize that we have left tons of food to rot in the fields and that we've deported a vast majority of our agricultural workforce. And we're going to see price shocks in construction and agriculture.
Yeah, guess what, Connor? Counterpoints. This has nothing to do with socialists, communists, or the progressive left. Nothing. Like, what is this fucking argument of, yeah, the progressive left has pushed people to the right, and that's why we, elected Trump, and that is why all these problems are happening right now under Trump. Yeah, actually, the progressive left is to blame for all that. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That is exactly, yeah, of course.
And so for me, like if the left wing is so cringe that we keep going to MAGA.
There we go. There we go. The progressive left wing pushed people into MAGA. Actually, yeah, Trump is just the fault of the progressive left. You cannot be serious. Like, you cannot be actually serious with this bullshit. Like, I stomached enough, but this... Like, please, for the love of God, Anastasia, please don't say anything like, oh yeah, it's true, the progressive left has actually pushed... what the fuck is happening right now? Seriously,
I have
It's
no
a-
idea how bad.
No, I
you left wingers, you just pushed me to be racist far right. It's all your fault. Yeah, that is unironically the logic being employed here.
agree with you. I think that, like,
Yeah.
again, I'm not worried about a revolution.
I have
It's
no
a-
idea how bad.
No, I
gonna get.
agree with you. I think that, like,
Yeah.
again, I'm not worried about
That
a
is
revolution.
such bullshit. I'm sorry. That is the stupidest thing I've heard all night. And I've heard a lot of stupid things tonight. Yeah, the left wing is actually at fault for Trump winning because the progressives have gone too far and they've pushed everybody to the right. If you would let me be racist before, I would not be racist now. Bro.
That's not my fear. Right?
Yeah,
That's not what I'm worried about.
That's
going to happen.
Not going to happen in the United
if I
States
have
anytime
Hassan
soon.
on my if I have Hassan or Aaron or Econoboy on my show, we're gonna have a revolution and all be thrown in the camps. That's not what I'm worried about.
No.
I'm worried exactly about what you guys are saying, that it's going to turn off enough normies who are stigmatized to socialism for good reason, right?
There you go. There you go. There you have it. The progressive left caused Trump to win the election. It's so simple. It's all crystal clear.
And it's going to be like, well, I don't want that. And I want to my goal, my advocacy, right? What I'm trying to do with my content, at least this week, okay? We're having a very special anti-communism week, and I'll tell you all about it soon because we are wrapping up here, and I do need to go, and we need to let these hostages free from the show because they got things to do, right? But what I'm trying to do is I want to disassociate, as much as I am able, the Democratic Party from socialism and communism.
Yes, that's what I want.
Absolutely.
That's what
as far as possible.
Yeah, because because the Democratic Party is so steeped in socialism and communism, as evidenced by how the New York mayoral candidate is being treated by the Democratic Party. How can you be so out of touch? How can you be so out of touch about politics of your own country? Yeah, the Democratic Party has such a communism and socialism problem. That is the biggest problem of the Democratic Party right now.
Possible. I want to make it clear.
Yeah, the Democratic Party has been supporting the New York City candidate so much.
All and sundry that these people are they're not part of our team. They might work with us on an issue here and there, like free healthcare or whatever, but they're not. Democrats are not socialists. And if you call yourself a socialist, you're not a Democrat. I'm sorry. And I don't know. People say, well, you're closing the tent. You're making it smaller. No, I'm not. I'm simply making sure that we don't have this weight around our neck that's dragging us down. That's what I'm doing.
I'm a socialist.
I'm taking a weight off of our neck. I am healing a wound that we have self-inflictedly made.
You're so stupid. God, you're so stupid.
Anyway, go ahead. Connor, you want to say something? Go ahead.
I mean, I can do it. Can we? I have dinner to eat.
Let's
can we kind of do
here's
outros?
what we'll do. We'll do some outros. This is a short show tonight. Wick, Dev, if you want to stop afterwards, after these guys, but I want to give them a chance to go out.
I hate to say this, but Trump is very unpopular right now. But you know what? Do you know what the biggest saving grace is for Trump's unpopularity? Can you guess? Yeah, that's right. The biggest saving grace for Trump's unpopularity is that the Democratic Party is still hugely unpopular. That is actually Trump's biggest saving grace right now. Even though his whole thing is plummeting, his approval ratings are plummeting, the Democratic Party is still, I guess, less liked. So that is his saving grace in this whole shit show of a situation. And now Wick is talking to me about how the Democratic Party supposedly has this big socialist problem. Yeah, no, the biggest problem of the Democratic Party is actually that it tries to be a watered down version of the Republican Party right now. That's the Democratic Party's problem, actually. Oh, maybe we should get rid of those immigrants. Wink, wink, kind of, sort of. Huh?
So we're gonna give each of these people outros. I have links to their stuff in my YouTube description. Please, they've taken time, right, to give us content. Give them a follow, right? Give them something, right? Go to Anna's page, donate to one of her fundraisers. Please do that. Counterpoints. Tell people who you are, where they can find you, and closing thoughts.
And the Democratic leadership incompetence that instead of attacking Trump and the regime, they concentrate to fight against socialists. Yeah, like Wick, the big Democrat.
Yeah, so I'll do closing thoughts first. So closing thoughts. I'm not worried about Hassan Piker becoming the face of the Democratic Party, but I am worried about him doing enough damage that he might as well be. And did we lose her? We lost Ukrainian Anna. I hope not for a bad reason.
Yeah.
She's back. But all I was going to say was in reference to Hassan Piker, like him going on NPR is a normalizing force.
Yeah.
Him going on to New York Times is a normalizing force. Him getting interviewed, like
I just feel like Connor is jealous, to be quite honest with you.
He's the Joe Rogan of the left, is a normalizing force. And so I am worried in that regard that it will do so much damage to normal Democrats that effectively people will vote for MAGA.
What does normal mean?
Spite of MAGA's delusions and sociopathy. I mean, the president is pretty much like, it should be the easiest win in the world. Donald Trump is not releasing the Epstein files because he's all fucking over them. You could literally just call the president a fucking pedophile right now, and any MAGA simp, you can call them a pedophile too. This should be the easiest election in American history.
Yeah, but the Democrats are too busy hunting for socialists, so...
For some reason, it's still close. And I think it's because the left has gone too fucking far, and they need to appeal to moderates and normies. Anyways, that's my closing thought. If you thought that anything that I said was interesting or funny or cool,
this is stupid. Yeah, the Democrats just need to go right wing. That's the ticket. Yeah, that's it, Connor. The Democrats should just go more right wing in in response to Trump. That's the ticket. Maybe Hassan actually has relevant topics to talk about right now.
Cool or weird, then I invite you to follow me at Valor Media Network, VALOR, Media Common Spelling Network, Common Spelling. Also, Counterpoints Politics. You can type those into the search bars. You'll find me there. Subscribe, come over, hang out in the chat, and I'll try to white pill you and make you a better person.
I really appreciate you coming on, Connor. It was fun. It's been fun having you on my show. This is the third time in as many weeks.
That is true.
Really good guy. Check him out, gang. He's great.
He is not great.
Anna, you with us? Uh-oh.
He is not great. Counterpoints is not great.
I don't know if she's here. She's saying... she's asking if it's her internet that died or mine.
I think it's hers because I'm still alive.
I will tell you, gang, go check out Ukrainian Anna. Check out her stuff. She does fundraisers all the time. I link to her Twitter where you can find those. Follow her Twitter. Donate to that. Even if you don't give like me or Connor money, that's fine, right? But the people who are fighting for their homelands in Ukraine.
Homeland, not homeland. English is your native language, okay?
Need support, please go support them. Gang, what do we got coming up this week? So tomorrow, we're going to do the Wick and Tolly show, and Hutch is going to come on the Wick and Tolly show.
Oh, wow, Hutch. Brilliant.
And we're going to talk about the horseshoe effect.
And fuck me.
Normalization. And we're probably going to talk about the little stunt Econoboy did on Live and Learn today. That might come up. On Thursday,
okay, whatever. I don't care about your church weird ass church announcement thing. We're gonna do some news now. We're gonna do, when I go back from the toilet, I'm gonna do the news I was supposed to do about Poland commemorating Roma genocide, which is not something that happens often. So, let's go. I'm gonna be right back, and then we'll do some. We're still doing our big marathon. We react to too many videos. We have to do some news. Or I need segments. I'll be right back. We covered a little bit of the months ago when we're Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me. Oh, I've got a little bit of an announcement as well. Thank you. Today or tomorrow, if you're in the US, I will be going on In Time. You know that show, In Time? I'll be going on it to speak about children in Ukraine, children in war. So I'm gonna do my best to prep and do my best to. I will stream it. I will stream my appearance on In Time. My conversation with them about children. I wonder if Connor's tune about the children in these schools have changed in any way. I really wonder. I have to wonder. All right, let's see. I have it open somewhere. Yeah, we're gonna do some news and then we're gonna continue to do the Canada research. We're reading a big report, but I wanna. You're just infest normie communities with socialism, Lucy. That is true. That is my goal. And then I want the Vanguard Party to take over. I do this because I spite my father and, it's just me rebelling against my parents. That is the sincere truth of the matter, okay? I'm just a rebellious jerk that wants to destroy the legacy of my parents. Poland marks Roma Holocaust Memorial Day, which is a very positive development. Look at this. Commemorations have been held across Poland, not just in one place in Poland, but across the entire country, in remembrance of up to 500,000 Roma and Sinti people killed across occupied Europe by the Nazis during World War II. The official ceremony was held at the Auschwitz-Birkenau former Nazi extermination camp in southern Poland, which stands in stark contrast to the statement of an Israeli politician or an associate of a Israeli politician that said that maybe what the Nazis did with the Roma people was not so bad. I still remember. I did a segment on that. The date of August 2nd was chosen by the European Parliament to commemorate the genocide, as almost 3,000 Roma were gassed by occupying German forces at Auschwitz family camp. I try to avoid the word. Zeugeneuverlängerung on that date in 1944. In addition to the ceremonies at Auschwitz, the day was marked at other locations, including in the central Polish city of Łódź, where flowers were laid at the site of a former Roma camp in town's wartime ghetto. Oh, thank you. Around 5,000 Roma and Sinti people were killed at the camp between 1941 and 1942. The exact number of Roma and Sinti people murdered by the Nazis remains unknown because there was probably no systematic record. But estimates put the figure at between 220 and 500,000. As you can see, this is a wide margin. European Roma Holocaust Memorial Day was declared by the European Parliament in 2015, though the date on which it is commemorated varies across Europe. And you know what? as much as I like that Poland marks Roma Holocaust Memorial Day, I still feel like the country has a long way to go. Like this is a step in the good direction to commemorate and recognize that Roma and Sinti people were murdered by the Nazis. But I feel like this should lead to the realization and the recognition of how Roma people are being treated right now in Poland. Like, I'm not even gonna go discuss how Roma people are treated across Europe. I'm just gonna limit the scope to Poland. That Roma people are treated as barely human, to be quite honest with you, that don't want to work, that are just homeless and thieves and are against everybody. The discrimination of Roma people is extremely normalized in Poland, and there should be a big commemorating the past is good, but we should do something about the present, because Roma people are living in awful conditions. They don't receive enough support. It's a big problem, actually. By the way, Ukraine recognized 2nd of August as Roma Holocaust in 2009. That's good. Although the Roma people are also having problems in Ukraine as well. And not just during the war. That is like a European-wide problem. It's good to recognize these dates from the past, but we have to think about the present. How to alleviate these injustices right now. Like, while there's no segregation in schools, like some countries have had, or forceful sterilization of Roma people, as far as I know, the marginalization of the community in Poland is still very real. Actually, there was a special fund donated from funded from the European Union, that if you were able to do a workable project related to Roma people, you could apply for a grant. And the grant was quite generous, actually. No, actually, a lot more Roma people are visible on the streets of Lviv, actually, than Kiev. I actually have not seen many. I've not encountered many Roma people in Kiev, actually. I've encountered a lot more in Lviv. If we are to be talking about that topic. Slovakia has had long-term sterilization programs. Slovakia. Still dependent on that Russian gas. I don't know. This is a very short segment, but like, over the years, I've had acquaintances that would say such hateful things about Roma people that I would just be like, okay, I guess I'm never meeting with those people again. Like, it's extremely normalized. I've had family members that just openly and proudly spouted hate about Roma people. Very proudly, very openly. Oh yeah, those people are they deserve the hate. it would tell me to my face. Oh yeah. That's the level of normalization that we are talking about. I would have a gathering of acquaintances from work or work-related environment, and we would sit at a restaurant/bar, and they would start trading stories about how they drive by a house where Roma people live and shout some insults at them, and they all laughed at that as if it was some wholesome story to be told. So yeah, it's horrible, and yeah. You will have Roma people approach you and ask you to buy them some groceries. That happens. So there you go. So I wanted to make it into a very nice and wholesome segment, I guess, but I guess it didn't quite work out, and I ended on quite a bitter note. But I'm sorry, like the situation of Roma people in Europe is not flowers, and it's not very good. It's actually quite horrible and depressing. So it is what it is, I guess. It started out nice, but reality hit very quick. Oh yeah, India to continue Russian oil imports despite threats from Trump, because India does not care about his deadlines, and we will see. Trump has actually shortened the deadline for Russia to make some sort of a peace deal or ceasefire from 50 days to 10 days. So we are counting down the days now till Trump's big deadline and secondary tariffs. India will keep purchasing oil from Russia despite US President Donald Trump's threats of penalties, two anonymous Indian government sources told Reuters on Saturday. On top of a new 25% tariff on India's exports to the US, Trump indicates in a Truth Social post last month that India would face additional penalties for purchases of Russian arms and oil. On Friday, Trump told reporters he had heard that India would no longer be buying oil from Russia. Well, that seems like a lie, because it seems like India will very much be still buying oil from Russia. But the sources who declined to be named due to sensitivity of the issue said there would be no immediate changes. There are long-term oil contracts, one of the sources said. It is not so simple to just stop buying overnight. Justifying India's oil purchases from Russia, a second source said India's imports of Russian grades had helped avoid a global surge in oil prices, which have remained subdued despite Western curbs on the Russian oil sector. Unlike Iranian and Venezuelan oil, Russian crude is not subject to direct sanctions, and India is buying it below the current price cap fixed by the European Union, the source said. Time-tested partnership. The New York Times also quoted two unnamed senior Indian officials on Saturday as saying there had been no change in the Indian government policy because Trump's part of the deal does not seem to be very effective. In fact, it seems to be the opposite. Like, nobody respects the US. Less and less countries respect the US because Trump only has empty talk and no real substantial action behind it, apart from maybe tariffs. Indian government authorities did not respond to Reuters' request for official comment on its oil purchasing intentions. However, during a regular press briefing on Friday, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal said India has a steady and time-tested partnership with Russia. Translation: we don't care what Trump says. We've got a good thing going, and we have no intention of stopping it. On our energy sourcing requirements, we look at what is there available in the markets, what is there on offer, and also what is the prevailing global situation or circumstances, he said. The White House did not immediately respond to requests for comment. 100% tariffs. Trump, who had made ending Russia's war in Ukraine a priority of his administration since returning to office this year. Again, he was supposed to end the war before taking office. After being inaugurated, after taking office, he was supposed to end it in 24 hours. Then it turned into half a year. Then it turned into 100 days. Then all the negotiations in the meantime failed. Then 2 weeks, 50 days, 10 days. It's never ending. Never ending queue of deadlines that mean nothing. Trump has threatened 100% tariffs on US imports from countries that buy Russian oil unless Moscow reaches a major peace deal with Ukraine. Good luck. This will not happen. I can assure you, this sort of pressure will not work on anybody. As evidenced by India that said, yeah, we're just gonna ignore it and continue business with Russia. Russia is the leading supplier to India, the world's third largest oil importer and consumer, accounting for about 35% of its overall supplies. India imported about 1.75 million barrels per day of Russia oil from January to June. This year up 1% from a year ago, according to data provided by Reuters by sources. Some stop buying, but while the Indian government may not be deterred by Trump's threats, sources told Reuters this week that Indian state refiners stopped buying Russian oil after July discounts narrowed to their lowest since 2022, when sanctions were first imposed on Moscow due to lower Russian exports and steady demand. Indian Oil Corp, Hindustan Petroleum Corp, Bharat Petroleum Corp, and Mangalore Refinery Petrochemical Ltd have not sought Russian crude in the past week or so, four sources told Reuters. Niara Energy, a refinery majority owned by Russian entities, including oil major Rosneft and major buyer of Russian oil, was recently sanctioned by the EU. Niara's chief executive resigned following the sanctions. and 3 vessels laden with oil products from Nayara Energy have yet to discharge their cargoes, hindered by the new EU sanctions, Reuters reported last week. So there you go. India will not stop importing oil from Russia. They just don't care. They need a better incentive than, oh, you better don't do it, India, or we're gonna bully you via sanctions. I want to talk about this later. Ukrainian anti-corruption agencies uncover major drone procurement scam. Okay, I guess I did a segment. We did a whole bunch of things. I'm gonna sleep now. We've streamed for 11 hours. So I guess I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna continue this marathon later. It's gonna be great. But in the meantime, I'm gonna raid you out. Alright? I wish I could say it was fun. It was quite frustrating in some parts. Yeah, what it is. Symbolic pressure, just like in South Park episode, yeah. Unfortunate. But it's true. What Trump could do as retaliation to stuff like that is not to threaten countries with limp-wristed sanctions, but rather arm Ukraine. But that's just me. Alright. I'm gonna raid you into someone. Kid not kin, I guess. Here you go. I raid you into kid not kin. Okay, see you. That is true, we are parasites. Okay, I'll see you. Good night. I'll see you in a few hours when I wake up and continue streaming. Because I need funds. Good night.